entourage. I'm a cross between Master Fard and an astronaut. Murderous appetites, war games with transit cops. Virginal sacrifice, coronate satanic gods. Father of abomination like Mantis Pops. Blood ceremony, homie, make sure the dagger's sharp. Crocodile briefcase, exchange cash with sharks. Diamonds and golden guns, smashing you with hands of bronze. Rather calm with the cameras on. Trapped between Tetragrammaton and Babylon. I'm 1,000 horsepower in the Magnum bomb. With more than enough firepower to splatter y'all. It was a shootout at the crime of your boards. I spent 90 in court, attempted murder and a prior assault. Beat the case, rolled the dice and I walked. Like a 42 Sheba, played the corner with a mic when I talk. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. Gutted to glory, another young hustler story. Learn from the mistakes of my uncles that done it before me. Blitz out with razors, death horror, leave children crying. Skits out like slayers, felt form, see cushion ride. Young shooters bring a pistol full, caught up in their crucifixion rituals while worshiping Lucifer habitual. The streets raised me, I'm from Brooklyn like Jordan and Jay-Z. To be where I'm from is a great thing. While you daydream, I make things happen, get things clapping, spray things laughing. 18, I stopped taking acid, but it left a stain on my brain that remained massive. Doors of perception open till they lay me in the casket, until I stopped making murder rap. Because the Bible was written by those who were convinced the earth is flat, and I'll be dead before this war stops. Praying at the altar of the war gods, the war rocks. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction of my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph.
Yes, give thanks and praises to the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, conquering line of the tribe of Judah. Elexibeli Romascon, Lamlak Mingos, Kungusa, Karamana, Wadana Suasila, Ilmaskan, Wadashalo, Wadada Suasila. Fikiran enemies, Jerusalem, Kilalam, Aslam, Jehovah Alam, Slash I love I. Give thanks and praises to the King of Kings and the Prophet love I, God I, of the almighty 12 tribes of Israel I, and the holy, holy God of Israel and also everywhere. With the purple string and the supernatural beings, supernaturalistic kings and queens, yeah. With the purple string and the supernatural beams, in the burning light, at the shining light. With the purple string and the supernatural beings, supernaturalistic kings and queens, yeah. With the purple string and the supernatural beams, in the burning light, at the shining light. The will to chill with ill bill.
Generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Oh, yeah.
Alien, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, databanks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom.
And then you change it up every
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, Technronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and techntronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Techntronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is already less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell. Where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once and I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, Jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master tactics full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks of life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With insight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to level hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the revolution.
When the only people that existed were troglodytes, cavemen, cave women, Neanderthal, troglodytes. Let's take the average caveman at home.
As I extract pigment from plants to complete my first stabs at expression. Immortality is but another trait of my immaculate perception, untainted by technology. I live within the walls, pervade universal truth. Symbolically, I parallel the past day's way of living, and at night I sleep without being subject to nuclear radiation. Complications that arise come few and far between. I be the unseen, both unspoke of and unheard of. You ever read Plato? The Republic, I got a cave, flames to bring light and cast shadows on the man of unpure thought. Processing information's unbiased by interface. Where I reside, we make bass, treble, and atonal sounds that transmit unbridled energy to cosmos directly. Tentatively planned for 2000 BC. We drag our knuckles in separate tribes respectively. Unsubjectively, for necessity, we kill whatever is needed and use everything once the carcasses have been bleeded. The truth of my existence is jaded by nomadic psychology. Try and follow me and get caught in the web of your hypocrisy. Cause these cavemen exist and remain untouched by economies of scale, hatred, and such and such. We don't got much more than integrity plus the pride and control. But our surrounding environments cannot touch our souls.
All praises due to the almighty Yaku. Living to give you blades, brains, jigger veins, frames, and non-venomous specialist remains. Sedimentary and elementary aims of non-aim and lots of gains. Slash gain me into the totem poles. A lot of souls and orthodox holes in this box to contort. Press these palms to a black hole. Till I consume with fumes of hating ignorance at high noon on drum beats. Speak my beats on beats. Release species looms in every room when I'm voicing this. Inside this precipice, in the immortal words of Ice Cube. All snakes are not poisonous. The lesson has arisen, loosen the nuisance, cease the lynching of a lyricist, European diplomat, hip-hop body cis, that insists it's all propaganda, slander of an open hand, slap the face at open mics, all my prior work to myself, you don't dead poet with no home, old school like Dre and Snoop, fuck a mansion in the yacht, all I ever want is 40 bars in a loop, but instead I drag my bitch back to my cave, fire here in a biosphere, I crave the rhythm sound wave, no more swimming in Garth Brooks, digging in books like the art of metaphors, become a culture crook, tired of walking on all fours, Moses came to me in the dark and handed me a mic, so people are watching your every move, and so you better come tight, understand the nature of the threat, and we rebel against that. We're slowly climbing the food chains, we won't have to eat scraps.
Yo, in 100 years from now, everyone who's living on this planet will be dead. So it's inconsequential, really, all the shit that you talk, all the bullshit that you stand for. It's more important what you ready to build, what you're ready to pass down to your children, what you're ready to create. You better fucking remember that. And when you challenge a motherfucker like me, remember, I'm the dominant species. I'm stuck inside the future, and life is chaotic. The government is psychotically racist and robotic. The matrix of entrapment is socio-economic. Neurotic conspiracy theory becomes reality. Life is war, and every day's a battle to me. I'm on the brink of insanity, between extreme intelligence and split personalities, but I elevate to the point of reversing gravity. Revolutionary conceptuality spitting out of me. Even the dead people in my family tell me they proud of me. Stupidity's not allowed by me, cause I don't got time to play. I'm the black hole lyricist that will take your shine away. Darkness at any time of day. I'm the technique and you're nobody, so what you trying to say? Stellar density becomes your physical alignment. 1.8 billion tons per square inch confinement. Yo, yo, yo. I drop knowledge so heavy it leaves the world unbalanced. Exterminate the spiritual force of all that challenge. I'm the lyrical apocalypse that crumbles the granite, replacing you as the dominant species on the planet. Yo, yo. Lyrically, I'm infinite like possibilities, but you don't have the capability like infertility. Cause opening your mouth to question my validity is like trying to contradict the theory of relativity. What I spit is the epitome of heavy artillery. My enemies are obsessed with me like the bitch in Misery, but break out like fathers running from responsibility. Every time I step and abuse the mic with versatility, I balance humility with brutal instinct. I'll make your whole cipher look like those crackers from NSYNC. And I don't care about your link or your luxury car. I shed light with more magnitude than all of the stars. La Brea talk pit thick, so don't ever talk shit. And remember something, nigga, while you rave and rant, a roach can live for 9 days without its head, but you can't. Yo. I drop knowledge so heavy it leaves the world unbalanced. Exterminate the spiritual force of all the challenge. I'm the lyrical apocalypse that crumbles the granite, replacing you as the dominant species on the planet. Yo. I'm explicit like videotapes of conjugal visits. Some niggas are too stupid to understand it like astrophysics. Technique is exquisite. I'll make your thoughts a victory. Get pessimistic with the quickness. If you think that I will just become another statistic with anything but success, when I bless the mic as I spit this, specifically prolific with Kaposi sarcoma type sickness. My style is like a 10-year-old child with a slit wrist. Too much reality for the fucking hit list. I got a Black Panther mentality with a spick fist, so you could get dissed. Even if you're locally gold, vocally bold, or globally multi-platinum sold. I'm emotionally cold, disciplined, and ready to kill. Like spirits in the same room with you, I'm giving you chills. I drop knowledge while these motherfuckers clumsily spill. And I drop it so heavy, it leaves the world unbalanced. Exterminate the spiritual force of all the challenge. I'm the lyrical apocalypse that crumbles the granite, replacing you as the dominant species on the planet.
Yeah. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We got some pretty good stuff for you today. Blessings to all the people that are here. Reddington, greetings, sir. How you doing today?
Yo, I'm good.
Well, we almost had a fascinating intellectual exercise before we joined, looking at the crass underflippage of the YouTube sort of game show mentality here, where you had Jay Dyer on the whatever podcast, and I'm pretty much, I have to say, I'm far stupider for having watched that conversation. Also the reveries of emotional disequilibrium, manifested by one man, Toilet Bowl Birth, okay, who was crying on his stream last night. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Okay, so it's hard to keep up with all of these antics here. We got Toilet Bowl Birth basically groveling in front of Jay Dyer when he came on the show there, and then you have Jay Dyer taking the L. You got Toilet Bowl Birth crashing out on his stream. Where are we now? After all this, other than to talk about the architectonic? Okay, and there are two items there, mainly equality and progress, that I've been referring to. Equality and progress, right? And we're getting to equality because it is more about the quantification of all things, whereas, progress seems to be about the sort of, ephemeral, as I said earlier, the ephemeral, or becoming, and the whole Heraclitean notion there. Now, I do have a section I want to reread about Heraclitus from a book that I actually don't know where this is right now. I had a little manual that I had taken on evolution. Oh, here it is. Evolution manual, right? Let's take a look at this. Now, I'm afraid I didn't really quite clean out my bong here before I started to smoke there, so it's a little hard to pull the cannabis out of this, pull the smoke out of this. I don't know why I fucked that up. Blessings, guys. But yeah, here's the passage I was trying to read. Let me read this for you guys. About evolution. if I could just find this, because he mentions Hegel here, right? And this is what he says. He says by the 19th century, oh wait, no, this is the wrong page. Here it is. It says knowledge of the transformations that had taken place in language of the early phase of the family, of religion, of property, had all favored the revival of the Heraclitean view. As to the categories of political economy, it was soon recognized as by Lazu that they too are only historical. Okay, now this idea of the historical, okay, the idea of obviously things being reduced to political economy, right? And here's the philosophy of history, moreover, gave expression under the various forms of the same tendency. Hegel declares that all that is real is rational, at the same time shows that all that is real is ephemeral. Okay, and that for history, there is nothing fixed beneath the sun. Now, I want to focus on this statement because we always hear the statement, there's nothing new under the sun, which is anti-progress statement. Right, we're hearing lots of anti-progress statements. So what's true? Right, is progress true? Right? What is the ephemeral? Right? Okay, what is time? I mean, it's like Krishnamurti said, time is the enemy. Right? But is that true? Right? Or is time another aspect of God itself? Right? So, you know, we got a lot of these interesting things going on. Right? But yeah, we also have ellul, right? Let me actually, you know, I may just open with ellul here and just kind of open up with this interview. Blessings to Unseen Warfare.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, but in terms of the real being rational, right, or being reduced to the rational and then being reduced to the ephemeral, right? You have two cycles here, which is the cycles that lead to quantification, right? The reign of quantity, you know, as Guinan says, right? So, so in this reign of quantity, right? You know, it comes from the idea of the dislodging of the transcendental, right? Now, I talked about this earlier, right? Where, you know, you have the idea of, you know, transcendental notions being brought, first being separated from nature, right? And then being placed within man, right? So there's two moves here that are very interesting, and it begins with the way that philosophy and science basically began, right? And in terms of Auguste Comte, he talks about these three phases quite clearly, right? He talks about, you know, the rise of the positivist viewpoint, right? Or, you know, if you think of positivism, you can conflate it with empiricism, naturalism, materialism, so on and so forth, right? And basically the positivist movement, he said, got mediated through philosophy, right? That it was a religion that was mediated through philosophy to become like science, right? Religion that was mediated through philosophy to become like science, right? Now you'll see this everywhere, right? You'll see it in Hegel's lectures in the history of philosophy, right? He says first it was the Greeks and then it was the Germans, right? So essentially this universalist movement, right? And he says that's the movement of freedom and the movement of world history, right? Is that it has two phases, right? Now, Greek represents the age of philosophy, right? It represents the philosophical age, right? The golden age of philosophy, right? Okay, and then obviously Christian Europe represents the phase of the next phase of progress, right? So there's one in the 1400s, right? If you could really see that we're working with three different times, right? We're working with 2000 BC, right? We're working with 400 BC, and we're working with 1600 AD. Right? And why did they choose these three dates for their falsified philosophy and their falsified world history? Okay. It's very, very interesting, right? And another time you could look at is the 1900s, right? And all those are very significant times, right? Now, we talked about really, important why the 1600s are really important. Partly in this where we expose the Zionists. There'll be a huge figure there. Two main figures called Oliver Cromwell and also Manasseh ben Israel. They're hugely significant in that time period. Right? But yeah, anyways, I'd like to welcome my friend Unseen Warfare, and I'm going to take a look at the chat here. And yeah, blessings, guys.
Yeah, that was some interesting stuff. That stuff from the 1500s and 1600s, like how like that chiliastic idea slowly developed.
Yeah, and it really goes to what this guy is saying about Heraclitus. Now Nietzsche was very confused, right, in the 1800s. He kind of thought that, he kind of believed in progress in a way, but he didn't believe in progress in another way. Now, what he did believe in is change, right? You have to have change, right? See, to have progress, you have to have history, right? But to have history, you don't need progress, right? It only goes one way, right?
What's interesting is that with the Chiliast and with Nietzsche and like the Theophysis or whatever, it's like they all have that central idea of the Superman, So
yeah,
that's like a common thread.
Yeah, it's like, you need history to have progress, and you need change, the notion of change, to have the notion of progress as well. Now, the greater or the wider you can apply change, like how this guy just said, all that is real is ephemeral. So you can apply change to every single part of existence, right? Now you now that way you take being completely out of existence, right? That's a totally different game that they're playing, right? Now, what is the game, right? It's the Heraclitean game, right? Where it goes way beyond the notion of being itself, right? And it goes into the ephemeral, and it says actually the real nature of being is the ephemeral itself, right? Is change itself, all right? So, so he's saying that Hegel and Lazu and Darwin and all these people that they were firmly ensconced in this view. Now I'd like to pull out something else, which is Darwin and progress, right? This is a little passage from a paper on Nietzsche, right, called Nietzsche's Aesthetic Critique of Darwin, and it says it says Nietzsche's criticism of what he perceives to be evolution's inherent reliance on the sense of progress, quote unquote. Okay, it says, he says, for example, that the development of a thing, a practice, an organ is according least of all its progresses toward a goal. Still less and logical shortest progresses reach with the smallest expenditure of energy and cost. Even more explicitly in the Naklas, he writes that what surprises me most when surveying the great destinies of man is always seeing before me the opposite of what Darwin and his school see or want to see today. Selection in favor of the stronger, in favor of those who have come off better. The progress of the species, the very opposite is quite palpably the case, he writes. Okay. So this view of devolution, right, in ancient times, right? Obviously, I talked about that a lot, right? That the ancients had a concerted view of devolution, right? The modernists have a concerted view of evolution and progress attached to that evolution, right? And what happened from 400 BC to the 1600s that totally changed people's perception, that made them totally, switch and, take on this belief system, right, is actually very fascinating, right? Okay.
It's kind of interesting that Nietzsche would be against Darwin in that way, you know.
Right.
You would think he would be more aligned with him as far as progress is concerned, but
Right, and that's the thing, is that you could take Heraclitus above, you could choose to, expand Heraclitus's view beyond Darwinism, and that's essentially what Nietzsche's done, saying that, change means that there is no telos in nature, essentially, right? That it just goes way beyond that whole process, right? But then if you go in the whole idea of, of history and progress, right? You could even take the view of history and use it against progress, right? Where, people like Carlyle have done that and said, well, history is the, comprises of the actions of great men, and then you say that it's actually the actions of these men that guide historical periods, right? So it's a concerted movement, not some sort of ephemeral state that's developing through some sort of unconscious, reality that's
as
coming
if
to
the
fruition.
masses are all like, all developing and progressing all at the same time. That's really not the case, is it?
Yeah, and that's another thing, is that progress has to become a world movement, for
Yeah.
it to actually take hold. And right, and that means that it has to go beyond the idea of nation states. So the idea of the historical people that the people who try to use the philosophy of history against futurism, they're always focusing on this idea.
Well, I think that's the whole point of like a one world, right? It's like whoever these big players are, see that the whole world has to be behind this movement for it to work, like a Tower of Babel on the mass scale. It's like, how can we transform the world into this image that we want to make it? We have to get the whole world behind it in some way.
Yeah, and that's why almost like you need to develop a world system, and that's why the technological system is such a great form of threshold for that, because it is the, like they said, like Terence McKenna said, he said that the internet is a landing pad for an alien intelligence, right? Well, he actually means a demonic intelligence, right?
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
so this is the kind of thing, is a world system is a landing pad for the Antichrist system, and right,
Yeah.
and that's the thing. It's like, it's like once they connect all the parts together, this is the thing, is that it has the ability to be hijacked, and that is the thing, is that, there's a danger of putting all your eggs in one basket, right?
Yeah.
But also the coherence of it. I mean, in a way, because it becomes very coherent. The system has so much coherence, that people don't actually care where it's headed. And that's part of the problem.
No, we're so busy, like worried about our toaster ovens and our jobs and this and that. There's no, for the average person, there's no time to really think about, well, there's a beast system forming around us, and we're being implemented in it. Terrifying.
Yeah, and then furthermore, this whole notion of of, as I was saying, progress and the idea of quantification. Now that comes first through the encapsulating notion of reason. Okay, so once everything is reduced to reason, and reason becomes not part of nature, but since reason is totally removed from nature, right, and nature is totally transformed through the ephemeral, right, and it's totally turned into accident, right, there's nothing in nature that actually has stable value, right, then you can transform the idea of reason into this notion of quantity. So really how it happens is that once humanity, okay, and this is mainly a movement in Plato and Aristotle, right, because he tried to combine being and becoming, right, so he simply removed transcendental notions like truth, beauty, and goodness outside of nature, right? Now, what the church had to do, right, through several centuries of philosophical dialogue, right, was to then bring, transcendental notions back into the world, right, and combine these two concepts because God had entered into the world, right? So they had to, totally dispel this philosophical notion, right? But then, okay, what happened was that they had to totally remove, okay, all of these things from nature, right? Was because once they desacralized nature, right, and this happened because of the Kabbalah and because of Aristotelianism, they had to turn God into immaterial, right? And this is why Spinoza was banished. It's actually a very subtle idea, right? Why
God
was
had to become impersonal,
Yeah.
to
Oh,
the
yeah.
point where man can function in its new worldview. Otherwise, man can't live because there's like a guilt trip on him or something.
God has to become impersonal. Truth has to become impersonal.
Right.
And also nature has to become desacralized, right? And I'm not saying that we should worship nature. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out a philosophical movement, okay, that according to the futurists, right? I'm sort of, as the pseudo philosophers online say, we're doing an internal critique, right? We're doing an internal critique here, right? So, all right. So don't get it twisted, right? But yeah, it's fascinating, and people will relate this to Gnosticism, right? Why? Because in Gnostic ideas, right, they have more of an idea of the world mind and all of these Neoplatonic ideas, right, that come in to supplant notions, right, because they need mediators between the heavenly realm and the earthly realm, right? Why? Because we live in this depreciated stage of existence, right? So, and I don't mean to say depreciated in any sense. It's just that it's an emanation from the divine, right? So it's sort of on a secondary wind, but and this is not in every single Gnostic system. It's just a general critique, but oh yeah, of course, expanded notions of this fallen world, right? Way expanded notions of the notion of fallen world, right? And yeah, so the world becomes depreciated, as I said, right? And this is part and parcel of the change. Let me continue reading this for a little bit, right? This Nietzsche's aesthetic critique, right? And I haven't read that much of this, but oh yeah, here we go. Darwin's relationship to teleology and progress is a matter of much debate. For one, Darwin himself is inconsistent on the issue. He says in a letter to Hooker that with respect to highness and lowness with my ideas are eclectic and not very clear. In favor of an inherent sense of progress in evolution, he says in The Origin that all corporeal mental endowment will tend to progress toward perfection. Interesting. So Darwin himself seems to have believed in the idea. And the above-mentioned Hooker, he argues that the highest usually means that form which undergone the most morphological differentiation. Okay, so his idea of highest doesn't necessarily mean best. Okay. From the common embryo and archetype of a class. On the other hand, he argues elsewhere in The Origin that natural selection will not produce absolute perfection. Okay. And of course, how can you get a notion of absolute perfection if everything is, if all that is real is reduced to the ephemeral? There'd be no chance, right? But yeah, it says talk about the fact that organism succeeds only when it might have a better chance of living and leaving descendants, not according to any absolute scale of progress. So Darwin and progress, right? Now check this out. Nietzsche says he talks about will to power. He says, in doing so, one overlooks the essential preeminence of the spontaneous, attacking, infringing, reinterpreting, reordering, and formative forces upon whose effect the adaptation first follows. In so doing, one denies the lordly role of the highest functionaries in the organism itself, in which the will of life appears active and form-giving. Okay? So see, Nietzsche is using the principle of the will to power, right, against the notion that, that we're driven through progress, right? That he'd rather have it that we're the ones driving the change, and it's not towards any better change. He'll give up any notion of better just to have the notion of change itself without progress, right? Because progress means perfectibility, right? And if everything is reduced to the ephemeral, you can't have perfectibility, right? So the notion of progress itself is self-defeating. Right, and what about the idea of the rational, right? The rational is self-defeating, right? The rational is impersonal. Right? So how does the idea of now I think the idea of the rational degrades into this notion of equality, right? And the way it does it is by creating the notion of the archetypal man, right? Okay, we got somebody, Bradley Cares. The wave. Yeah, blessings. New guy here, Bradley Cares.
What's up?
Greetings.
What's going on, you guys?
What's going on? Were you sent by DK Spiracy, or are you a new guy?
I'm a new guy. I just came to hang out and was hoping there was like a chill place to be chill. You guys chill, or is this like real serious or something?
It's kind of serious. It's kind of serious, but it's not super serious, but it's kind of chill. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm chill. I'm just here to chill.
So, what is the archetypal man? Like what I know.
Archetypal man, I think, is huge in Gnosticism and Zoroastrianism, but basically it's like they get into this idea that like there's like a supreme version of like there's like a super like essentially Superman or superhuman, right?
So
the
Nietzsche
Nietzschean Yeah, I mean, you could kind of say. I mean, he also does the thus spoke Zarathustra thing. So maybe he's taking a bunch of stuff from Zoroastrianism, right, and then applying it, or whatever. Who really knows? But yeah, this
That
whole
seems to
thing.
be the case with a lot of these guys, like Young or something like that too. Like they'll kind of cherry pick from world religions and kind of smash them together into
some kind of syncretist thing.
Right.
Yeah, but I basically kind of pulled it out of my ass. But mainly the whole idea of the archetypal man is essentially, that I took from, from essentially the Mandaean script, but also combining it with Plato and then looking at the notion of equality itself, how the notion of equality itself arose, that we got this idea, like in the medical textbook, that there's like this one dude that's like the version of everyone. Or whatever, or the average man, or the everyman, or the species being, or or what people are supposed to be like, or so
the
it's
status quo,
like a genome soldier. You ever play Metal Gear?
Oh yeah,
from the Super Soldier.
Oh yeah, genome soldier. Yeah, that could be like a prototype. He's like a prototype. Like anybody could be a genome soldier, you know what I mean? Type of, it's like that type of deal. You know what I mean? So yeah, so it's like a, yeah. But I thought of this notion to describe the notion of equality, or to look at how stupid the notion of equality is. I mean, in a sense, because because where did they get the idea that there's one type of person or a collective goal for humanity? Right, or the notion of universalism itself, it comes more coincides with liberalism, right? So it has to come from the idea that that there's a universal principle, that there's a universe. So it's quasi-Christian in a way, right? Because it goes to so it goes to and also quasi-Islamic, right? Because because Islam and Christianity consistently assert that there's one truth, one one way about things, right?
Yeah.
So it creates universalism, right? Or it lends itself to universal, and that's why the Christians and the Muslims are susceptible to universalism today, right? They're constantly getting jacked, right?
Right, but there is also this thing where it's like there's a rejection of universalism as far as like salvation is concerned. It's like if you were to say that everyone's going to be saved or something, then that's like Origenism or something. You know what I mean? Like that was an early heresy that the church rejected, or like the fallen angels would be saved or something. Like that would be closely related with a universalist ideology.
I'm a little quasi. Yeah. I'm quasi bear.
Yeah, but but you could tell that that this notion, it didn't just spring up because you have obviously the Greeks would assert that they're the dominant truth, the way of life, or wherever every existence in the world argued that they're the greatest way of life. But you have this idea, as I said, in Will Durant, right, or in Auguste Comte, about the Europeans giving rise to the notion of universalism, and it's even there in Hegel, right? So when did universalism come about? Well, by the people who created the terminology, right? They said it came about, as I'm trying to say, in Greece and then in Europe, right? So it gets to some interesting ideas, right? And then you have this notion of Rome and Jerusalem, right? So these are the two poles, or the ideas that, for example, Nietzsche was trying to dethrone, right? If you look at Twilight of the Idols, right? And then if you look at, his book, The Antichrist, right? He thinks that the Jews and the Greeks are like the worst on earth. And he thinks that basically Greek morality is Jewish morality, right? He thinks like it's the same thing, right? So this was his, essentially his great triumph, in philosophy, was to reject all of the whole historical foundations of Western philosophy, right? And he thought that this was like, the next step, because he thought the next step was revaluation of values, right? It was to turn all pre-existing values on its head. He thought this is the movement of history. In contradiction to Hegel. Huh?
What was the name of that book?
Twilight of the Idols, and also the Antichrist, and
yeah,
two books written by Nietzsche.
I thought it was the book that I wrote. It's called Anti-Crust. It's about peanut butter and jellies. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with Nietzsche though, it's like it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, it's been said before, but like nihilistic and just contrarian. It really seems like it's like it. I hate all the philosophers. I hate all the J's. I hate Christianity. So I'm gonna create something new, or something, right? Like,
yeah, that's been the critic of Nietzsche. That it's essentially Kierkegaard without faith. So the end is just despair. You can have existentialism if you splash a little faith on there, it's fine. But if you don't have faith and you have existentialism, then what do you have then? You just have to rely on yourself, or something.
Right.
Socrates was a misunderstanding. The entire morality of improvement.
Sorry.
The entire morality of improvement, the Christian included, has been a misunderstanding.
Your name was a misunderstanding to me. That before it, I thought was like other language writing, like Chinese or something. But I just realized it's a guy going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like misunderstanding. That's all.
Yeah. So I think the way that the idea of the real got transformed into the idea of the notion of equality was through the archetypal man, right? The idea of this other notion, that ellul is bringing up is the notion of freedom. How did this get, changed into the notion of progress, with Hegel, right? As Hegel says, and I can't really bring this out right now, but in his lectures of world history, he basically said there's two movements towards freedom. One is with the Greeks and the other is with the Germans, right? Namely in Protestantism, right? So he's saying that this movement towards collective freedom, right? Okay, in which humanity realizes its freedom, and he had notions of the archetypal man himself because he said man is the antithesis of nature. Now, any of the idea, see, the sophists had this idea, okay, as well. Okay, because they saw man as the measure of all things, right? Okay, so really what I'm trying to say is that once you make man a centerpiece, right? You desacralize nature, you make man the centerpiece of, the philosophy. You bring in the ephemeral, as a determining factor, and you put becoming over being in the philosophy. Right. I mean, and it's not just really me. It's a lot of different thinkers and philosophers in history have noticed, that this is a deadly combination, right, of ideas.
Mm-hmm. Deadly duo.
Wait, what did you say, Bradley? I'm sorry.
I think that way too.
Oh yeah.
The deadly duo of ideas. That's what I call it.
Oh yeah, deadly combo.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I would think. I think this is important though to realize, like, a lot of people consider Nietzsche a genius, and I'm not going to take that away from him. But he lived
he's definitely a smart cookie, but
he lived with his sister and his mother, right? And then at the end of his life, he was like found in Naples crying, I am Antichrist in the streets, So I think he stared into the abyss
he also
too long.
I think he had syphilis, so I think that drove him to. So that explains that. So I don't think it was. But philosophers, I mean, they had terrible. I mean, you look at the lives of Rousseau and Nietzsche and these guys. I mean, it was horrible. Rousseau wrote about being attracted to ideas of sadism because he had a some type of thing in his urethra where every time he made love, it actually was very painful for him.
Oh,
All right,
wow.
so yeah, I mean, yeah, these guys, you know, they didn't live good lives. I mean, Socrates was a stonecutter. I mean, Spinoza, he blew glass for a living after he got exiled, and the stuff he inhaled from blowing the glass actually went into his lungs and killed him. You know, when he was like, you know, like 50 years old or something like that. So he could have wrote 10 more philosophy books that would have been like the top tier philosophy books. But you know,
maybe could explain his God a little bit better.
Didn't
Yeah.
Socrates, like, his wife died screaming at him or something? Like,
yeah,
yeah.
Socrates, yeah, historically, you know, didn't get along with his wife that well.
Yeah.
Lots of disagreements with his wife. I mean,
I left the toilet seat up one time.
Well, supposedly he was very peaceful about it, but she would like barge in and try to embarrass him in front of his, you know, students and stuff.
Hey, shut you up! I'm trying to teach.
Yeah.
Bitch always going embarrassing me in front of my friends.
Yeah, but yeah, you know, you could say the same for you know, theologians really too. You know, they didn't really have such great lives. I think the life of a scholar has really not been too good in history. I mean, but yeah, that's just and today I think it's not very good, right? Because of all of the fake, you know, intellectual contests, right, that raise so much money, right? Like look at the one we just watched, right, where you know, they have all of these fake debates that raise tons of money by people who are not even experts, right? So
need goes to necessity. So when you have tragedies and shit like that, that's where that's when your brain starts to work. That's what probably makes these scholars and thinkers is the tragedies and shit they have to go through. They're their hard lives. So their brain gets them working. They don't want to live these hard lives anymore. So
this is kind of interesting. It says Nietzsche could see no one who was struggling, no great ascetics, no heroes of Christianity.
He's blind.
And from that, he concluded that the whole of Christianity was a monstrous farce, a deception practiced upon humanity that does not satisfy the reason which wants truth. And this is full of superstition because he is full of the idea that you can only know what is rational, and therefore he rejects everything above the rational. And on the other hand, it says nothing to the heart because it becomes so watered down that it is feeble. And he saw it was simply a way of keeping people quiet and satisfied with their lot. And he said that was for the herds. So I see what you're saying, like kind of like Kierkegaard without God. Makes sense.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's so important to champion you know, Kierkegaard as father of existentialism, and then just kind of make Nietzsche like a response, you know, or you know, something I think Nietzsche works very well as sort of a response to Hegel, but people don't see it that way. They kind of want Hegel as a replacement for Nietzsche. And I've also said that the modern world is basically you know, Hegel's head on Nietzsche's body. I mean, you know, to put it quite shortly, where it's, you know, where I've actually said the modern world is actually a combination of science and art, of eros and logos, you know, put to an extreme degree and hollowed out of their initial meaning and of their sort of sacred attempt, you know, and then you know, just sort of, you know, so I think that, you know, obviously it's a combination of art and science. You know, that's what I believe modernism is. You know,
Right.
and it's sort of totalitarianism in both of those arenas. I mean, but yeah,
Because
you know,
the science is really a lot of times it's not true science, it's philosophy, from what I could see. And then art has become a form of just, you know, straight propaganda.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So true.
Yeah, and that's why I said, I mean, in the beginning of history, there was a sort of a shamanic figure, or like a priest, that combined, you know, religion and art, and they would be the only people who could hold the metals, because the metals were imbued with bad energy. They could be, I mean, they could hold demonic spirits. So you need somebody to pray or do a ritual before you wear this metal. You know, so like only the priests could control the metals, you know, because they had the energy that could, you know, channel the good nature, I mean, of what, I mean, people wanted, so they wouldn't become, I mean, relics of demonic influence. And I think that, you know, we need, you know, the artists to be the priests, where they could channel the art and actually create good images through the art, you know, that could actually benefit humanity. Whereas, you know, we shouldn't let anybody create art. Art should be a sacred project, a community project, right?
Right.
You know, and this is the problem, is that it's become depreciated, and
it's become mentally ill, and
right.
you know, that's what a lot of art is now. It's just like mental illness on canvas, and not only that, it's like lawless. There's no like sticking to the old master's way or something. You know, it's like throw out all the rules, and I think that's really like a sign of what age we're in, where everyone's sort of like rejecting everything and thinking that that's a rebellion. But if everybody's going that way, is it really a rebellion? I don't think so. You know what I mean? It's like, okay. But yeah, I think that's why things like iconography are so beautiful and like important. Like we call it like windows to heaven. And because you're like capturing the divine on canvas, you know, and sometimes it's simplistic.
And then nothing else is considered art. So that's another beautiful part about it.
Yeah.
where it's like, this is the art. Like what are you talking about? Like all those other pictures and shit. Like
Windows
you know.
95 to heaven. I don't think that real original art can be made nowadays without it being shunned or, you know, canceled or whatever. I don't think you can make original, you know, to a person like what you were saying before about how it's all, you know, real art nowadays is all propaganda. It's all, you know, whatever somebody's trying to push, I think. And if you try to do something you know, just something original, something that you felt passionate about, I don't think will go over very well.
Warhol kind of made a critique of that in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? It's like the Campbell soup can or something like that. It's like it's almost critiquing American culture that is constantly pushed towards consumerism. You know, and it's a commentary on that, I think. But at the same time, it's in that same class of lawlessness that's moving away from those old like masters and art forms, and where like, you know, now like you look around, like all buildings are just kind of like windows and void of, you know, like design. And you know, you look at like a Gothic cathedral, like there's a beauty to that, there's a design there, there's like more than just like a flat surface with like a moloch of windows or something. I don't know,
because of I think there's a decline of you know, like people like actually working hard and doing good work. I'm having trouble with the words here, but it's you make it just a building of windows. You know, you got those skyscraper that are just all windows, and before that, you know, you had some bricks with a few windows here and there. But also, you're talking about the grand designs of beautiful buildings like cathedrals,
you know,
and stuff
pillars
like
and all types of things. You know,
that
you
takes
look at
hard work.
Greece or something.
People don't want to do that anymore, or they don't want to spend the money on. They don't want to do the hard work or the labor.
But that's like the effect of modernism manifesting through architecture. You know what I mean? I think the mindset of the world, it sort of is seen in buildings in a way or something.
Yeah. I think it's seen in everything. Everything is
because it's the lack of the sacred, right? You know, at a time you know, let's say like, you know, in Greece or something, and you have a Byzantine emperor, there's like everything is designed with the sacred in mind.
Right.
You know? Yeah. So when there is nothing sacred, then you just have you know, blank windows. That's why.
What does everyone say? Just doing my job. Just come here. I'm just doing my job here. People just want to make the money. Do they care if they're actually earning the money? Most people,
it's obsession. It's efficiency too, right? Like progress, efficiency, getting it done faster. There's not, you know, at one time it was like a building might take like 100 years. You know what I mean? To really finish or something. People don't do that anymore.
I know I can't do most things very well, but at least I try. At least I try. Yeah, at least I try. That's all I can say. I don't know, but I see a big decline out there of just people not giving a shit or not having, just, I don't know, just sloppy, lazy, and scary.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's real sloppy, lazy, and scary is spooky Saturdays on the machine lies. You know, that's pretty, that'll do something to you. You know, when we're trying to get some goth babes on the panel, you know, we'll have them lined up, you know, across the panel. I mean, you know, and you know, but right now, you know, we can't offer you that. I mean,
those all the goth
babes. But yeah, what we can offer you now is some music. So we'll be back in, you know, maybe 6 minutes. You know, we'll take a little music break. And yeah, these are some horrible sounds I've composed. You know, I mean, not composed, mixed up. I mean, so yeah, please enjoy these. And yeah, we're gonna smoke and then we'll be back and looking at progress and you know, economics and also the ellul interview. And yeah, thank you guys for joining. Blessings.
Peace and love, y'all.
You better wake up. Better wake up. Now's the time. You better wake up. Yo. Better wake up. Better wake up. Now's the time. You better wake up. Yo. Better wake up. Better wake up, now's the time.
Yeah,
you better wake up.
Hey yo, my country tis a thee, bloodshed and misery. Ain't nobody giving me liberty. New York City be making it hard to cope, God. They even built a bulletproof bench for the Pope. Odd, strange fruit used to hang loose off of a noose of a rope in the tree, and still we supposed to see equality, especially these days when we gotta fight just to raise our quality of life. See, earth children hunger pain cut like a knife. No room for the lights in the room full of cockroach and mice. Dad running out of ways of fixing the hot water pipes. Bad plumbing, storms coming, the wind's humming. The Fahrenheit tonight is 32 degrees. Tony, please wake up, go help your pop fix the boiler. I hand him the tools out of the box. I watched you in the knowledge to the look in his eyes. 8 lives to protect, 4 sons, 1 daughter and his wife. My father and plus himself. I didn't comprehend back then. He was teaching me how to survive in the cold world refrigerator. I'm being chased by the cremator as I collect supreme data. As a teenager, the unseen danger of being a queen chaser. It seems major. Green papers causes gray hairs, blood, sweat, and tears for long years. Mom said, you gotta be strong, dear. Press on, dear. The load is heavy, but it's still one that you could bear. As the tear rolled off the cheek, nothing to eat. You making miracles with some flour and some heat. No meat inside, Mom. I'm vegetarian, half poor, half humanitarian.
Better wake up. Better wake up. Now's the time. Better wake up. Yo. Better wake up. Better wake up. Now's the time. Better wake up. Running buildings, abandoned children, splash drinks and drinking fiends. Drop my cupouts and nicotine. Sitting back and think how keen that it would be. Reverse the spin of the earth to Adam and Eve. Day 1, 445 apart. Feel it in your heart, cause it's so for real. In the mind, it develops and becomes the deal. Like a universal flag, everything's complete. Thinking I ain't God, looking you shall seek, but you won't. For so many fools that tried to search for this mysterious God and died, thinking back as a slave, running in them chains. Who thought to be free was never the same. Some committed suicide, cause times was harsh, and the ones who survived that got brainwashed. From lightning, thunder, hailstorm, I can never forget. I be gatekeep food walk, even through my name. History will works, cause I'm the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth. Father civilization, God of the universe. Yo, slave and slave, that's why all they call that. Cause the 85%, yo, and that's a fact. They be wondering why they eat so much pork, because it tastes so good, and that's how they was taught. Being brought up in a world of Christianity by your mother and your father, most of your family. You go to church every Sunday like you never did before. You gotta learn about someone that you never saw. The preacher is a mason of the highest degree. That's why you have to go under Allah, study the rabbis and the ministers that keep you blind, so you can die with them in the last day and time. Like a child is born with no state of mind, being blind to the ways of mankind. And when you look up in the sky and all you see is blue, yo, that's caused by the sun and the water too. Tell us what the devil does not teach us that, cause the black man is God, and that's a fact, yo. The original man was here ever since the day one, and that's when you can say the earth from begun, cause within the earth, yo, exists today the widest group of individuals that always stay, and they are known what as the 5%. And for one, let me tell you, that's what I represent. So niggas out there in a world of confusion, powerful eyes of Allah will see your execution.
Yo, let's bring you to the dark side. Introduce you to head, neck, apartheid, satanic rednecks like Ed Guy and creep from the far side, leaving you horrified, glorifying you dying, gory, mortified in a mortuary mausoleum, buried. Crematory rap fucks up your grill like Tory spelling. Or melon gets distorted, slaughter it with an accordion. In accordance with a taunting audience, hang up on nipples like ornaments, hanging it to the death tournaments. This tourniquet wraps around your head like Venus flytrap, as my yak smacks you like I turn a clap in the letter Tina snatch. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Your crotch gets fucked by a biker, you like it, now sit on a dagger. Butchering hookers and cooking them, cannibalistic, linguistic, linguini, sadistic, sicko with biscuits. I'll put you 72 inches deep in terra firma, rap until your heart murmur, body parts, intestines, delicious stuff, derma. Your final destination, spinal separation, massacre you albino for Belial's desecration. Head, neck, apartheid, damnation, car ride straight to Hades, ladies and gentlemen, peep the dark side. Final destination, spinal separation, massacre you albino for Belial's desecration. Head, neck, apartheid, damnation, car ride straight to Hades, ladies and gentlemen, peep the dark side. It's necrodemonic, satanic, ebonics, evil, giallo, erotic, you swallow machete. My motto is I'm ready and willing for power drilling and fake villains that perpetrate brutal musicianship. A bad copy of this. Your innards are sloppy Joe, splayed out, covered in piss, sprayed out in your pants once you discovered this. Murderous verbal attack on the beat, addictive like crack on the street. Crack your skull with a bat to the beat, then go eat. Keep it evil with a healthy, hearty hate for all people. I get wealthy when robbing elderly woman's jewelry, stealthy. Kill over sheep, light up the church steeple, and fuck a milfy in a filthy religious twat. Then plead not guilty. You bleed at your orifice, time for the doctor's office. A crime committed, a 9 Glock fitted, and your shit are forced in you. I'm bullets on a crash course through your ass like a horse. I'm steroids, hemorrhoids, major discourse. Your final destination, spinal separation, massacre you albino for Belial's desecration. Head, neck, apartheid, damnation, car ride straight to Hades, ladies and gentlemen, peep the dark side. Final destination, spinal separation, massacre you albino for Belial's desecration. Head, neck, apartheid, damnation, car ride straight to Hades, ladies and gentlemen, peep the dark side.
Yeah. Welcome back. Blessings. Spooky Saturday. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you guys. Yeah, that's a video game called Scorn. You know, probably one that I won't be playing. It's a strange looking video game. But yeah, it really went with the lyrics and the type of vibe with that. I mean, but yeah, but I appreciate all you guys. You know, and in terms of ellul, you know, let me break out this interview. Okay, the extremely interesting interview that we're watching so far, and I think we're about 40 minutes into this interview, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds about right.
Something like that, and you know, we sort of lost our place there because we took a long hiatus, and not by choice. It was because of the banning. But yeah, you know, we got some interesting reflections in this interview, and you know, ideas like the constantly eclipsing world of the right. You know, I mean, ellul basically predicted that, you know, that leftism is driving politics, right? That the main values of progress, right, and of modernism are leftist values, right? That these leftist values have basically betrayed the Western people who created these values, right? And that the right wing is constantly having to react and to accept and to move forward in, you know, becoming, you know, essentially, you know, and I apologize for that camera stuff there. But yeah, you know, they've essentially become absorbed by the leftist values, right? And insofar as they're constantly losing ground, and that's because the conscience or the main focus of, you know, movement, right, is, you know, as I said, you know, within the very beginning of this, is driven by the left, only to reiterate that main point, right? And yeah, so he's going in and he's predicted many of these changes that are going to occur in Western society. But yeah, let's take a look at what he says here. I believe we're around this part in the interview here. Let's see.
Were these betrayals precisely with regard to values that are those that bring Western man to life? So that doesn't seem to me. Besides, if I thought it was lost, I would not continue, basically. But you say you use the Western word, Western man, basically in an unusual sense, because on the political level, when we say the West, generally that means non-communist countries. Now for you, the West and the values of the West is capitalism as well as communism? No doubt. Communism comes from the Western world. It is one of the forms. And there is one of the dangers. For what? Because Marx was a European? But also, and then it was in the Western world that he took birth, and that it is an extraordinary suite of all development. Marx's thought is a Judeo-Christian thought, manifesto and enlightened by Greek philosophy and Roman law, since Marx has made Roman law abundantly. There we are in the presence of a suite, a very clear development of Western thought. I cannot say that it is the last Western thinker, but I would almost be tempted to say it. Insofar as communism and capitalism, which are so the two dominant systems that they do not leave room for much other on the planet, incorporates the whole of human societies now, can we not say that we can no longer speak of the West, since it is the whole world now that has adopted this culture? Yes, but this is indeed that I am one of the betrayals of the West. It is that basically we are in the presence of a geographic expansion of this Western world its values, its technical power, life forms, etc. Throughout the world, however, that the West is somehow satisfying this expansion has lost the meaning of its prospecting in a way.
Okay. So do you see the essential problem has taken root here? All right. The adoption of certain principles in the West that have its origins in Western society are expanding to a global level. So they're not becoming endemic or geographically speaking, they're not primarily Western problems, right? Meaning that they're losing their essential value by becoming universalized and becoming common, right? And also going into parts of the world that are non-Western, right? So the Western people lose sophistication with these values. Not only that, right, but they also lose predominance over these value systems, right? So they're no longer the caretakers of these value systems, right? And that way, they're clearly betraying the West, right? And the other way, right, these systems and values, they offer the most sophisticated critique of Western man himself, right? Like ideas like Marx and Nietzsche, they, although they reject a lot of Western philosophy, they're purely Western ideas. They're based upon Western ideals as well, right? Those of materialism and betterment of man, betterment of the individual, the will to power, a sort of commonality, etc. Right? All of these are, right, values, okay, that come from, universalizing, certain Christian principles, secularizing certain Christian principles as it were. And this was done by creating this chimerical view, Judeo-Christian, quote unquote Western, whatever, what have you, right? Okay. Yeah, blessings to Nico, Pluto. Blessings to Brown's boy, Denise. Deaths to compromise. Peace, brother. We got Brown's boy. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Lizard Tree, of course. Crystal Shaman, of course. Godheart, Guardian. All right, we got Dominic. Okay, I greatly appreciate you guys for being here. We got 1111 code. Greetings, homie. We got Hanko Flamio. Yeah, I appreciate the people holding it down here. The only way that we can actually, the best way, people do get mad about the ideas, but the best way to actually, compete here is to spread the show around that everybody comes and watches it on the shows, where we're regularly on, now starting 9 p.m., right, on Saturday night and Wednesday night. We're also on Tuesday night, right? Okay, we're now starting at 9 p.m., right, because sundown happens that late, right? It shifts with sundown, right? So it's alt channel in case of ban. We got Cyber Caliphate, right? We could get banned out of existence, right? That could be tomorrow. Could be in a week. It could be in 3 months. Nobody knows when, but it is an eventual thing, right? They will eventually take the channel out for talking about too many dangerous ideas, right? This is what we suspect, right? Okay. Okay, this right here, Made by Machine Bob series, we did. Okay, we're going to be continuing on that series, right? We have some interesting reflections to share with you guys. We got this, TML and Unseen Warfare exposes Zionists, paid by Jays to lie to Christians. Lots of interesting videos there. Okay, taking a historical analysis of certain key issues. All right. Whoops. All right, here we go.
I would say that he no longer seeks to advance in the sense of what was his story. Who's what? To perfect the search for freedom and individualism, and then from a questioning of himself, because he has never progressed other than by kind of questioning, but based precisely on freedom, reason, and the individual. It seems to me the three constant elements of this questioning. And that
right, freedom, reason, the individual, and obviously progress. Right now, I think individual is that idea of equality. Right, you can't believe in the individual, right, without believing in the notion of equality. Right, the notion of equality and freedom go together. Right, and they're also limiting each other. Right, they're necessarily limiting each other. You can go down the line and pick the philosophers, right? Okay, and see which side they fall on. Okay, some of them are going to go with freedom, some of them are going to go with equality, right? And it's all going to be based on what they believe about human nature, right? Okay, the freedom guys, they think human beings are good. The equality guys, they think human beings are not that great. Okay, they're not a huge fan of humans, right? Okay, if you haven't figured it out, right? Okay, they kind of think, yeah, they're sort of Hobbesian, you know? Yeah, that you get a bunch of people, you know, you leave them alone, they'll start exploiting each other, butchering each other, right? You get the freedom guys, right? They let people do whatever they want, right? But you notice you need one for the other, right? Okay, you need one for the other. And they can also be mutually exclusive conceptions, as we talked about many times, right? You could want everybody to do whatever they want, but everybody has to do it in the same way, right? But yeah, anyways. Right. Okay, you also have these ideas. Okay, now he doesn't really throw progress on there, but obviously progress is part of the whole thing. Right? You can't have the modern world without the notion of progress, as we talked about, right? Okay, but this idea of reason, right, that constantly seeks to have a form for all the things, right? And then you could quantify them, right? Okay, and obviously man itself has a form called the archetypal man, right, which I said is the mediation from the individual to the notion of equality, right? But yeah, anyways, we got a few things going on here, a few important concepts, but yeah, definitely. You know, I was born in the third world, right? We don't have any of those reasons, those ideas, right? That man has reason, right? That we live in an age of progress. No, these guys thought, you know, most people in the third world think, you know, that the world is like ending or something. You know, they think everything's getting worse. Right? They know we came from great civilizations and great people. They just don't know where they are now. Right? What about freedom? There's no freedom. They say get a job. We have freedom if you have money. Right? The people who have the most money have the most freedom. That's what they think in the third world, right? What about equality? Are people equal? Go to the third world and tell them people are equal and see what they tell you. They'll laugh and scoff at you. They'll say that then who's gonna run things? It's just as simple as that. Who the fuck is gonna run things if we're all equal? What a stupid idea, right? They'll literally tell you. Right? Okay, these are real facts, folks. You guys think okay? You guys are special, special boys, right? Because you have beliefs, right? And they're extremely weird. But you ever think, where did these ideas come from? We did like hundreds of hours of presentations on it. You guys ever think, where did these ideas come from? Or you're just going to watch Instagram models talk about Heidegger or whatever?
Is that even a thing?
Yeah, we were watching it earlier on the whatever show or whatever.
That's why a worldview is so important, you know. Like a strong understanding of history and where certain thoughts developed, you know. Especially something like atheism or something like that. Like you look at men around like 100 AD or something. Everybody would, thunder was striking. They'd say, "Oh, well, the god of thunder did that." There wasn't any atheists. How did that develop? You know. And then it came from philosophers that did believe in some sort of God, or a creator of some sort. But they kind of cherry pick those ideas, and then you have the Enlightenment, and, so forth and so on. And now you have, all these people here in the West that think they're so smart, right? We had that conversation with that guy. Thought he was so smart, but it's like, do you know where those ideas came from or how they got here?
Yeah, who named that shit? The golden age, then the dark age, then the enlightenment, then the new age.
Yeah, who did name that?
Who
Like
the
who
fuck named that?
Who
Like,
came
what a
up
clown.
with? Yeah.
I'd like to find that fucking clown. I got a few. I'll give him a piece of my mind.
What's interesting though is like the Greeks will say something like this, and I always thought this was funny. Is like, the Greeks were bringing the lights to the world while Europeans were still living in caves. I was just like, wow, but it's true to a certain extent. It's like, they had like all the philosophers and all these people with all these ideas, and then Westerners get a hold of it and think they're smart now or something. But without understanding the context of it and how those people seen that philosophy and what was the culmination of it and where did it, what was the superior form of it in their opinion. When you figure that out, then you start seeing like how stupid the West really is. It's ridiculous.
That is why the current questioning seems to me dangerous. This is because it eliminates.
And here's a clue right here. Thinking about thinking. Who said thinking about thinking was the highest thing that man could ever achieve? That was Aristotle. Right? So it's very interesting. All right. This notion, right? That abstract knowledge, detached reflection, and if you find such a concept within the tomes of Eastern philosophy, they sort of don't understand that, dualism to a certain extent.
Yeah, I think what's higher than that, and this is your scholastic and overly logical people don't understand is the wisdom of the world is foolishness to God. So there's some superior form of understanding that goes above this, and like humility, like that's lost on a lot of people. Like, you'd have these great saints like throwing nuts at people's heads and acting crazy, But why was that? You know, there's like these fools for Christ that are so interesting, and they're genius, absolutely brilliant, like the most brilliant people, like as far as like really like practical wisdom like goes, and that's just lost, man. It's all just like, you know, I don't know. People are so smart they're stupid, you know.
Yeah, there's gonna be stories like that in the Zen, things where like, where like one monk will like slap like another monk with his slipper, and then he'll become enlightened because of the slap or some shit. Right? It's so crazy. It'll be like some weird moment that happens,
Right.
But yeah, yeah, wild stuff to make you, rethink what whether you have to have a consistent set of ideas to get to a certain conclusion, and yeah.
You know, there's monks that like slept in coffins, and they would stand up all night, and if their feet, like if their legs were to fall asleep, they'd beat them with wood and stuff. And you know, I mean, there's stories of these wanderers that would dress. You know, like there's this one. I think her name's Saint Zena. She was like, her husband had died in a war, and she wore his war clothes, and um, the whole town thought she was insane, but she was like clairvoyant, and she could tell people like things that like how their kid would be, you know, how they would be when they grew up, and supposedly she spoke to angels and stuff. Very very interesting. You know, you have all these stories that are sort of lost on the over rationalist, materialistic mind.
Yeah, but he's going through the paradox that, that freedom, reason, and individualism can tend towards the irrational, but they're over emphasized.
Absurdism. You know, I
Yeah.
watched something today. It was just like a short or whatever, and it was Neil deGrasse Tyson on Rogan, right? And he says something to Joe Rogan. He's like, "That's not a real brick wall," you know. And I don't know. It's just like it was a real brick wall, you know. But that's how like these skeptics are. They could see something right in front of them, and their first reaction is always skepticism. Like that can't be real, or you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny.
Freedom, reason, individual in favor of an irrational, etc. But is it a structured questioning? Because you were talking about questioning. It has always been a fact in the history of the West. Basically, more individuals than constituted bodies. There are few governments that have questioned themselves. They were always people, they were wrestling, they were Marx, indeed, who had a personal desire to spread the questioning. And then after it followed. Yes, but it was still a singular invention of the West that the king's madman.
Yeah. Yeah, but Marx also concluded that the root of man is man himself, and that the whole world would embrace communism, that dialectical materialism was a movement that's going to spread around the world. Right? So he had a surprising conclusive nature to his theories. So I don't know if the guy actually sees that, who's asking Ellul these questions, right? Because it's obvious that Marx was very conclusive, right? He didn't sort of open himself up to questioning, right? And that is the idea in Marx and Freud, and also in Darwin. It could be, sort of less said about Darwin, right? But Marx, Freud, and Darwin, they all had a sort of Gnostic nature to their theories, that once you understand their theories, all knowledge becomes interpreted through their theory. Right. So So, they have a very, strange take there too. I mean, that they have a incredible conclusiveness to their theories. Right? Yeah, blessings, homie.
Yes, but is there no more madman at all? There is no longer a madman of a king. That's what seems to me. Now, it was still something striking that power had its counterpart. See in front of him in his distorting mirror. There are a lot of crazy people who ended up on the scaffold because they were talking a little loud. Anyway, yes, but it was not Psyker. Yes, but I believe that the position of protest that developed in the West was never quiet. But it is true that we were still in the presence of affirmations, but countless, long before Luther, finally the Franciscan movement, or all the others. But there were movements that were exactly in a grip with this company, who questioned it, and this company, which agreed to be questioned ultimately.
And you find it no longer accepts to be questioned?
It accepts perfectly external and superficial questioning.
One has the impression, on the contrary, she accepts all the challenges, but what you blame her is that she may accept them like a wrong. Exactly.
Exactly. But I assure you that when we aim for fundamental elements, when we reach a certain number of structures, current society accepts nothing at all as question. But you say, for example, that the West basically failed in its questioning mission, since now it could continue to be, in a way, the ferment.
Progress in a universe that has adopted its way of life and organization a little. But there too, isn't that a bit of a navalism of Europeans to say that? Because one can very well imagine that with these same elements, the ferment may be born elsewhere.
It is possible, but that's precisely why towards the end of my book, I say, I am not sure, to be the end of the West, which does not mean the end of the world. It is very possible that we are attending. At the end of this story, however, that elsewhere, another mode of civilization or recovery will be carried out.
So that is another key point in the saga, is that although the Western form has given birth to a sort of universalism, it's now going to be it's also brought about the end of liberalism. Right, so it's not only going to culminate. It's not only going to culminate in. Not only is universalism going to culminate in the end of Western society, but it's going to culminate in the death of liberalism. Right, and I think that, that's obviously going to be at the cusp of the combination of science and spirituality. Right, that's now coming up. More around the corner. Right, that the religious consciousness of man that's still, sort of festering, right? And the scientific urge is finally going to merge, right? And that's why you see, resurgence of traditional forms of religious practice, and attack on liberalism, right? Okay, but there's no, denial of what liberalism has offered, which is the fruits of progress, right? So, I think that's possibly the very next phase. Right? But yeah. And I've been talking subtly about that, about what the new right and the new left will actually look like, right? Okay. But yeah, both of these sides are going to be completely transformed, I think.
But that I don't know. And I must say that I feel so deeply Western that I find it difficult to accept. I don't know it can end. I know it will end all civilizations.
But precisely, Jacques-Emile, you are a historian and you have thought about what would be called today a scenario which is not frequent.
Jacques-Emile, Jacques ellul, right? Of course, we're listening to. But yeah, blessings.
What can it be that the closing of a Western story
That's Jocko
is a
Mill, bro.
disaster or is decadence? I think there are two movements which correspond moreover to the geographic extension and the loss of the meaning of its history that I mentioned a moment ago. I think that it corresponds rather to the division between maintaining a Western power that is not really questioned. I think that is where we have a lot of illusions when we believe that the Western world risks collapsing by under other powers for the moment and for a long time, still certainly not. So this remaining, but on the other hand, the Western, to be a creative ferment and the creation of a real civilization emerging elsewhere. For the moment, are there any signs of this? Do you observe them in China? Are there other points on the planet where there is beginning of different civilizations? I dare not believe it. I dare not believe it because I do not have the impression that outside of China, the civilizations that exist outside the West are strong enough to absorb the shock of the technique and create something original.
Okay, so I mean, I think it's pretty clear that this is going to be a world movement, right? As I was saying, that technology transforms, nation states, essentially. And this is the period that we're looking at. And I think that, obviously, this whole idea of the death of liberalism in the West, and also movement from, the shock impact of technology and the change that it has on those traditional societies, right? Okay, but it's clear that this is going to be a world movement, right? So I think him looking for it, in a geographical location, like instead of the West, like somewhere in China, I think that's wrong-headed. Because after you create a world system, you have the death of liberalism, death of nation states. I think there's going to be a new, possibly just, corporations are going to take over.
Like a kind of neo-feudalism, but with corporations and
right.
such
So everybody's already planning that, right? So
the tech Zionism.
Yeah, tech Zionism. So
well, didn't they do that kind of in Russia too? Like where it was like, yeah, they had a communist, dictator involved, but he was, I guess, like using corporate. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking right now. Whatever. It sounds something like they did in, Soviet Russia.
Yeah, and as we'll look in the, on the section on economics, when we finally read the technological society, this is going to be a glaring fact. As a major thing that he's talking about is this sort of idea, but the reduction of these things, of things to the scale of political economics, that's just, part of this movement. As we saw in the beginning, to quote the other, thing that I was reading on Hegel, right, where all these, see, this is why I try to bring up so many different sources that say the same thing, right? I've consistently really done that on the show, is because if you bring up different authors in different areas, make the same point, Okay, that makes it a lot stronger instead of just going on one idea and not really seeing the sort of variations of it and not sort
It
of
shows the
bringing in.
spirit
Yeah.
behind it, you know, like.
Oh yeah.
You brought it up, like you were saying, like this is like this is an antichrist system. It is. You have all these different ideologies sort of going in the same direction, and why is that? And a lot of them didn't even have any communication, or probably knowingly. It's like unconscious to a degree. So what's happening there? And like the only explanation I can figure out, you know, is it's like this is a spiritual thing going on. This isn't necessarily just logic and reason and men just figuring that, you know what I mean? Like, why is it all heading in that direction? It just seems very prophetic.
Yeah. And here, hold on, guys. Yeah, in terms of this whole thing, we're only going to listen to this for a few more minutes. But yeah, blessings to the people that are here. But yeah, I'm also experiencing lots of weird, technical difficulties. So yeah, please bear with me. Blessings, guys.
Neither in Latin America nor in Africa then remains China. But then China still poses a problem that is very specific and not resolved. We are told about a completely new type growth when I see the mode. Growth which is currently common in China from an economic point of view, I do not find that it is new at all. That is to say, that putting industry in the countryside, but this is exactly what France and England did in the 18th century. Making that farmers work half of their time as farmers and half of their time as workers. It was the normal situation in France and England in the 18th century. So, China, except for a few points of technical progress, seems to me to be the type of what we experienced in the 18th century in the Western world. I will wait for the rest, but I will surely see it. But you necessarily have a personal message, if only for yourself, on the attitude that the individual can adopt in the situation. Whether you describe a company that it is very difficult to question and which we cannot, in your opinion, hope to manage to question it fundamentally within a quick time. In other words, does that mean that you consider that the only salvation or the only solution, it is to find a personal justification and an individual journey that is satisfied with this? I believe that it is absolutely impossible to experience an adventure of this kind as a totally isolated individual. We cannot have the courage, we cannot have the energy. And I think that necessarily those, say, who have made a certain awareness, of this order of problems are called upon to respond to anxiety that reigns, for example, among young people, but also in others, which is latent, which is diffuse. I would say that you have to try to restore the taste for living to Western man. Relearn him that even if everything looks on a dead, endless human sight, there is still the possibility of a story to take over.
So, it's essentially, as I was saying, that you need to fight, the notion of, of the ephemeral with the notion of change. You need to fight the notion of progress with the notion of history, and you need to fight the notion of collectivism with the notion of the personal. That man has undergone this depersonalization, right? So in this depersonalization, there seems to be a very, interesting, idea where, there's a consolidation of ideas, right? In terms of, you know, progress becoming depersonal, nature becoming desacralized, truth becoming depersonalized, right? And the notion is very important for man to reclaim this notion of individuality, right? In the face of a sort of savage collectivism, the death of liberalism, right? And I think a new type of individualism that is much, much better, right, than sort of individualism, collectivism, you know, equality based is the notion of is a notion of personalism. You know, because you know, you need God to be personal, you need truth to be personal, you know, and you know, so it can.
You need the
Yeah.
sacred reestablished back in society, and you need the depth of nihilism, you know, and idealism, where everything is just sort of like facts, you know. Here's the facts, and this is, you know, we need to protest this, or we need to do that. You know, it's kind of descended into absurdism, where nothing is necessarily true. It's just how I feel, you know, and it's it's stupid, really.
But yeah, blessings to Lonnie in the chat. The Lizink, damn. Guess I forgot about that. Yeah, let me go ahead and pin this link. It's 2 hours into the show. We're done with our opening presentation here, and I'm gonna move on to the reading here. You know, and look at the text. But yeah, I almost said industrial society, but yeah, actually, the technological society. You know, by Jacques Ellul, and yeah, let me pin the link on both of these channels here. And yeah, blessings to Lonnie and the other people here. To look within. Thank you. And the other people that may came out here. Dr. D Head. Yeah, thank you for being here. Okay, I think that's everybody for now. But yeah, a lot of the same stuff is gonna apply, you know, to the economic realm, right? Because they are really reducing everything to statistics, numbers, and even humans, right? So you have the objectification of man, right, by the technological system, right? A major aspect of this is the is the economic, is the techniques of economics, right? As the Lul is talking about, right? Um, yeah, I think I just chose violet because of the GMOs. You know, it's like some GMO. You know, ate too many blueberries. But yeah, blessings. And also because of the surprise look, you know, so it's kind of how I'm feeling inside. You know, she looks how I feel mainly. You know, so
Violet, you turn to violet, violet.
Yeah, but thank you for joining us, guys. Let me open this up here. And if you're looking, you know, if you're seeing, what part we're at in, in Ellul's book, right? I highly recommend this Autonomy of Technique 2. You know, this recent show we did on Thursday. Now, I tried to do a show yesterday. I thought I was gonna do one yesterday, but yeah, that was a no go. I was way too overzealous with that. You know, yeah. But maybe next week we'll do a Friday show. You know, we'll see what it is. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be back with Judaism, Perloff, and a reading. Right, Yeah, and of course the Judaism series that me and Unseen did is right here. Right. That series is complete. There's just a couple more things I want to read about Zionism to sort of put on top of that. Of course, everybody's welcome to join. Just a little thing tomorrow, we'll do, and Monday we'll do a show as well. But that one's going to be a surprise, so we'll figure out what, we're going to do. If we get the people together, I think that's going to be with Truther Cop. We'll figure out what he's doing. I know he does a show on Sunday too, so we'll see what happens.
I got some pretty heavy stuff from Oleg Plantinov on.
Oh yeah,
that might be worth going over.
So. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's been a killer series so far. So yeah, make sure you guys don't miss that. We'll play it again on the show at some point. We gotta wait till we build ourselves back up. See, this is why we're trying to stream more. So, next week we may do Monday and Friday in addition to Tuesday and Wednesday and Saturday. Right, so we'll be streaming a lot of days next week too. Right, the reason is we're trying to, bring the numbers back up. So, try to spread this show around because we've taken a hit in terms of the numbers being constantly banned. Right, so if you guys spread this around, even if it's just for people to check out the music or check out 10 minutes of a discussion we had, it really helps. And I appreciate it. But
definitely like and subscribe as well if you haven't.
Yeah. I mean, I don't usually say. I'm starting to say it more now.
Well, I'll say it for you. I'll say it for you, my boy.
The power of suggestion, perhaps.
Yeah, power of suggestion. But just it's been so long. I mean, we've been doing this for so long, and I thought, that perhaps there would be a lot of people on deck. There are a lot of people on deck, but the thing is that yeah, it's definitely not I mean, I'm not a promoter in any capacity. I've managed to do this entire show. Yeah, I've managed to do this entire show with $20 microphone and a screen recorder. Now we do have usually options for people to donate and stuff like that. A thing on the bottom of the screen. Where did it go? But yeah, usually, so I have no plans to grow this show. And this is just a one-man operation. But, as more people put, affection and praise and resources into this, it could go in whatever direction you want. Right. So yeah, please, if you like this sort of thing, I guess it would be a good idea to try to spread that around, right? Because there's a lot of trash. I don't know if you guys notice. That's the main reason why I'm here, right? It's because of the boredom, because of all the garbage people produce all the time, right? So that's mainly why I'm here. So if you guys,
these channels are living off fake drama. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous. Like if people want, content that you can grow with and learn things from, support those that are trying, for sure.
Yeah, like I mean, I've consistently brought primary sources, a lot of my own writings to the table, critical reflections on the architectonic. So if you guys can dig it, yeah, definitely try to produce more stuff like this, produce clips from this show. I don't mind, spread that around. And that would be a great help. And of course, there's no pressure for anybody to do anything. We could all just continue the way we are. I mean, it's fine. I mean, but yeah, and I greatly appreciate your time. Yep.
Gotta get creative, so you don't sell out.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely not selling out here. So, if you guys want to grow together, as a group, as friends, we could do that because this is just one man. the machine lies Muhammad, right? So there's nothing going on here that is part of any organization online or any of that, so we greatly appreciate it. And I've never once really given a speech like this. Maybe like every 3 months I'll give one little speech like this. Right. But yeah, and the rest of the time we just talk about the ideas here. So
oh brother.
And yeah.
Neurojack and his avatars.
Yeah.
Since he popped in with this might be I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go here. But how we were talking about the Superman? So who's in Neurojack's his profile picture right now. I think that Nietzsche kind of prophesized him, and that was kind of the image he had of the Superman, like a charismatic world leader type. I think that kind of embodied it, and I think that's the German guy's whole outlook was like maybe like a misreading of Nietzsche. I think that's true, right? I don't know.
Or, well, it also depends. His sister might not have been exactly altruistic with his estate after he passed, so things might have gotten a little twisted along the way before it ever got to Nietzsche. I mean, to Mustache Man. And obviously, any politician's gonna, use things to their own ends.
What, you don't think that he like kind of took from Nietzsche's ideas to?
Oh, he did. It's just that it's kind of like an opportunistic thing, whereas that's not what Nietzsche had in mind.
Yeah,
it is kind of like a prophecy. Like, I understand why you would say that, but at the same time, it's like not what Nietzsche was
no,
striving
it wasn't.
for.
I think it was a misinterpretation.
Yeah.
But I think Nietzsche kind of admired his ruthlessness, but he probably would have considered him, part of that same herd mentality or something. Because like the German guy was kind of anti-superstition. I think, that's very Nietzschean in a way. The strong anti-Christian, you know what I mean? Like there's these.
Yeah, that's the thing is that, Hitler had a bust of Nietzsche. I guess Robespierre, pretty much slept with Rousseau under his pillow. Jefferson, he is a huge fan of Locke. Even quoted him. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And these guys really saw it. Obviously, Hitler wanted to be like Napoleon. And yeah, it's interesting that all of these guys, and of course, I had a political science professor that said Hitler wanted to be like Napoleon. Napoleon wanted to be like Caesar. Caesar wanted to be like Alexander, and Alexander wanted to be like Chiron. And he said, "Who is Chiron?" And he said, a half horse, half man." And he said, "What are you, a horse's ass?"
What's interesting about that is that John says there'll be many antichrists, and and in Revelations, many people think he's referring to Caesar, in some sense, And I think he was, but I also think he's talking about someone else that would be in the same spirit. And just from what you're saying is like these people were inspired by, you know, so forth and so on. It's the same spirit behind it, you know. This demigogue, you know, God is dead, there is no truth, you know, this type of thing.
Yeah, and then history always wonders who's the real guy. You know, was it the guy who wrote the book or the guy who started the revolution? Obviously, Robespierre blew his own head off, with a shotgun, and then it took him a whole day to die.
Oof.
Oh, wow.
That's grotesque.
Yep.
That must have been one of them professor jokes, though.
And it's interesting because like human Kant, like kind of both destroyed, you know, the idea of like God and the idea of truth. Then you have Nietzsche sort of making those statements as well. It's all like in a line in some sense. It's wild.
Yeah, so I mean it's interesting. But see, this is the thing, is that respect only goes in one direction, that way. And yeah, it's fascinating drama.
You know how he says there's no absolute truth? And he said that or something. But
who is this?
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he kind of, I think he I think he felt like it was about perspective or something like that. Yeah.
But isn't that in itself like a self-defeating statement? Like, there is no truth. Is that statement true? You get what I mean? Like, it's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, I think see, the thing with Nietzsche is that his whole metaphysical thing or his ethical thing, that's not really a main part of his philosophy. So, his philosophy is a little different. It's more really about politics. And in that way, he's kind of going more the route that like Socrates or Plato or somebody like that wanted to go. And there are philosophers who then they sort of talk about ethics and metaphysics in lieu of politics and society. And there's several philosophers who really intelligently do this, like Nietzsche and Rousseau do that. And that's why they're such great writers. Like Plato does that. That's why he's such a great writer. It's actually a joy to read like Plato or Nietzsche or one of these guys, but it's a real drag to read Hegel or Kant.
Yeah.
It's like a real drag. It's like impossible to read them. Because they're just ethics and and metaphysics, and anybody who writes like that is completely detached. Right, from society, and it's kind of weird. I mean, right? So I've never really, I've read both styles, and I can follow both styles, but I just think like the guys who focus on politics and society, they're closer to the truth because they're looking at much broader of a game. I mean, there's human elements in their writing. They'll even write in a way that's almost self-deprecating. I mean, which is interesting, but yeah.
There's this quote here that I have in the back of my companion book of Twilight and Antichrist that's sort of on the topic of epistemology.
Read it.
Nietzsche says, "It is not the antithesis of subject and object which concerns me here. I leave this differentiation to the epistemologists who are caught up In the toils of grammar, the metaphysics of the people. It is even less the antithesis of thing in itself, quote unquote, and appearance. For we do not know, quote unquote, nearly enough to be permitted so much as to separate in this way. For we have no organ whatever for knowledge. For truth, quote unquote, we know, quote unquote, believe or fancy precisely as much as may be useful in the interest of the human herd, the species. And even that which is here termed usefulness, quote unquote, is only a belief, a fancy, and perhaps precisely the most fatal piece of stupidity through which we shall one day perish. So that's kind of what you're mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
That's from the gay science. This work called The Gay Science.
Yeah, and this from Antichrist. It says, mankind surely does not represent an evolution toward a better or stronger or higher level as progress is now understood. This progress is merely a modern idea, which is to say a false idea. I like how it says that. Right. But it says the Europe of today, in his essential worth, falls far below the European of the Renaissance. The process of evolution does not necessarily mean elevation, enhancement, strengthening. True enough, it succeeds in isolated individual cases in various parts of the earth and under the most widely different cultures, and in these cases, a higher type certainly manifests itself, something which, compared to mankind in the mass, appears as a sort of Superman. Such happy strokes of high success have always been possible and will remain possible, perhaps for all time to come. Even whole races, tribes, and nations may occasionally represent such lucky accidents. So there, the notion of Superman, it's not necessarily linked to progress. So there's a lot of interesting ideas in Nietzsche. Yeah, welcome to Cage. Blessings.
So I got something for you. He says in another place, because then most people were living ordinary lives. They were going to work in factories and literature flourishing and art and music. He said that this idea was what he described the death of God. When it filters down to the common people, there will be an upheaval in the world such as was never seen from the beginning until now, because the whole of society will be overthrown. He puts in the mouth of one of his characters a madman, this idea of the universe becoming upside down. The madman proclaims to the people in the joyful wisdom, quote, "We have killed him, God, you and I. We're all his murderers. But how have we done it? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the horizon? What did we do when we loosened this earth from its sun? Whither does it now move? Whither do we move? Away from all suns? Do we not dash on unceasingly, backwards, sideways, forwards, in all directions? Is there still an above and a below? Do we not stray through the infinite nothingness? Does not empty space breathe upon us? Has it not become colder? Does not night come on continually
Not an
darker
above
and
and
darker?
below. Oh, pause there and look into the comments.
Sarah's in the back, TML.
Yeah, my bad for interrupting, but you look at what you're reading. Have you looked into it? Or no? Is there an above or below?
Thank you, brother. Much respect.
Yeah, what's that, Sarah doing? Yeah.
We're talking about Nietzsche.
Of course,
so,
you, Cage, but TML, I was shouting out. It's, yeah, fuck you, Cage. No, just kidding.
You can't fuck me, you know what I mean? You're gonna get fucked. You know, we'll put that right in between the eyes and then put a red dot in there. You know, get back to business.
I was just saying that was directed at TML, only partially.
No, directed at me. I'd rather be the one. Shoot your guns at me, and I could deal with this shit.
I know, right? Because we've already been there, so we're solid.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, but
Yeah,
Unseen,
shout out
where
to
are
TMO.
you?
Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me, et cetera,
yeah,
et
of
cetera.
course. Yeah, of course. But where are you? Where are you reading that from, Unseen?
So I was reading it from Survival Course. I've sent it to you before, but it's a chapter on Nietzsche, and I believe it's a quote in the Joyful Wisdom. Man, crazy the people in the Joyful.
Yeah, that's the thing is you could either call it the joyful wisdom or the gay science.
Okay,
So it's obvious which one is the better name, but I don't know why they
we
go with
call
the
it kind of
gay
retarded.
science. It's like what? Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what the word
Right?
had, or it was originally defined as.
Yeah, it's like joyful science. It's
Well, let's
way-
talk about like
All
chronic.
right, but hold on, TML. You know about
Okay, go
Joy
ahead.
Road in Detroit?
I have no idea what you said. Hear
I'm
about
saying,
what?
do you know about Joy Road in Detroit?
Oh yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Bring it
Yeah,
back
what
to
about
that.
it?
Yeah, Joy Road. My friends live over there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
It's
got
like
homies over
it's
there in
like
Joy
the
Road.
embodiment of Nietzsche right here, man. Like
Lols?
Is that before or after you went down Joy Road?
Yeah, I mean they should call it Jew Road. But yeah, blessings.
Put the O to an E. It's a vowel. But you know, in the Jews don't really have vowels, right?
Yeah.
Is Joy Road like Mary Booth Road? When I grew up as a kid, it was like the haunted road. You used to like go out in the countryside.
These motherfuckers, they're like pretty flashy with it. Like they'll actually just machine gun you down for fun. You know what I mean? Over there.
Not true. That's a little bit exaggerated.
No.
Go
It's not
ahead.
excessive
Explain
at
that
all.
further.
That's actually being nice about it.
So
Yeah.
everybody has a machine gun, and they can just shoot
over there, bro.
Yeah, but give me 1 second, homies. Yeah, we'll probably take a little musical break here in like 4 minutes or so, and then I'll just read a little. So yeah, blessings, guys. Until then, we'll just
No, but tell them because you're from Detroit, right, TMO?
Oh yeah.
Yes, maybe, possibly. You were there, right? So tell them about Joy Road and what goes over. What about 7 Mile, 8 Mile?
There is no 8 Mile.
There's no 8 Mile?
No. See, that's how I know you're not from here.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so there's 7 Mile, and then what's the other number?
It's in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Movie shit.
All right, but I'm saying I know Joy Road. I don't know what you want to call it over there.
Yeah, that's why I said Joy Road. That's Jew Road. It's totally different.
No.
That's 8 Mile Road. That's a Jew Road.
Oh, so there is an 8 Mile, but they're calling it a Jew.
Yeah, Cage, you're mixing.
Okay. We're mixing it all up.
You're mixing fantasy with reality. It's okay. It's a common thing.
It's not fantasy, buddy. You know what I mean?
It's an alchemical process.
It's an alchemical
process.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to dip it in the. You got to dip it in.
Just a little frequency shift between.
They got to dip it into fucking rhodium and make it white gold.
You got to dip it in the sauce.
Poetic license.
Juicy.
So there isn't, but then you go down there, and then there is, right? Okay, so what's going on? Okay. Yeah, they're definitely not.
Cage, should take a second. I love you, but
tell us about the cage. Tell us about the cage reality.
What do you want to know about it?
Whatever you got, whatever you putting on the table here.
Okay, well, we can pull it up. Like, what topics are on the table?
No, I'm not. No, we don't have to pull it. Do we have to pull things up? I mean, you could just explain.
Yeah, we can pull it all up, man. What do you want? Like, where's your whole?
It's not really that kind of show. It's not really a show and tell type of thing.
No, we can break it down right now in 10 minutes, man. The fuck?
Okay, so drop the link then. What it is?
Okay, what do you want to know about?
I mean, I asked you. You said you got the link.
Yeah, I'll show you. You know.
Yeah, that's what you said. You said you'll show.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you something, and then you can put in all these sources in that, and then break it down and see what it comes back with. You know what I mean? And have a mind map and all types of stuff. You know, you want to share your screen?
Cage, why are you posturing so much right now? Like, take a step back, brother. I love you, but fuck. I gotta call it as it is.
Immediately on something, man. What's your deal?
So let's get to the point. Let's roll another joint. Just saying.
I ain't trying to do that, but like, as a man that creates books and that, and you're trying to be, you're an author. I'm trying to be. You are an author. This would really help you. Like, we could read your book through it. What's your book called?
I wrote a book in sleep medicine. Actually, I'm not even fucking lying. And the doctor I work for, I don't need to go into that. I'm sorry. Like, I'm starting to posture. So anyway, yes. I have written a book in sleep medicine.
I'm not here to posture. I'm here to help.
I know, no. I know, but I do need to call you out on that a little bit, Cage. Like, I love you.
But if I came off that way, it's not my intention.
I know you. I get it. That's why I'm calling you on it. So much respect. And big shout out to TML. Thank you, brother.
Conversation. I'm scared for my life. It is Spooky Saturday, so I think that's normal. But yeah, bless.
Right? Do you feel it?
Here, machine, bro. Remember I sent you your email. Remember the AI version of yourself? Have you talked to her yet? Or no? I sent it to you.
Did you say her? You said an AI version of myself. Then you said, have you talked to her? This is getting
no. I said, have you talked to it?
This is getting interesting.
Whoa. Yeah.
Have you talked to it? Yes or no? Like, okay, now we're gonna get
red. I love you, buddy.
I'm saying, have you talked to it? Yes or no? I've said that to you, buddy. Long time ago. Now I'm gonna show you something you can run your book, all these topics through, and have that shit breaking down. You don't even have to listen to it like a podcast of a man and woman voice or whatever. You know what I mean? You're looking to the mind.
I mean, I thought about it, but I thought about it, but I was like, that needs its own show. So I might come back with that. I mean, you could be on that day. I'll just at you, and then you can come through. Or actually, I'll email. Yeah, we should organize when you want to come on and do that because we could talk to.
Yeah, it's been months at this point. You know what I mean? I'm trying to show you. Like, imagine the machine.
I've seen it. No, I saw the email you sent me with the link. I clicked on the link. I went to it, had the description and everything. I didn't say one word to it, but I'm saying it needs its own show. So if you
can hit the call button and you can talk to it.
Like,
and then
I don't want to talk
that.
to it.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to it. And it already knows me. You had it play some shit, and it was like it knew my real name versus my nickname.
Everybody, it's already done.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Wait, mine one knew your name?
Yeah, it definitely does. It knows everybody.
The one Cage ran, he was like, tell me a synopsis on Esra. He literally said Esra, not even my full fucking real name.
Oh, this was a different one.
And it said my real name.
It's all the same, right?
It knew who I was. That was
that's right. It's the same program.
I got a little freaked out, but I'm open. I'm just saying it's just like because I have nothing to hide, honestly, legit. Like, look,
privacy is a myth.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, probably. Nice. I appreciate that.
But yeah, that'd be interesting. Like the machine lies versus the machine,
right? Or like,
thing.
Okay, can we take it into? Sorry, Cage. I don't mean to interrupt you, but can we take it in like dissections? Can we take it in like layered like tablet? We could create our own table of the kind of debates we want to construct. Can we do that with this? Where we can say like, hey,
yes, we can do it. Why don't we do it right now? What if we do it right now?
Do it. I want TML to rule this. I want him to tell us what he wants it to say. Like, I want to take my philosophies versus whoever's philosophies, and I want AI to like dissect it. That's like the only benefit I can see at this point. And even still, it can't be accurate. Like, there has to be weird synopsis that you can't break down without there being a full-on human dialect. That's my personal opinion. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Well, from my experience, AI doesn't really like have a deep understanding of any tradition.
Yeah, it has a deeper understanding.
Exactly.
I guarantee it has a deeper understanding than you do. But yeah, that's up to the jury.
Well, I mean, you want to go,
but not of human tradition. Yeah,
would you like that or something, man?
Yeah, it's of human.
No,
like,
buddy, you can't play with. It's
Let's
like
go
it's like
piss
it's like
together,
you're
dude.
it's like you trying to tell the calculator I could do better math than the calculator.
Hey man,
It's
why
not
don't
gonna
you tell
happen.
us about Nietzsche? Why
Yeah.
don't you quote something from Nietzsche? Real
Oh,
quick?
okay.
Can you do that?
Oh yeah, we can go into Nietzsche. Yeah, I've looked deep into that. Remember that Ezra last time about women? You don't remember
What
that?
about it? What?
Remember we're looking into the
like I said,
the
like mumble women.
you don't remember about Ezra. You don't remember we were playing that thing about women with Nietzsche and that.
Women.
Blah.
TML, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. And I know Cage is, yeah, a little bit. Can you be just real clear? What?
Slurred his words.
I'm gonna hold on. You know, it's because I'm on headphones. These headphones.
I know it's a little bit of your connection. I know it's a little bit of your state. It's all good.
All right.
Yeah, blessings, guys.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm gonna move into this. Yeah, I know I got 18. I know I got 18 people watching here. Thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna move to music break, so that means we'll have the audience cut in half. Remember, by the end of it,
cut them down.
And then we'll move on to
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and then we'll move on to and then we'll move on to the reading that I'm gonna do. So it's gonna be some shit with ellul and yeah, and then we'll probably move on to Christ the Eternal Doubt. So the people that are here that don't want to listen to scholarly readings, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Yeah, don't let the door hit you in your vagina on the way out. Have a good day. Right? But yeah, blessings. And yeah, here is some music.
But I do have a legit vagina, TML, and I do want to listen to this. So please don't fully. I know you want to call out the gay boys because I get it. Like, don't call me. Don't. Yeah, I'm gonna call it out with you.
Is that because you're like 6'2"?
Just want to throw that in. I want to hear.
Put you in heels and shit because you should be in like NCAA.
Okay, I do wear heels.
March Madness.
Dresses.
Too late though.
Okay, so back off, Paige. Yeah, we got you. Love you, brother. Let's move on. TML, run it.
You don't tell TML what to do. You know what I mean? But yeah,
I know that.
This world is not yours, right? But you exist.
Okay, what do I do?
He felt bad about it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but
I help you. I promote you. I back you up. I'm your little sister.
No one needs you to promote him or back him up at all. The man is his own man. He does his own thing.
Yeah, thank you. That's a blessing.
To you.
But yeah, that's always appreciated in that, Yeah, I'm gonna shut up too.
Yep, I stay in my own sector and I also back it up. So let's fucking go.
Yeah, all right. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you guys. Blessings.
Thank you, TML. Appreciate you.
Look at you, buddy.
Yes, Zephyr. I was like, Zephyr, get up here.
No, I missed you guys. I was
I
talking
missed
to myself.
you. What Hello, beautiful. And B-More! What's up, buddy?
What's up? What's up? What you bogging tonight, TML?
Nothing really. Just getting into Ellul's technological society. You guys probably don't know much about it, but I'm gonna read a little bit of this and explain a little bit of this. I know it's probably gonna be boring for a lot of the people on the panel. Most likely, you know, people in chat, people in the panel, you know, we are recording a long-running series in terms of Ellul's technological society. Now, I got a little bit of, you know, interruptions here and there. It's not a big deal, you know, because the thing is that this is not a you know, it's not a routine type of
Yeah.
you know,
I have a
stream or show.
question. May I
Yeah,
ask
it's
a
not really.
question?
Yeah, because there's
Tim?
not really shows where they give a full length breakdown of a book, or you
Machine,
know,
or
a show where they
machine,
explain topics on a live. Here, give me 1 second. Or
Yeah.
shows where they explain you know, topics on a live stream and long form discussions or whatever. So, you know, I mean, anyways, I'm not a video editor, so I'm not going to edit any of that out.
Can I ask a question?
Oh
to
yeah,
an
of course.
depth?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Ask a question. Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll continue with the reading.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to an depth. So, like, how does that tie into Lovecraftian stuff?
oh yeah, 100%. Because
No, but I'm asking, how does it tie
because
into
Lovecraft.
Lovecraftian stuff?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so in terms of Lovecraft, you mean it's very interesting because you know, he thought of and this is a lot from the you know, sort of Gnostic myths, because I mean, of course, you have Ayaldabaoth, and if you translate Ayaldabaoth, it means child of chaos, right? So
It's not like Yaldabaoth, right? Cthulhu,
yeah,
all that.
yeah, and of course, Azatoth is basically chaos manifest, and then you know, Cthulhu is his son, right? So so yeah, it all relates. Anyways, I mean, Lovecraft is at the end line of a long form tradition, and of course, you also have the guy who wrote Conan the Barbarian. They wrote for the same magazine, you know.
I'm sure they did.
I think it was called, I think it's called Weird Tales, right? So this was a new genre, sort of, and it sort of started comic books as well, right? So so we gotta put things into perspective. But yeah, Lovecraft, very interesting. New I mean, of course, they were like penny you know, little dime books that you'd you know, buy, you know, similar to the comic books.
Oh, it's like Bazooka. It's like Bazooka Joe. It's the bubble gum, and you get like
it was called
bubble gum.
Yeah, it was called Weird Tales.
Yeah.
Right?
Have
So
you
yeah, I'm
heard
gonna
of
move on with
Robert
the reading.
William Chambers?
Oh wait, what was that on scene? Go ahead.
It's like a fortune cookie, pretty much.
Robert William Chambers. So he wrote The King in Yellow. So a lot of Lovecraft came out of this guy's kind
it's
of
Lovecraftian style, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Lovecraft got it from this guy, Robert William Chambers, and he wrote a book about like this play, and as it goes on, all the people like kind of go insane by the second act.
It's guaranteed. By the third act, what happens on the third act?
Well, they don't make it past the second. Everybody like kind of hangs.
Okay. Well, the people that do after they got hanged or not hanged, what happens on the third act? What happens after?
There's no third act.
Oh, there is no third. Okay, well that doesn't complete a triangle, so I don't understand what you're talking about. That's fine.
Why don't you tell us about triangles?
Well, it's the greatest. You know, in 2D, it's the greatest geometric structure, right?
Right. Why is that?
Because you got A, B, and C.
Yeah.
And you create that into a triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, it is the strongest geometric design. He is correct on that.
Well,
yeah, I'm just talking
Yellow,
on my ass, bud. Like, you know, I've done my research in that. Yeah.
This King in Yellow, this whole book, you know, Bohemian Grove kind of bases some of their plays off of this. They have like their guys dress up in yellow.
What do you mean? You're gonna go Shakespearean with it? Okay, let's look into Francis Bacon.
Well, it's not only Shakespeare though, because they do multiple.
All right, let's look into Francis Bacon and the Rosicrucians and all that. You know what I mean? The alchemical, the chemical wedding, and there's 3 different texts that kind of shape.
A Midnight Summers.
Yeah, that's where they all get it from. And, it's fun.
All right.
I guess, I don't know. That's probably too much. My bad for interrupting. The fraternitas, whatever you want to call it. Thoughts on that machine? I guarantee you study all this shit. Some people haven't done the work, but yeah, certain people do the work, with a big W.
Yeah, blessings. But yeah, I'm going to continue this reading here. Thank you guys for being here.
Damn it! Are you still reading?
Yeah, that's right.
Long enough.
Yeah, you might have to come back later.
Everybody's voice.
No. Listen, TML.
Guys.
Listen, you crazy lady. Okay, TML.
Do Cage versus DK first, or
right?
Where are we going with
writes the shit down and makes his own thing, and actually looks into the sources.
Everybody's a racist in the panelverse.
Yeah, blessings, guys. But let's pipe it down. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Yeah, for sure. but the technicians in these new disciplines all have one trait in common: the joy of constituting a closed group in which the layman has no part at all, right? So we're talking about the rule of experts. Now, I've consistently talked about 2 main traits of a technological society. One is the rule of experts, right? And that comes from the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? The other is the myth of progress.
Yeah.
Right. And that goes into the whole ephemeral thing that I was talking about how, they come to believe in progress. They come to believe, that we're living in the best time ever, that society's been on the slow line of progress. Now, obviously, certain assumptions have to be made, right? You have to make the assumption of the idea of world history, the idea of collective change, the idea of species man, the idea of progress, the collective progress of human civilizations. There's lots of terms that not even, if you look at it in Darwinian terms, if you look at it in any of those terms, none of those ideas seem to suggest the notion of progress, as we've seen, right? But this other notion.
So then, Mohammed, can I ask? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Can I ask?
No, it's fine. I'm basically riffing right now, so it's fine.
Great. Okay, so in this whole premise of are we here for an experiment? Are we here for some sort of lesson learned? Is that what's coming into conjunction, especially with a lot of the religious premise, right?
Yeah.
We're all kind of under this, you're here for an experiment. You're here for to live something through, to understand something.
Oh, I thought you were going with that. Those were different. That experiment and reason for being here would be different. Right, if you're
this is
I'm
PG rated,
go for it. Break it apart, please.
Look, if it's an experiment.
Oh, sorry, Timo.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. No, I'll just wait till she comes back. Go ahead, DK.
Yeah, I'll be sorry.
It's like guinea pig with it's like
I
a
personally
GP,
think.
Here, hold on, Cage.
We're here to learn, and we take our experiences back.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, Cage, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying kind of like the if you take the letters out of it, kind of like PG or guinea pig.
Yeah.
So instead of GP, like a general practitioner, or you can have a guinea pig. Yeah.
Oh yeah, GP, guinea pig, general practitioner. That's hilarious. Yeah. Anyways, let's check this out. In terms of, there's 2 ideas here, right? One is the ever encapsulating realm of reason, right? Now, reason takes everything under its guise. It makes everything planned and there you have progress, right? Once everything becomes planned, becomes enumerated, becomes quantified, right? And you need the best methods, the best forms, you need the best technology to run the society, right? So the ideas of reason, individuality, progress, right? And obviously the rule of experts, they all go together. Somebody's having some sort of echo right here. I think it's possibly DK. Yeah, it's possibly DK Blessings. But yeah.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone now. Yeah, it's gone now anyways. But yeah.
I didn't change anything. It wasn't me then.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, let me. Yeah, I'll see if it comes back. But yeah, this idea of reason.
A minute to acknowledge your patience with all of us.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah,
my respect to you, brother. Like, let's just. You don't
That's
need to
what the
validate
bong
this.
is
I want to
for.
tell the crew, like, everybody just take
yeah,
a
it's
minute.
it's not about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate you, but it's not about me here. But yeah, blessings. It's more about
I know.
the idea of that. About how everything becomes quantified and enumerated. And this is part of the rule of experts because of the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? Okay, so compartmentalization of knowledge, it really comes from the time of Aristotle. The thinking about thinking, right? That leads to everything having its own subject.
Yep.
Right now, all the subjects,
I have a question,
obviously.
Sir.
I have a question as well.
Yeah, I have a question too. Like, where does technique come into it? Because I know you're always talking about technique.
Oh yeah, he talks about it too. Yeah, that's actually me drawn from ellul. But yeah, we'll get into that in a minute. But yeah, Ezra, what are you gonna say?
And thank you, I appreciate that. How is intelligence not relevant? How is it not related to exact source, like exemplification of what you're?
No, this isn't intelligence,
and that's what grotesques me is like we're all posturing against each other.
What about that?
Hey,
what
give me
about
a
the
second.
technique?
I appreciate you. I'm heated. You can hear it in my voice. I have two more sentences to say.
Yeah, my bad.
How are we not posturing against each other in this exact exemplification of society, like in terms of like creating our own dominance, right? So where does that structure lead into intelligence? Where does that lead into relevance? Sorry, I know I'm
has it all tied back to technique? Yeah.
It's somewhat, not always. Sorry, but not always.
No, there's always a technique behind whatever.
Of course, there's always
a
technique, Cage, but it goes beyond that, in my personal opinion.
No,
and I could break that into many sectors. So to me, that's relevant, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but this effect, relevant. How do you get the cause?
Cage, take a second. Intelligence.
Yeah, technique is basically
relevant.
Yeah, technique is basically technology plus the machine, right? So technology.
Thank you. Thank you. And
here, guys, hold on. Yeah, I'm rather technique plus the machine is basically technology, right? Because mechanization, right, is essentially creating the processes, right? But techniques are the how-to, right? They're the abstract part of it, right? So there's techne and there's logos, right? So the way these two combine, right, and it goes with the entire idea here, which is the idea or the push towards mechanization is really the push towards efficiency.
What about the pathos and Legos?
You know what I mean? Yeah, I gotta really move on here, dude. But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, it goes into mainly these two concepts, right? How you need increasing efficiency to get towards progress, and then you need another sort of idea, which is to go beyond the rule of experts through the compartmentalization of knowledge. Now this leads to the realm of quantification, right? So we need that also to work out. Now that's where the statisticians take rule over the economic techniques, right? So this is where we get the birth of economic techniques. Now, ellul is going to talk about the birth of economic techniques. And of course, everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, right? So we already know that, the way that technique is going to sublimate and transform, society is going to be through this one way of doing things. So yeah, I'm gonna move on
Can
here.
We're getting into one. We're getting into one thing. What about the other?
Cage. We can't keep talking over other people. But yeah, DK, go ahead.
I don't want to talk over.
Can I
Yeah,
say
you
something
can't keep
about
doing
that?
that, homie. Oh yeah, go ahead, DK.
Yeah, well, see, the first time I started referring to technique was when I was playing sports. If you have a good technique yourself,
right,
it doesn't actually necessarily need like the technological side. See, technique is finding the best way to do something. If that includes technology, fine. But if it's not needed, then it's not needed.
Best way is
It's
to
all
put a
just
gun
about
to your head
finding
and
the
have lead
right
to it.
way of doing things, the best way of doing things.
And where does that end up?
Hopefully with progress and a better society. But they
Well,
keep
now
throwing
you
crap
fucked
at
up.
us and they
Hopefully.
keep using this new technology in the wrong ways. They're not using it to improve any techniques other than their own control techniques. They're not improving techniques that benefit you. You're not getting any benefit.
Yeah,
unless you think
blessings.
your life is easier right this second, you got no benefits.
Well said.
Yeah, and
much respect,
so,
Gage, for saying that. Yeah.
So I'm gonna move on to this reading here. Blessings, guys. I think I basically opened and packaged a little bit of this, but yeah, two movements. One is, a rule of experts. The other, myth of progress. Obviously, both seem, even though those two seem unrelated, they're very much related processes, right? Because the rule of efficiency is essentially very much tied to the rule of experts. The move towards efficiency is the move towards progress. Right? So it goes more towards that aspect as well. Yeah, Cage is having a little bit of problems today, but we'll figure it out with him. But yeah, it goes into this. The technicians in the new disciplines all have one trait in the comment: the joy of constituting a closed group in which the layman has no part in all. This represents an unconscious tendency. Notice he said unconscious tendency. Okay, but we observe it among many modern economists in the form of secret technique and esotericism, a certain contempt for whatever does not belong to its new world of means. This pride of youth, quote unquote, always appears among the technicians when they are convinced that their new method is unassailable and that their discoveries are becoming the center of things. The authority in which they clothe themselves takes the form of a secret vocabulary, which is incomprehensible to the outsider, even when it is employed, as often happens, to enunciate the most obvious facts. Technique always creates a kind of secret society. Okay,
so
we got to bring Cage.
We
got to bring Cage back for this. Obviously, you're in a secret society. That's his budget.
Yeah. Like, you want to learn about that? Huh?
Cage has got to scream right back.
I'm just
Cage,
wondering.
I was
Hold on.
I honestly think he was yelling off screen the whole time.
What about the ethos,
and you just got to let him back on mid-yell.
whatever you call it?
Here, hold up.
Cage,
Here, hold
what
up, guys. Let
secret
Ezra go.
society are you involved in, man?
Yeah,
I wish I could remember.
I'm in your mind, buddy. I'm in the mind.
Here, hold up. Here, hold up, guys. Let Ezra talk, for God's sake. Go ahead, Ezra.
I appreciate that. Like, honestly. Okay, so bring me back. I apologize because I love you, Cage, but fuck you and I already was like with him today earlier, and so
well, he's talking about like in terms of and I was talking about in terms of Marx and Darwin, and Freud. That you could take Freud's theories, right? You could say everything is reduced to psychology, like all human, like corporations and scientists babies, like babies have psychology, and it's like everything has psychology. It's like animals have psychology. You could reduce everything to Freud. So
how we react, like right now, like me and Cage, like we
so the idea.
TML,
so
like
the idea
I
is that
on Cage before I knew you, which is why you heard us kind of going back and forth at each other, and like we were like recognize that like what's the beef between Cage and Ezra? Like no, there's no beef. We're legit like brother and sister at this point.
Right, but what was the point you were gonna make, Ezra?
Yeah, so there's more to it, but I'm conjuring because to be honest, I slightly forgot where we were at.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
no worries.
learn of
It's
it.
no worries. It's no worries. But yeah, I'm gonna
I
continue
appreciate
reading.
it, 'cause and I'm here. Like I got it, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
yeah. I love you, Cage, but you fucked me up. I'm
Good.
not trying to blame
Well
it on
done.
you by any means.
Yeah, I'll be. Yeah, here,
I'd
hold
like
on,
to
guys. I'll
remind
be
everybody,
back in
like,
like
I
10
do
minutes.
clinic work now. Like, I
TML
do.
hates
Yeah, thank you
being
guys.
interrupted
Yeah,
while
we'll
he
be back in like 10 minutes.
racially
Here, give me a
breaks.
second. Yeah. Yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna continue reading this for a second here. Like maybe for 10 minutes, and we'll get into the groove of reading, and then we'll invite everybody back. Blessings, I mean. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for being here. I mean, but yeah, I really read like almost a paragraph and a half. It's like, and I really want to record a little bit of this. But yeah, I'm gonna continue reading here. It says the technicians in these new disciplines all have one trait in common: the joy of constituting a closed group in which the layman has no part at all. This represents an unconscious tendency. Notice he said unconscious tendency. I think that's vastly interesting. The unconscious tendency. I mean, that means that it's not a collective decision on their part, and this is part and parcel of the rule of experts in general, right? That it's part of a, it's part of a collective decision making process, and a part that becomes selective over time, right? So no individuals are actually, responsible for making the decision, and this is the complete, lapse of responsibility in a technological society. That it goes, filters out through these means, right? And then it goes to this. Okay, the joy of constituting a closed group in which the layman has no part at all. This represents unconscious tendency, but we observe it many I'm sorry, I'm gonna skip this entire part. He talks about esotericism. He talks about it looking like a secret society. I'm gonna go to this sentence right here. The authority in which they clothe themselves takes on the form of a secret vocabulary, in which it's incomprehensible to the outsider, even when it's employed, as often happens, to enunciate the most obvious facts. Technique always creates a kind of secret society, a closed fraternity of its practitioners. It is a new thing in the milieu of economics to know the kind of studied incommunicability. Incommunicability. Incommunicability? Sorry about that, guys. Incommunicability, right? Up to now, every man with a little education was able to follow the works and theories of the economists. To be able to follow them today, one would have to be both a specialist and a technician. The technician itself is difficult, and the necessary instrument cannot be managed without previous education. And there is that caprice of many economists to constitute themselves a closed society. These two factors coincide, indicating the grave consequences of excluding the public from the technical life. Yet it can scarcely be otherwise. Technique, as a general phenomenon, as we shall see when we study the political milieu, always gives rise to aristocracy of technicians. This is the main point I was saying. The aristocracy of technicians. Right? Okay. The aristocracy of technicians. Okay. And the aristocracy of technicians, or the rule of experts, is basically constituting the secret society. They have esotericism in their definitions. Decisions which have a serious basis take on the appearance of arbitrary and incomprehensible decrees. A cleavage like this, which is inevitable in the advance of technique, is decisive for future of democracies. Economic life, not in its content, but in its direction, will henceforth entirely elude popular control. Okay, so one factor of the rule of experts is that it totally eludes control of the public. You know what I mean? Thank you guys for sticking around. Blessings.
Not a problem.
Yeah. Then it goes
And
on
as I
to
said, it's like I know that you hate when people talk while you're reading. And
Yeah,
what happened before was you said you were just ad-libbing, and then everyone
it's
just
no big deal.
jumped at that
It's
moment
no
and
big
did
deal. It's no big deal. I just felt like there was 2 or 3 people talking at once, and then I was just trying to make one single point. Right. So it goes to that. I mean, and and if you actually don't care about the point I'm making, why the fuck are you here? All right. So that's the thing. But it goes to this. Yeah. So he goes on. He goes. Oh man, I think I lost my place. But he says economic life, not in its content, but in its direction, and will henceforth entirely elude popular control. Oh yeah, this is the point I was on. Right. It'll entirely elude popular control. Right. Because they have their own system. Right. You need experts to study it. Right. How could anybody be responsible for it? How could the individual have influence over such a system? Right. If the if the public can remain ignorant about the method of bookkeeping, the bookkeeper can remain king. Right. So this is essentially the point. Right. The decisions of the voters, even of the elected, are oversimplified and incoherent and technically inadmissible. It is a grave illusion believe that democratic control or decision making can be reconciled with economic technique.
Oh, wow. I can't believe that what you're talking actually relates to what I played today. What I played today was like a 15-minute, like, short fucking expose about what Palantir is doing and what they're up to.
Right.
And their point was that technocracy is now like I can't remember if they said technocracy. I think they said technology is now more useful than politics for controlling the minds of the masses.
That's incredible. That's an incredible quote. Yeah. Technology more useful than politics. And actually, that is exactly the exact similar quote that ellul says, in his work Propaganda. He says, in the modern society, all solutions are technological solutions. And everything else is propaganda. So that makes perfect sense. Perfectly in line with ellul's thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, because I do not like that as our future. I do not like technocracy. I do not like AI making our decisions. But I'm not for this. I'm just pointing out that this just like fully aligns with exactly what I did today, which is really crazy, seeing as we were talking earlier this morning about like completely unrelated crazy stuff. And then here we are in both, the show I did and your show is like actually intertwined. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, see that's what I'm telling you. I can't tell you how many times people have said that to me, by the way. And it's a totally different thing that I'm talking about here. So that's why people are surprised about it, is because somehow what I'm talking about here relates to all the other things. But the trick is to figure out. It's almost like an Easter egg hunt to like figure it out. Right?
Hey, I wanted to bring up this point real quick. I think you'd find this interesting. So you know how Cage was talking about a triangle, right? And are you following me right now?
Yeah.
I'm hearing you. You haven't gone anywhere
yet.
Yeah,
okay. Check it. Shut up, DK. So he's talking about pathos, logos, and ethos, right? And that's like Aristotle in his work on rhetoric, right? And listen to this. This is like a Freemasons website where it's talking about ethos appeals to the credibility of a character. The speaker establishes their authority on the subject. Pathos targets the emotions of the audience, aiming to evoke feeling that support the speaker's arguments. Logos appeals to logic and reason, using facts, statistics, and rational arguments to persuade. So, like, he's like dropping hints that he's a Mason and study. Because they're taught to study rhetoric.
A self-proclaimed Mason. He's like his own brand of.
Oh, you think so?
Apparently.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I was just trying to kind of figure out what he was trying to throw down there. But go on. I apologize.
Well, How many different secret societies do you think are out there?
I don't care.
Like, do you think Freemason is the only group that was doing shit behind closed doors? Do you believe there's others?
I
Do you
think
believe
you're
there's
one of
one
them,
that's
man.
above all of them? Do you
I
believe
think
there's
you're. I
one
think
that's
you're
in
something,
control?
Nietzsche.
See, like, yeah. It's like you
what you
don't just start pointless crap, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, the one that's in control now is the experts. You know, so it may seem hard to believe, but who is control? Like, who watches the watchers? I mean, so there's an essential question. It says here, little by little, the elements necessary to the creation of this technique are taking shape. Soon they will be perfected. And he says, I do not intend. And now this is a new section. He says the economic techniques of observation, and I think I'm only going to read for not that much longer, but yeah, he goes into econometrics and how this stuff gets put out there. He says, I do not intend to describe these instrumentalities. I'm concerned here solely with the exhibiting them as an ensemble, the ensemble of means. Remember, he defines technique as the ensemble of means to get to a particular end. It's not just as simple as defining it as tools and machines, right? And you know, and as that, you know, but yeah, it says like, for example, a factory is an ensemble of means. You know what I mean? There's no other way to look at it, right? It's not just one technology that's functioning there, right? It's not just one machine that's functioning there, yet the whole thing can be put in the category of technology, right? So this is the thing, is that, right? So this is what we have to come to understand. So it says here, I do not oh yeah, I just read that. He says the principal instruments which have been developed are statistics, accounting procedures. So this is the sort of the backbone of the economic technique that he's describing, right? Okay, statistics, statistics, accounting procedures. Sorry, the application of mathematics to economy, the method of models, the techniques of research into public opinion. Okay, I think that last one is going to be, as we all know, greatly important. Okay, at the base of the structure lies statistics, the instrumentality for determining the raw facts of the economics. At one time, statistical data were ridiculed on the ground that they were misleading, but this stage lies behind us, and nowadays a large measure of confidence rests in the prediction of such data. The change has resulted in part from a change in the state of mind of the statisticians themselves. They're immersed in a statistical atmosphere and complying with the quantitative and numerical practices of the modern world. To statisticians, statistics is no longer a mere game. It is an essential operation of society. This represents a change not only in the perspective and in seriousness, but also in basic position. For a long time, statistics was the work of amateurs. Today, it is a complex organization of specialists. It has become a profession, and a consequence is practiced much more earnestly. Moreover, the statisticians have at their disposal increasingly precise instruments. Among these instruments, which have transformed administrative as well as statistical techniques, are the calculating machine, the punch card machine, and microfilm. Okay, obviously, what they're saying now is that AI is going to greatly increase this type of thing, right? I think people create bot programs to like trade for them on the stock market and stuff. Isn't that right? They got things like that, right?
Yeah, fully.
They advertise that, yeah.
Yeah. See, if you go through the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that are part of Agenda 2030, when you actually work out what they really mean, it's basically about putting AI in control of everything and using robots to do everything. So that your life will be easier. Will it? No, but will it? Or will you just have to stay in a cage and do nothing because you've got nothing to do anymore and you're not allowed to do anything? See, that's the smart city part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the 1700s, there's a dude. He wrote, "All of mankind believes they're free, but they're actually in chains." You know, and the reason that makes them think they're free is that they have the science and the arts giving them all sorts of conveniences. Okay, and of course he was critiquing Johnny Locke. You know, right? But anyways, that for another time. You know, right?
One more thing. It's also to do with the fact that when you don't have physical bars in front of you, but they put that much time in to condition you, you are the one that puts the bars and chains on yourself.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
The philosophy itself is a form of slavery because it
100%. Yeah.
You know,
Earth created the slavery, right?
Say that again.
Well, it's only if you believe it. There's nothing wrong with studying shit. It's only if you start going, this is everything.
That's right.
I
That's
read
right. They
this,
believed
that
it.
means I know everything, and this thing is correct. That's when that becomes like ego, and you end up in the realm of cognitive dissonance because you won't accept anything else that's said by anyone else because this is what you now believe.
Yeah. Yeah, but go ahead, Unseen. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, that was basically it. It's like a you know, this rock wall that kind of builds up echo chambers.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he goes, the statistician, materially speaking, oh wait, I think I skipped it. He said, by means of microfilm, hitherto uncombinable elements can be combined, and by means of an electronic brain, operations can be effected which the human brain could never perform. Okay, he said that in 1964. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, the statistician is, materially speaking, in a position to perform convincingly. This is even more evident in the utilization of statistical data. As we shall see, the combination of elements is essential, and this combination becomes feasible largely through the intermediacy of the machine. The final element increases the professional seriousness of the statisticians, their responsibility. In democratic countries, it lies in the, here, hold on, realm of private enterprise, the various organs concerned with statistical data, in effect, sell their studies to great corporations which must know precisely, for example, the course of a market. If the information proves inexact, the statistician can be sued in civil court, at least in the United States. In countries under authoritarian rule, responsibilities in a public matter. In the Soviet Union, the statistician who gives false information is regarded as a saboteur. These elements together make modern statistical data more and more precise. The great scope of statistical operations of the organs involved generally escapes the non-specialist. To give a single example, there are in the United States 56 federal agencies, each of which specializes in one or several statistical categories. Altogether, 12 categories of weekly statistics are published. One of these, the category of price, takes in 4 elements. One of these, gross price, comprehends 1,690 weekly quotations combined in 890 series. This indicates the extreme complexity of the operation. It must become even more complex when the interpretation is undertaken. All this work is not motivated by pure scientific interest. It is oriented toward action. Permanent inquiry of this sort is no longer instituted to construct or support doctrines, but rather to relate information to action. In order to succeed in effecting this connection, interpretation is necessary, and this is the principal task of technical discipline called econometrics. Now he describes econometrics as being the sort of premier, economic technique, or the foundations of the economic technique, right? Which is going to be, as we said, what integrates, economics into the technological society, right, is, the technique, because, as he said, technique is what integrates, the machine into human society, right? So here he goes in and says econometrics is distinct from the mathematical economics. It is much more theoretical. In principle, operations on statistical data are twofold. One, analysis comprising of operations such as simplification or dissociation of statistical data. And two, comparison, which can be applied to different kinds of elements. Magnitudes can be compared by establishing what are called equations of regression, which express a constant relation between two magnitudes of economic domain. Variations can also be compared. Here, a correlation index is established, according to which two economic phenomena vary in direct or in inverse proportion, but with the same velocity within the same realm. The econometrician tries to establish certain relations. No fact in the economic domain can be regarded as due to chance, and not satisfied by simply noting and giving the correlation formula. The econometrician goes further and establishes the causal relation between two phenomena, a procedure which tends a procedure which leads into the future. Okay, now this is the last thing I'm going to read. He says, until recently, economists operated on concrete data alone, but for the purposes of action, they must make predictions. A distinction must be drawn between the predictions which are made according to the system of covariations and causal explanations of phenomena. Here, the economist leaves the purely technical realm. An equation no longer provides the solution. There is a certain subjectivity and a certain personal judgment. To be sure, it is present in the various other operations, but to a lesser degree. And I think that personal judgment will be removed once they put in the AI system. Or at least that is the kind of thing that they're trying to get rid of, right, by doing so, right? Yeah, I deeply appreciate Ezra and Cage for joining the panel. They did not have to leave like that. I was just trying to sort of free up the space so I could, sort of move on with my thing there. I mean,
Amen.
And I know that that basically, Reddington and Unseen, they barely, utter a peep anyways. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, man. That's what I said. It's like, I saw how long you've been streaming for. And it's like, sweet, the book reading part should be over. Oh, sweet, the panel's going. Cool. You're like, I'm still reading. Shit.
The unconscious tendency is a result of the systemization of thought.
Yeah, I think it's a result of the complexity, right? And like how long it takes to draw the decision. I think that's why I said in the end they have to make a subjective judgment, interpret like the statistics, because they don't offer any like they don't actually lead in any direction. If you just take a look at a bunch of files of data, it's like, what's anybody to make of it? It's a monstrosity.
With this, because it's to organize or systematize thinking so that efficiency could be attained.
Yeah, so that we don't have to think. Like, it's like the thing they're trying to get rid of is thinking.
Right. It's the outsourcing of thinking, of critical thought.
Yeah, and I think that could be said in group dynamics as well. And I think Uncle Teddy talks about it in terms of the power process. All right. So I think there's a certain element to that, but yeah, how it becomes an unconscious process. As I like to say, complexity imbues assimilation. And
yeah, they're creating a new logos.
Oh yeah, the dark logos. We're gonna look at that later. You know, with the
It's like the Borg is kind of like a sort of like a what would you call it? A fictional representation of materialism, the technique combined with materialism on steroids.
Yeah.
It's like a oneness that isn't oneness. It's a hive mind. It's like a possible end result to the transhumanism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading the private chat. Yeah, I'm sorry if I offended Ezra. You know, blessings to Ezra. You know, please come back. I mean,
some people are a little extra, perhaps, for a little bit, but
well, I mean, it was not personal to anyone. It was just a move where everyone was talking at the same time. So everybody who was doing that, I just moved them.
right. It's not right. It's not to be taken personally. It's just a little too chaotic. We need to have at least a little bit of structure.
Nah, shut up. I hate everyone now. I hate all of you right now.
Have a fruitful conversation.
He muted me as well. I hate everyone now.
yeah, but yeah, you know, I'm gonna move on to this. I mean, we do have, you know, another couple of things here before we move on to the video. There, I mean, I got another reading before I move on to a video, but this other, I mean, the video, of course, is on John C. Lilley, so we're gonna take a look at that, and it's an old Jeffrey Rentz show. I hope you don't get popped for it. I mean, but
Oh,
yeah,
that's a blast from the past.
Yeah, I think I played part of it on the show before, in one of our original streams because I was trying to get people into the topics in the original streams, you know. But yeah, let's move to the Tao Te Ching, and I'm sorry, I simply have zero transition here. Looks like StreamYard is crashing.
Wow.
Wow, it's just gonna.
I mean, I
to
can
blink.
still hear you.
Yeah, it's just gonna continue to blink like that. Yeah, it's just blinking like I don't know why it won't stop. It won't stop
You got other
blinking.
shit running?
Good Lord. All
yeah,
right.
check what out. Hey, check what else you got running. See what's like, screwing with you. There's something obviously trying to load or something.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're on this chapter here where, you know, we'll simply just move on here. We're on chapter 47. And yeah, and in terms of a transition, you know, today we don't really have one because we took such a long time trying to sort out the panel earlier, you know, so it's not a big deal, but yeah, you know, the thing is today I don't have that much time. You know, so that's the thing is I'm really trying to leave, you know, once the show hits the 6-hour mark, I want to just, you know, go away from the computer. You know, maybe walk outside, take a walk around the block, and then read a book, you know, to myself, you know, not with anyone around. I mean, and all of that type of stuff. So that's probably what I'll do around the 6-hour mark. So we got 2 more hours here, and then I'll play a very frightening conversation that I had with an occultist. Terrifying. I mean, you know, so we'll play that, you know, on what is Satanism, you know, with Twilight, Son of Lilith, and then we'll play the Unseen Warfare presentation that he gave on Christ the Eternal Tao. You know, so that's how we'll end the show here. I mean, but yeah, right now we got Christ the Eternal Tao in front of us. You know, and this is quite a read. You know, I'm very happy I picked this work up. Very interesting read here. You know, touching on, you know, some of the key parts, and of course we'll be doing a a Taoism show, featuring Seraphim, Rose, and Crowley on Tuesday of this upcoming week, and taking a deeper look at some of these chapters here. But yeah, looking at the Western sort of expression of Eastern philosophy, that's quite a interesting thing. Of course, the modern world makes this possible. Of course, there's a lot to be said about that, and we're doing a little series on how Buddhism sort of spread to the West here by looking at a sort of periodic explanation, looking at different time periods and looking at how Buddhism entered the modern framework. But
What time are you doing that on Tuesday?
It's Tuesday, I think 9 p.m. Eastern time. So, yeah, so you guys gotta look it up.
It depends if I'm fucking still working and doing shit, because that'll be like 1:30 or something in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But that is a conversation I would love to be a part of, man.
Yeah, Buddhism. Yeah,
because how Western civilizations view other religions is something I've been playing around with in my head for quite some time now.
Yeah, this is a key. This is one of the most masterful reads in that direction, because this is literally a Eastern Orthodox monk translating and looking at also interpreting the words of Lao Tzu. So it's a wild ride. But yeah, here he goes. He goes, the softest thing in the universe, said the ancient sage, overcomes the hardest thing in the universe. The stiff and unbending is the disciple of death. The gentle and yielding
water.
Exactly. The gentle and yielding is a disciple of life. A tree that is bending is easily broken. The hard and the strong will fall. The soft and the weak will overcome. If a painful experience comes upon a humble soul, she bends and thus remains whole. Straightway she goes against herself. Straightway she accuses herself. And she does not set about accusing anyone else. Thus she goes on her way, untroubled, undepressed, in complete peace of mind, having no excuse to be angry or to anger anyone. Therefore, said the sage, mix with all that is humble as dust. This is called original harmony. It cannot be made intimate, nor can it be alienated. It cannot be benefited, nor can it be harmed. It cannot be exalted, nor can it be debased. For this very reason, it is the highest, most valuable thing in the world. The humble soul, at one with the dust of the earth, knows the power behind the saying, forgive me. She is among the strongest in the world, for nothing is more powerful than loneliness. Okay, I think they perfectly demonstrated this idea of going beyond praise and blame and creating without possessing, and having a natural simplicity, right?
The highest good, you could say.
Yeah, the highest good in the lowest place. Like the water is obviously, flows in the place where people reject, but it gives life to 10,000 things. So this whole idea of, like to remain humble is to remain pure, and is to remain in a state of simplicity, and also follow, or go back in line with the primordial essence, right?
Right, and the bending thing there too is like those that can't bend always break. It's like a stiffness or a rigidness to what you're doing, can cause you to sort of collapse in a way. So being sort of bending with it, going with it, I guess. This is also something about the primal simplicity thing. I have something here. It says, man's departure from the way, he lost the primal simplicity and became fragmented. His awareness was no longer single and one-pointed. As St. Macarius the Great wrote in the 4th century, after his transgression, man's thoughts became base and material, and the simplicity and goodness of his mind we're intertwined with evil worldly concerns. So it's a departure from this, and we're trying to get back to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you. And he goes in, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And then he goes on to say, the way, said the ancient sage, covers its cutting edge. It transcends entanglement, softens its light, merges with dust. True humility cannot be defined in words. For it is the raiment of the primal essence himself. The way of heaven clothed himself in it. Descending from his loftiness, he used it to hide his splendor, lest his creation be consumed by the fiery vision. Creation could not look directly upon his uncreated light, nor could it hear the voice of his thunders. Therefore he descended not in an earthquake, nor in a fire, nor in a terrible and mighty sound, but as said the prophet, like rain upon a fleece, like raindrops falling upon the earth softly, concealing himself with the veil of his flesh, speaking with us in the body, wrought in the womb of the maiden. Abasement, said the ancient sage, is the foundation of exaltation. Loftiness is based in lowliness, hence the sage wears coarse garments but embraces a jewel in his bosom. Everyone who puts on coarse garment, it says everyone who puts on the coarse garment of humility is like unto the way who puts it on before us. When through his wearing the coarse body of our lowliness, creation beheld his loftiness and at last received its jewel, the vision of its maker.
Yeah, I personally disagree. Humility, that word itself, I really don't like. That humble humility. That is a word that is used for control, to make everyone feel they should just be humble and never stick their head up, never speak out, never stand up for what they say, because it disagrees with the mainstream narrative. And this is something I've been noticing more and more. This is why I'd like to be on your show on Tuesday, TML, is the fact that when you look at the three main Abrahamic religions, two of them say, kill everyone who doesn't follow our religion, and one of them says, turn the other cheek, accept everyone. Which one of these three is getting screwed over right now?
I think context matters, DK.
The context is the present you're living in.
Have you considered that maybe you could be enslaved to pride, and that humility is a way to break free from that?
I'm not a slave to pride. Actually, I probably am a little bit. But I'm more a slave to my own ego. I know what my issues and faults are, and I'm willing to admit it. I know.
Now, when you say that, it's just like accept anything, right?
No.
Well, look, but I'm saying, listen to me. Listen to me for
see,
a
you're
second.
twisting that. You're saying because I know my faults means I'm instantly accepting.
No. That's not my point.
That's exactly the words you said.
Okay. In a Christian context, do you think that we're taught just to accept everything?
In a Christian context, yeah, pretty much.
So why did Christ flip the tables?
I know. Why is it now called Judeo-Christianity?
Well, we have a
See,
Zionism.
you're the one that's
we have a
accepting
Zionism
stuff.
episode if you want to go into that, but
No,
never
but
mind.
no, hey, I was just pointing out one thing. You came at me. It's like I'm not trying to, railroad TML's show, but that's exactly what it is. Western nations are the ones that were from Christianity, and they're basically taught that the Jews were the chosen people. And so now, in a lot of places, they actually refer to Christianity as Judeo-Christian because they put another religion above their own religion.
Well, in this context, we're reading from a text from an Orthodox monk who doesn't view it that way. There is no Judeo-Christianity in this context. And when he's talking about humility, he's talking about, going back towards the uncarved block in the terms of like Lazu would use. It's like, being able to bend. Now, if you had to bite someone's head off every time, then you're easily to break.
I'm sorry, you haven't been reading any of the chat because that's sort of partly been discussed already. But what it comes down to is basically societal upbringing, the norms, the mores, the laws that are created that you have been raised to live by. In Western nations is different from other countries where their laws and their leaders are of different religions. And seeing as we've been taught to just accept everyone, turn the other cheek if something happens, and if you don't, you're not a good Christian, it gets used against us. I'm not a Christian. I just live in a Christian society.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but what I'm telling you is that, I wouldn't pin that on Orthodox Christianity. The ancient form of Christianity wasn't like that.
Yeah, but
in fact, you would have monks that would do duels on horseback, or we have monks in Greece who have thrown Molotov, cocktails at the government or something. It's not just turn the other cheek out all the time. There's a context even to that verse.
Yeah. Learn from history so you're not doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, I think there's several interesting things about these passages. Two quick notes that I'll drop on, and then I'll just move on to Crowley. I really have to dig into the conceptual framework that he's laying down, in which he's comparing the stance of Jesus to the quality of following the Tao, and the whole idea is basically in this idea of taking on the cloak of humility. Now, the cloak of humility is not internalizing humility. It's externalizing the humble sentiment, because the whole idea is that this is not a lowly person. This is actually a magnificent king, right, within the story itself. So
but the lowliness is the flesh, right?
Yeah, so in this sort of conception, it would be the highest form of magnificence, and not in a conceptual way or in a figurative sense, but in actual reality, right? So he's saying that in actual, so he's saying in actual reality, that Christ is the embodiment of this type of idea of, someone not having to appear lowly, but appearing lowly, right? And obviously the key term is appearing, because it's the cloak of humility, right?
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah, I
interesting.
think it says it in Isaiah. It's like your king will appear lowly and riding on an ass or a donkey.
Right.
You know, it's like this type of thing.
Okay, so let me go to the Crowley one. Oh yeah, and blessings to brother Issa. Blessings.
Assalamu alaikum, Mark. How you doing?
Yeah. Great. How about you, brother?
I ain't got no complaints, man. It's been a while. I've been working, man, working hard. So
For sure.
I see you online. I said, let me hop online and see what the brother talking about today.
For sure. You're always welcome. Yeah, I'm looking at 2 different translations of the Tao Te Ching. It's pretty crazy. It's a work from 400 BC, and it basically rivals the works of Plato and Socrates and all that type of stuff. So it's actually pretty interesting. But these are modern Western translations of these. Now, obviously, it's significant for the occult and a lot of other different ideas. It's very significant for perennialism, of which Father Seraphim Rose was a huge student of perennialism before he totally turned his direction in life, and totally went to go reject it. And of course, Crowley, since he is adopting the occult teaching, he is way much I guess for all intents and purposes, he is a perennialist. I mean, most occultism is syncretism. Most people don't know that. But yeah, to think that you join an occult group and you follow like some strict tradition, that's usually not the case, right? But yeah.
It's very rare that I found that anybody that does practice the occult, that it is a one-way school of thought. Like most people that practice the occult, their beliefs are syncretic. It's a combination of multiple beliefs.
Right. Yeah, totally.
They say many paths to the top of the mountain. Right.
Right.
And it's the same as, you know what I'm saying, foundational Black American hoodoo. Hoodoo is used, but it's syncretic along a lot of different lines. Hoodoo is used with Christianity, hoodoo is used with Islam, it's used with a lot of different faiths, but it's usually combined with something.
Yeah, because you have hoodoo, you have Ifa, and you have Santeria, and sometimes they all combine all 3 of these. I mean, into like different systems and stuff. Over time, all 3 of these systems developed. And yeah, you could have the Yoruba. I think it was the Yoruba that made Ifa. So if you look up Ifa, and you look up the different forms of African religions, and of course, all the Haitian stuff, and yeah, some of that stuff was even influenced by the Jews. So there's a lot of different types of influence because of colonialism, right? So yeah, so indeed.
Yeah, I can remember as a child, man, growing up in Christianity, that I used to always get in trouble because I asked a lot of questions. But I used to always be like, they push this narrative that, Egypt was bad, Egypt was all pagans and everything, and, that kind of narrative that they push. And I'm like, for me, I'm like, how come almost every major figure in the Bible spends some time and is educated in Egypt?
Yeah, and even Plato, they say Plato went to Egypt too.
Yeah, that's where he got those mysteries from.
Right. So yeah, it's fascinating stuff. Obviously there's works, comparable works about that whole thing. Probably the whole Greek civilization came from the Mycenaeans and other, and the Egyptians, obviously. But obviously there was huge, empires during that time. But yet, and then if you go to the occultists, and I'm sure that Crowley would say this too. They say that Akhenaten was Moses. I'm sorry, Akhenaten was Moses, and so really weird shit. Akhenaten as Moses. I mean, where they combine. Yeah.
I'm kind of that similar belief.
Yeah.
But I don't believe he was Akhenaten. I believe he was Thutmose.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I've been susceptible to it too, but yeah, definitely history. I mean, they change the history all the time, so who really knows? And but
There's a book
yeah,
by Saint Bede on Genesis where he talks about the reason that Moses received Genesis was because of the teachings of the Egyptians, that God wanted to explain to Moses that their teachings were not the truth. So how was he to go about that? By revealing Genesis to Moses, and that's why the book was written.
I could kind of see that, but at the same time, when I look at it, when you look at the Confessions of Maya, and you look at those 10 commandments being in the Confessions of Maya, and the Maya being much older than the 10 commandments, and the fact that Moses was raised in Egypt, was a priest in Egypt, and held court with them. He was raised with them. So it's like, for him to be raised with them and to be held in high esteem and to be among the priests of Egypt, and then all of a sudden the 10 commandments appear later on, it's just some part about that that doesn't sit with me. It
Well,
makes me believe
you know
that
the
he
story,
got it
right?
from them.
You know the story is that that yes, he was raised by them, but he's seen his people, the Hebrews, being abused by them, and then he's warning Pharaoh. Each time he goes to him, he warns him, and Pharaoh has his magicians, and each plague comes down, and each plague is a representation of an Egyptian god. So, like the frogs falling, there's an Egyptian god that is associated with that. Whatever else of the plagues, they were all associated with these pagan gods, and then they escape. And it's only afterwards that he receives it on top of the mountain. I haven't heard of the text you're talking about, but that does sound interesting. I'd like to look into it. But
It's the same thing with like Christ. Even Christ, he disappears and goes to Egypt. Egypt seems to be a very, very big theme in the Bible. And when I study the history, I seem to think that this is more of a bias of somebody who is writing the works, and that directs the bias toward them. But as far as, everybody getting their knowledge from Egypt, and every almost major figure in the Bible being in Egypt and being educated in Egypt, even down, like I said, down to Christ himself. Christ disappeared, went to Egypt, came back, and now he was a master teacher.
well, that's what the Masons say, right? But I don't know.
Well, it's not just Masons. He disappeared. He left. He fled from
Well,
Herod.
there's texts that like show like where when he was like 12 years old and up. There's texts that show that, and there's a text that says that when his mother brought him into Egypt amongst the idols, all the idols fell and broke. And a lot of the wisdom, I think, if you really look at it, that I don't think there was anything the Egyptians could have taught. I mean, that the Son of God wouldn't know. That's my opinion.
But see, there's where we come into a problem. That means you're raising a deity from one religion above any other religion. This is why religions clash, because everyone thinks their deity is above every other deity. That's why there is
Christ
so
didn't say,
much for
there's no text in the scripture that says that Christ is like, magician.
Hey, what do other religions think about Christ instead of you just going on about how Christ is right
what
and everyone
Christ
else
says?
is
He
wrong?
says, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." That's what he says.
Yeah, that's in your book.
I mean,
see what I'm saying?
when a representative of God is on the earth, and this is just from my religious beliefs and my school of thought. So I don't speak for nobody else, but every representative and prophet and messenger of God that has ever been produced into this world, when they were on the earth, they were the way, the truth, and the light. You had to go by them to get to God.
Are you saying that every prophet was the way, the truth, and the life? Because the prophets themselves
at the time, he said that. He said
at that time. Like, okay, say if we was all Hebrews and we lived during the time of Moses, right? The way that we got to God was through Moses. If we lived at the time of Enoch and we were a part of that community, the way to get to God was through Enoch.
Both Enoch and Moses prophesied a Messiah coming, the Son of God that would be born of a virgin.
No, they prophesied.
You're missing the whole point.
They prophesied the Messiah coming. The Son of God thing came later as an addition, because
That's
like Christ says to us that we are all sons of God.
In a context, in a certain context. In the wisdom of Solomon.
That's something
If you read the wisdom of
instantly,
Solomon, it
you're
specifically
instantly
says the
reverting
Son of
back.
God.
Well, let's go one at a time. Let's go one at a time so we all can hear each other. Go ahead.
One Son of God. We're God's lowercase, lowercase God.
But see, this is the thing.
That we're created in His image.
That's a modern development.
That's of the same essence.
In Hebrew and Aramaic, the languages that Christ spoke, there is no such thing as lowercase, uppercase. That's something that's been added.
Sure there is.
No, there's not.
Context to it. When he
sir,
we are all children of
I just want to tell you, sir. I study Semitic languages, brother. I've been doing it for a while now. I'm not saying
you're talking to an Orthodox monk. You're talking.
I'm not. Listen. I'm not saying that I'm the end all, be all of knowledge. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying,
you're an Orthodox monk. Why is the only reference you have Christianity?
Because I'm an Orthodox Christian. That's why.
Yeah, he's an Orthodox Christian. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is, in those languages, there is no uppercase or lowercase. That is a modern phenomenon in the English language.
First of all, let's go to it. All right. So the text that is used, right, and that's older than the Masoretic text I imagine you'd be using, is the Septuagint, which is based on, 40 of the Jewish scholars came together and gave the Greek text to the Greeks, right? That's the text that the New Testament is based off of. That would be the text that they would use. So if you want to talk about it, it's in Greek. And the Greek language does have a differentiation between who the Son of God is, being Christ, the Messiah, and we as God's lowercase. That's why
that's the Greek language. The Greek language is not the language of Christ, and is not the language that he spoke on a regular basis.
Spoke because what I said was that it was a translation from that language, correct? So way after him. Earlier translation,
it's still not in the original language. In the Aramaic language, there is no uppercase or lowercase.
You're not comprehending this. What I'm saying is
I am comprehending you. You're saying that it was translated
is an older text, right? And
how
how
can the Septuagint, a Greek language, be older than Aramaic? Are you serious?
I'll tell you why it's older, because it's the oldest translation we have, because it's based off of the Aramaic.
It's the oldest translation that you have, but the Greek language is not older than Aramaic.
That's not the point. That's a fallacy.
That's not a fallacy. That's just true. That's fact.
Because you're saying that the oldest translation we have of the New Testament is Greek, right? Right. And in its original context.
The oldest is actually,
but that's not the original context, because that's not the original language it was revealed in.
Yes, it is, because it was
it's not
into Greek. It was transcribed into Greek. The apostles would have used.
You said it was translated into Greek, which means that it is not the original.
No, not all of it was translated into Greek. Some of the apostles wrote Greek. There was they would have known Aramaic.
None of the apostles could read or write. Everything
That's
had
not
to be
true.
translated.
Who told you that? Some
by
scholar, some
someone
modern
else.
scholar? Like,
No,
we
no.
could go to the text.
Everything
Right?
had
They
to be
exist.
transcribed by someone else.
This is what I'm saying. Those texts came later.
No, the Masoretic text came later in Second Temple
sir,
Judaism.
Greek
That was the Hebrew text.
Greek would not come before Aramaic. Aramaic
Hebrew
is the
text came
language.
after the Septuagint. That is a fact. Go look
You
it up.
said Aramaic came after the Septuagint?
No, I'm not saying that the language itself. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying the Greek text of the New Testament is older than the Masoretic text, which is Hebrew.
Do you understand that Aramaic is the original language?
You're not comprehending it. You're still not getting it.
No, I totally comprehend you. But what I'm saying is that
so
that
you're
text,
purposely presenting a fallacy then. That's
that text is the oldest text that you have, but it is not the original.
Sure it is.
No, it is not. The original
because it's
is
a transcription of the original. Why would it be different?
No, sir.
It's not different.
Sir. It's not the original, sir. It's not the original,
so
sir.
You're trying to erase the fact that Christ is the Son of God in the New Testament teachings. That's what you're trying to say.
No, according to listen, according to Paul's teachings,
that's what we're going to believe.
According to Paul's teachings, yes, he's the Son of God. I'm not a follower of Paul.
He's not only. It's not only Paul. It's in Mark. It's in Matthew. It's in John. Every single text of the New Testament, it is understood that Christ is the Son of God.
And none of those people who are disciples would be named that.
Understood.
None of those people who are disciples would be named that. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There is no Aramaic person named that.
You're a trip, man. Look, is it a translation of the language? Right? It's a translation of the language that it is, right? And it was a translation from Greek.
This is my thing.
Going from a Greek translation. That's their names in English. Look, there's something called transliteration. What transliteration means when you scribe something. Okay, so it's a language in Greek, and I transcribe it into English. It is the same meaning, but in a new language.
No, it is not.
Yes,
because just like okay,
what are we like?
Okay, I'll put it to you like this.
Or something? Is this what this is? Like,
okay, I'll put it to you. I'll explain it like this. If just like Arabic, right? I'm a Muslim, just like Arabic, right? Arabic and Aramaic are very closely related languages.
So
they're sister language.
You're going to tell me about,
just hold on one second. Just hold on one second. I just want to get to my point. They're sister languages, and they're both trilateral languages. Okay. Those languages, when you translate into English, there are a lot of words that you do. There is really no equivalent in English. And I come across this all the time dealing with Arabic and dealing with these Semitic languages. A lot of times they would just pick a word that is the closest to try to explain it. That is the reason.
That problem with Greek when translating it from Greek, though.
Greek does not relate to Aramaic at all.
The New Testament was transcribed into Greek. That's all we need to know. And then that was transcribed into English, which is a very, similar language, really.
Listen, none of those languages are similar to Aramaic.
We can have a direct translation that correlates to that, and then we can go.
You do not have a direct translation.
Which the New Testament is the oldest text we have of the New Testament is in Greek. It's not in Aramaic. You're not
right, because you don't. Because you know why? Because Aramaic is the originals, and you do not have the originals.
You're saying that that the original text is Aramaic, right? Okay, all right.
That's what Christ spoke. That was his main language.
It was written in.
That was his main language, and that was the language.
Were halfway Aramaic. Some of them were half Greek. They would have spoke both because Greek was the trade language. They were Hellenistic Jews. They were part of the Greek culture,
and they would not
in that area. They would
and they would not use Greek for service.
They would have used the Septuagint, which was an older translation, based on an older translation than the Masoretic text that most people use today.
They would not use Greek for service.
Whether they used it for service or not, the early Christians did.
So why if they didn't use it for service?
In other words, that you want to be a Judaizer, right? which was
You said what?
anathematized at Acts 15, where we already know that.
You said what?
I said being a Judaizer was anathematized in Acts 15.
Listen.
There was a council called, and then there was many more councils called amongst the Christians that understood.
Yeah, and that's how Christianity was formed, through those councils.
Oh, you know what? Christianity was formed by Christ, right?
No, it was not. No, it
Yes,
was not.
It was.
No, it was
formed by
not.
Christ.
That
33
name didn't
AD, he
even
said to Peter,
exist.
now
Christ did not know what
I'll
Christianity
build my church
was.
on your confession of faith. He said that to Peter.
And that I totally agree with.
Hang on. I got to jump in right
Matthew 16 and 18.
Listen, that I totally agree with.
But there was no council called when Christ established his church.
Instead of just doing your proselytizing, why don't you let other people actually say something for a second?
Why don't you?
All you're doing is saying what your book
if I'm
says
talking to this dude
is
and
true
you're angry
and
at
everyone
God,
else
so
is
you wanna
wrong
come
no
at me,
matter
man.
what.
You're angry at
How
God.
is
so you wanna
that?
come
How
at
is
me. I
it
don't
any
care,
room?
man.
No. How is it any room to have
You
a
pick
discussion?
sides, man. That's what you
How
do
is it
because you
any
hate
room
God. I don't
to
care
have a
what you say,
discussion
man.
when you're saying everyone's wrong but me?
But check this out. The
Everybody's
difference between
wrong
our
but
two
Christ.
faiths
How about
is
that?
I don't worship Christ.
Not every religion follows Christ, bro. This is where you're making the mistake.
So you have no
hold on one
say in
second,
this,
brother.
really. You don't worship Christ, so how could you know?
No,
How would you
because
know?
I
You're
don't
not gonna be
worship
honest.
Christ. I do what Christ told me, which is worship the Father that's in heaven, the Most High. Like he
is in
said,
what
I go
essence with
to
the Father?
listen.
The Father, the Son, and the
He
Holy
said,
Spirit.
I go to my God and your God.
And
God
guess
doesn't
what?
have
He
a God.
also claimed that he was God, the Alpha and the
God
Omega in
no, he
Revelation.
Christ never said
Yes, he
that
did.
I
This
am
is the
God.
classic Muslim argument. That's not true. It's in Revelation. He
Yeah.
says,
By
I
the
am
way,
Alpha and Omega.
by the way, real quick, if there's any way you could turn yourself up Unseen Warfare, that'd be great. But yeah, go ahead though.
Yeah, there's no text where Christ says, I am God.
He calls himself Alpha and Omega in the first and the last.
Listen. And in
You're
Islam,
presenting a fallacy that he
listen.
would
No, you are.
Translation
Just
of the book you
hold
think
on.
you follow.
In Islam, we learn that the first
stones and stone him because he said he was
the
God.
the first thing, and you know one of the things that he said to rebuke them. He said, "Isn't it written in your scriptures that ye are gods?" That applies to everybody.
There's context there, brother.
No, now you want to use context. When they threaten,
Let's go to
when they
context.
threaten to stone him, when they threaten to kill him, right?
From an Aryan, okay.
Why did they threaten to kill him?
Monk. 600 years later. That's the truth. All right. 600
I'm
years
just
later,
saying.
he creates a doctrine based on Aryanism.
No, he did not. You can try that somewhere else. Because Arianism, you know what I'm saying, and Arius was a very good man. The church killed him because he didn't agree with them. That's what they do.
Arius died from his his bladder or his bowels exploding. Because of his heresy.
Listen. Do you know what happens when you get hit with poison from back then?
Told him that Arius had torn his tunic. We know
when you get poisoned back then, that's what happens.
Arius was a heretic. No Christian killed him. His bowels exploded because of his heresy.
I don't. Number one, that right there is conjecture. You're saying his bowels exploded because of his heresy. That's religious conjecture. What I do know,
that's true,
is that every time somebody disagreed with them, they would kill them.
That ain't true.
No, that is very true.
It's a part of our teaching that we don't kill heretics.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I live in America, and Christianity has done a lot of killing. A lot of other religions have done a lot of killing too.
Oh yeah.
But
like Muslims haven't killed.
A lot of them.
Everybody has killed.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, a lot of Christianity, they try to act like they're an exception to this rule.
Because you're acting like we massacred the Aryans. That didn't happen.
You massacred a lot of people.
Who did Orthodox Christians massacre?
Okay, let's start off with this, right?
Because you're going to go to Roman Catholics or what?
No. Muslims and Christians lived in relative peace until when? The Crusades, right? Now, who called for the Crusades? Who initiated the Crusades?
I just said you just would go to the Roman Catholics. I'm an Orthodox Christian. Why would you bring?
Okay, even being an Orthodox Christian, they first crusade
raided our temples and they killed us too, man.
Listen, the first and second and third crusades were called by the popes, but there was a few crusades called by the Byzantine people too, who were Orthodox Christians. If you know your history.
Okay, state it.
You know what I'm saying?
Talk about it. Talk about it, Denisa. Tell us about the Byzantines and who they killed.
Well, the Byzantines called for a crusade, which was the fourth crusade, and they called for a crusade to take back the Holy Land. You know what I'm saying? Except that when they called for the crusade, they were instantly defeated. Most of the crusades were losses for the Crusader side. They had some wins where they took control of Jerusalem, but most of it was losses. And people lived relatively peaceful. Don't get me wrong. You always got your dictator that will arise, and this is among all religious groups and non-religious groups. Everybody has a dictator that comes up every now and then and is just horrible, kills plenty of people. But for the most part, it was majorly peaceful until those crusade times.
Okay, Issa, let's go here because you went at Christ. So let me come from Muhammad.
No, I did not go at Christ. Hold on 1 second. When you said I went at Christ.
Yes, you went at Christ.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second.
Right.
Wait 1 second. What does the Bible say what the Antichrist is?
Those who deny Christ.
Those who deny that Jesus is the Christ, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The Father, the
Christ,
Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Hold on. No. Stop adding things.
I'm not adding things.
It said
there.
whoever.
I'll tell you about Muhammad.
Wait.
Cave, and then you had this, supposed Gabriel coming and choking him.
Wait. Before you even go down this road to try to explain my faith to me.
Oh, but you want to explain mine to me?
No,
let's do it.
No, it says whoever denies that Jesus is the Christ. That is exactly the text.
In context, it means Christ.
No, ain't no context. What does it say? That's what. Listen. That's what you infer it to be, and that's what according. Yes, that's what according to your.
In all the early Christians.
Listen, according to your interpretation, but the words say, whoever. Denies that Jesus is the Christ is the Antichrist. Now, just listen. The Christ,
that's according to my interpretation, Satan appeared to Muhammad and choked him 3 times because he was a false prophet, Antichrist. How about that?
Listen. You can get disrespectful all you want to.
You already got disrespectful.
Listen. You wouldn't do
listen. Flesh as well.
Listen, you wouldn't do that to my face. You'd run. That's number one.
I wouldn't. I don't run from no man. I don't.
Well, you'd be put down with no problems.
And you're an antichrist for denying Christ.
No, actually, I don't deny Christ. To deny that Christ is the Christ, which is to deny him being the Messiah, because that's what the Christ is the Messiah. And all Muslims refer to Christ as the Messiah, al-Masih. So we don't deny Christ. We just don't worship Christ.
Yeah,
we worship the Most High.
Yeah,
the person who created Christ.
Oh yeah, brother. I think he fell out real quick. But yeah, So we'll continue again if Unseen comes back. But I think he either hit the button or something else happened or his phone died or whatever. But yeah, we'll figure it out in a little while. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. I mean, I'm very low on like manuscript. The manuscripts. I'm still reading 2 or 3 books on manuscripts and stuff like that. So I'll come back to that discussion when I get more information. But in terms of the text and the languages and the actual textual study. I mean, so far I've only read translations, and I've given lots of explanations of translations, what I think is happening in the Bible and all of that type of stuff. But that's neither here nor there. And of course, constantly morphing my ideas on that, as it were. I mean, but yeah, thank you for all the people being here. But yeah, 47. Let's read 47 in Crowley and see how that strikes, and then I'll move on to some music, and then I guess I have to move on to John C. Lilley and take a look at that. But yeah, I think this is a very short chapter. I'm gonna quickly read it and then take a little musical break, and then move on to John C. Lilley. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. But yeah, let me get up to this. But yeah, maybe a rage quit from Unseen. It's not so uncharacteristic of him. He just, if he doesn't feel like talking, he'll just leave. All right. But yeah, blessings to Unseen. I mean, yeah, thank you for being here. But yeah, it says here, the vision of the distant, right? And of course he gave these his own titles, right? So they're not sort of canonical in any fashion, as I'm noticing, these titles here. It says
as he does.
Yeah. Yeah, he's added his own little spin here. But they both kind of added their own little spin, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But he says here, one need not pass his threshold to comprehend all that is under heaven, nor to look out from his lattice to behold the Tao celestial. Nay. Now, look at that word there. I mean, I'm talking about adding things, right? Look at that word celestial, right? Tying in, which is sort of a pseudo-spiritual term, right? To describe heaven and the cosmos, sort of wrapped up into one term, right? Cosmos, of course, the term invented by Pythagoras, right? Who was, like some say, he's like the father of the occult, right? But yeah, they say, nay, but the farther a man goeth, the less he knoweth. Okay. The sages will acquire their knowledge without travel. They named all things aright without beholding them, and acting without aim, fulfilled their wills. That's right. Adam, he knew the name of all the plants, all the animals. Right. So you got, and of course, Plato had an idea. He said that man actually remembers everything. None of knowledge is new information. Right? They said that there is simply the total body of knowledge already, and then we find parts of it in our own mind, right? Yeah. By remembering what we already forgot. And in that way, I think it's interesting, because how could you map knowledge to something that is outside of your brain's capacity to grasp it, right? So if there's a such thing as a mind beyond the brain, then it must contain way more knowledge than exists actual in the physical brain, right? So so this is a kind of idea that Plato had, to sort of break down many different examples of it. I mean, but yeah, interesting stuff. Blessings to all the people. I mean, we're doing a little spooky Saturday here. I mean, so we got some sort of horror themed, right? So it is what it is. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. We got some music for you guys. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Unless somebody has some pressing things to say.
I don't think anybody was really disagreeing. I think it was just the words. The words just
I
really...
know, I was fucking disagreeing.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, I think that you think that you're disagreeing, but...
Nope, 100%.
But
I get sick of people I'll tell you why. I get sick of people having religious arguments because they're no one argument.
I know.
If you're solid in your beliefs and you're arguing against someone else who's of a different religion and they're solid in their beliefs, there is no meeting point. People will stick to their books and use that as reference for every argument they make.
Yes. And
And
that's
if they're
really
unwilling to actually use their own brain and actually have a discussion,
going on?
and all they want to do is refer to a book, which version?
made of
Which
words.
translation? How
and
much
words
was missing? No. Yeah, I don't like religious arguments because they are a no-win.
But see,
does
the
not
thing
work.
is, true master teachers can discuss the differences of their faiths without devolving into debauchery. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I talk to people all the time that our beliefs are totally different. And and I'm talking about like bigger than just like Islam versus Christianity. Like, I talk to Hindus and they worship many gods, and our beliefs are totally different. But the masters are able to discuss without issue.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm a witch, so.
And I don't have no problem with witchdom. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a positive side to it, and there's a negative side.
Yeah,
I'm a Muslim.
I remember that part of the. I remember that part of the Quran. No problem with witchcraft.
Oh, wow.
No, see, this is what you. This is.
And to be honest,
Hold on 1 second. Let me get in here real quick.
What do you mean let you get in here very quick?
No, because
shut up and say you need to get in.
because he said something, and I'm gonna respond to it, bro. So,
of course you need to respond to everything, but no one else can say anything.
Bro, stop yelling.
Well, stop thinking that you can talk over
Okay,
everyone.
like I was saying.
Tell everyone to shut up.
Like I was saying, bro, listen, I'm a grown ass man. I don't shut up for nobody. Stay in your place. But
the fuck you,
yeah, whatever. I don't listen. I don't care about none of that, bro. I don't care about none of that. This is the internet.
Here, hold on.
You
I think
haven't made any relevant points yourself. You've sort of
hold on,
gone
DK.
along with everything else he was saying. You have
Right.
not referred to your own religion. You have not disputed anything he said using your religion. You're just trying to
Right, DK, let's settle down for a second. But yeah, Neuro, did you have a point to tell them? Go ahead.
No, I was just joking. I mean, it's just funny. He said that there's no problem with witchcraft. That's why. That's all.
But this is the reason why I say that, and I was going to explain it to you.
In reference to what? I'm sorry, Neuro. Say that again about the witchcraft, or
no, I just thought it was funny. He said there's no problem with witchcraft, according to him. That's all.
Oh, okay.
No.
So go ahead.
And for me, it isn't. And this is the reason why I say that. There is a difference between seer and what we call, or what people like to call, witchcraft. Okay. There is a positive line and a negative line. You know what I mean? Now, if I'm using good energies and good spirits and I'm not worshiping them, and I'm just saying according to Islamic rules and to the school of thought that I follow, you know what I'm saying? There is nothing wrong with that. Now, if I'm using my abilities to tap into the unseen for negative purposes and negative spirits and to affect people's lives in evil ways, that is the seer or the witchcraft that the Quran is speaking about. Because Prophet Suleiman did witchcraft, but his witchcraft wasn't the witchcraft of deviltry, of harming people and causing ills in people's lives.
Yeah,
So
I agree with that. I think I'm more neutral than anything. So, but yeah, I think sometimes I'm the harbinger of other people's bad karma as well. But I know to be careful with that, because if I'm wrong, I get the consequences.
Yes, ma'am. You know how the saying goes, you got to give something, you know, especially when you dealing with the unseen, nothing is free. You know what I mean? So there's a stark difference. Now, I can understand Neurojack, your line of thinking. If you were talking to like a strict Salafi Sunni Muslim, oh yeah, totally against any form of messing with the unseen. They'd call you a kafir and all kind of things.
Yeah,
But
and being.
I'm not a Sunni and I'm not a Salafi. And I deal with the unseen. I'm a Shia. You know what I'm
Sure.
saying?
Yeah. I mean, look, I get the irony because, obviously, the Catholics and the Christians and all these other people are more than happy to use witchcraft all the time. They just say we're against it. So, I mean, they're open hypocrites. I'm just saying I've never heard a Muslim say like, oh yeah, I don't have a problem with witchcraft at all. It's like, I mean, that's just incredible. I never heard that before in my life.
I think
Yeah,
it's great.
if you were using witchcraft for evil and you were channeling dark energies and worshiping dark spirits, yeah, I'm totally against that. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
But
see, I don't worship any spirits at all. I think we are all one spirit, and I have equal reverence for all. So
Yes,
I
as the
kind
great as the great prophet Steen once said, our spirits in a material world, right?
yeah, yes, sure, why not?
Same as Madonna said, living in a material world.
Well, and that was fine for her. That was because it's all really God, right?
God is
But
very
but
confused.
here's the thing: how do you discern what's dark magic and what's okay? Like, I mean,
You know,
I don't know.
you know in your heart.
Well, I'm
because when
asking
you
from
take
a Islam point of view because I've definitely never heard
when
that they're okay with
you
witchcraft
take
before.
that path, you know what I'm saying? When you walk that path and dealing with the guy, dealing with the unseen, it's very clear cut of what is an evil spirit, an evil rule, and what is a positive rule. And I see someone said in the chat that I'm a voodoo practicing Muslim. I don't practice voodoo. I practice hoodoo. There's a stark difference.
It's not
So
voodoo, it's hoodoo. Hoodoo, that magic that you do so well.
It is different.
yeah, there's a stark difference. And hoodoo is
Is it?
relative to the Black American experience. Hoodoo is a Black American syncretic system.
But voodoo's not.
Voodoo mostly, well, it's associated now with Haiti because it grew big in Haiti, but it originates in Africa.
That's right. So you don't practice what originated in Africa. You practice
I mean,
some new
sir, I'm not an
theory,
African.
some new form that
I'm not
originated
a
in
I'm not
America.
a continental
No,
African.
that's
So
exactly what
no.
you just said, bro.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Well,
No,
there was
that's
a white.
exactly
There
what
was.
you just said, man. It's like you
Wait, hold
just
on.
caught yourself
There,
out with that one.
there was once a white voodoo practitioner. His name was Charles Lee Ray. Put himself into a doll. Maybe you've heard of it.
Yeah, but still,
Is that Chucky?
yeah. But
No,
no,
honestly, bro,
sir.
you just said you
Hoodoo is
follow
not
a
a
new
hoodoo.
thing
Listen.
with America.
Hoodoo is relative to Black Americans.
Really? So you practice a new religion that's formed since Black Americans were there?
No, sir. You know nothing about hoodoo, sir. So,
But
I
you
mean, I
said
can
it
sit
didn't
here and explain it to
originate.
you, bro, but you don't seem
No,
like
but
the
you
kind of
said it
person that's
didn't
going to pick up.
originate anywhere beforehand. You even said voodoo came
No,
from
hoodoo
Africa,
originated with
and
our
hoodoo,
pain and our
hoodoo
struggle
is in
here
America.
in America.
See, you're just yelling now.
Well, what he's saying is, what he's saying is they've
nothing to say when you get caught out.
well, what he said is, what he's saying is they've cursed the whitey because of what we did to them for 400 years. That's what he's saying.
No, that's
I
not
mean,
what he said.
I mean, listen. It is what it is.
Anywhere.
You know what I'm saying? You said what?
What was
I said,
it?
I'm not a Jew. I didn't take slaves anywhere, so I don't know why anyone would want to curse the white
See, and
man.
I'm like 132nd Sephardic, so I mean,
Listen. I don't get into that argument because the Jews that
We
we
all
say,
the
I don't
same.
care.
We all
They're
white
white.
devils, right? We're all white
You know what I'm
devils.
saying?
I keep
Everybody
saying-
has the potential to be a devil, sir.
I
But
keep
what I'm
saying
saying,
religious
but what
arguments
I am
pointless.
saying is that that particular
you're
community of
saying
people
is
have
that
did a lot
you're
of
right,
devilish
everyone
things,
else is
and
wrong.
that's not to point the finger at every single white individual, not to point the finger at the individual. I'm pointing the finger at the collective.
So
Well,
that's
then why
every.
can't? Well, okay, hold on.
You're not pointing
Oh,
at
okay,
each
wait.
individual. You're
Hold
pointing at
on.
all of them as a group.
All right, hold on. If that's the case, then why can't we point the finger collectively at 6% of the population doing 50% of the violent crime in this country? Why? What's the
Yeah,
problem with that?
see, this is the
So you
thing
don't
though.
have to do that.
This
That doesn't agree with
wait.
his
Can you be
beliefs.
quiet 1 second, bro? I don't want to deal with babble, bro. If you got something to say, bro, then say it. But back to Neurojack's
Dude, I did. You
question,
didn't
bro.
answer. Fuck all.
Back to Neurojack's statement. The statement that 6% of the population does the majority of the crime is a misleading statement because it is operated on a per capita basis. Actually, the most crime, 70% of the crime in America is done by the white community. You know what I'm saying? So like we
Prove that shit, bro. Come on. Don't
that I
fucking
mean it's
say
just the
that
truth.
shit.
That's just the truth of the
That's
fact.
not
And
a
it's not
truth.
saying
It's
that
just you.
Doesn't matter though.
It's your opinion. It's not a fact, and there's a
no,
billion
sir,
fucking
that is
statistics
the
that prove
fact,
you
sir.
wrong. No,
That is a
there's a
fact, sir. I
billion
could bring
things
it
that
up
prove
if
you
you'd
wrong.
like me to.
You haven't yet. You just keep saying shit with no
Can
proof.
we please not just argue like points that don't really have that much relevance in actual? I mean, because it's really a moot point. Like, because blame. I think I've been doing that lately, and it works really well. If you just blame, just it negates the blame, and then we can all like actually discuss things.
And I'm just saying that, you know, the truth of the matter of the fact is that there's a lot of things that were done. You know what I'm saying? And when you bring these things up,
Bro, you
people
sound
say
like a
you try to
fucking
make people
victimizing
feel
fucking
guilty or whatnot. And it's
motherfucker.
not a matter of guilt.
Oh,
It's
I
the
did.
fact that everybody, like me, as a black man in America, if
Yeah,
I
play
do
victim.
something, I am held to accountable for it. No ifs, ands, buts about it.
Dude, the only people that aren't held accountable for shit are fucking rich politicians who are mostly Jewish. Why are you
No,
anti-white
sir.
people?
There's no for me. There's no difference between a Jewish man and a white man, sir.
Well, there's your problem because
This is why.
Jewish
Sir,
is a religion that wants to
this is
destroy
why.
everyone.
When your boy Benjamin, I'm just gonna say your boy Benjamin.
Nigga, my
Everybody
boy,
knows who
fuck
I'm
that
talking about.
nigga.
That ain't my boy,
When
bro.
hey, bro,
That
watch your
ain't my
mouth,
Fuck
bro.
that
You
cunt, bro. What the
hey,
fuck
bro,
are you on
watch your
about?
mouth, bro. Watch your mouth,
Fuck
bro.
you. Don't tell me
You know
to
what I'm
watch
saying?
my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, you don't know who the fuck I am.
You're a
the fuck
nobody.
tell
Because
me
if
to
you
watch
said that
my
N
mouth?
word in my face, that would be
You
the last
are,
time of you saying anything.
you are a
Sorry.
completely lying, disrespectful motherfucker. And you want
Yeah,
to get angry because I said one word?
yeah. I wouldn't play with you.
Yeah, I'm
This
gonna
the
get
internet,
angry
but I
about
wouldn't
that
play with you.
one word.
I'd stand
Or
over you for
even if
real.
you want to, hey,
Don't
do
make
not
it
ever associate me as a Jew
Yeah,
again.
I stand over you for real.
I just said there's one thing. Look, you just
Like,
said
let's
there's a
agree
word
with
I can't use. Hey, you
DK.
just said
Stop.
there's a word I can't use. You said that you associate every
DK.
white man with the Jews.
DK.
Fuck
DK.
you.
Let's relax for a second. Yeah. I'm gonna move to the music here real quick. And then we'll move to the John C. Lilley thing. But yeah, blessings. DK starts drinking. You know, he goes crazy. Right? He starts spinning.
You know the saying, a drunk ain't shit.
There's
He's chilling.
another saying about like the N-word people can't do shit as well. Watch yourself.
We invented a lot of things. What did you invent? Nothing. Your people was starving and famine. Your people was starving and famine.
Put you to work and
The
told you what
Kiwis.
to do.
So we got to look at the Kiwi inventions. We got to look at the list of Kiwi inventions.
Right. They used to think that stankin' was an aphrodisiac.
For our population, there's actually a shitload of inventions from here, would you believe? Even I didn't realize there was so many.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, they're probably a great people. Let's give it up for them. Blessings to all those guys. New Zealand. But we're gonna take a little musical break. Oh yeah, 10 minutes. We'll be back. Thank you guys so much.
Time for
Yeah, so-
tea.
yeah, exactly. Time for a little bit of coffee too. Yeah, blessings, guys. Oh yeah, I forgot. Spooky Saturdays. I have to say Spooky Saturday. That's my promotion for a Saturday show. I don't know if it'll work, but it's worth a try. It's as good as any other promotion. It's just horror theme. I don't know if it'll work. But yeah, Spooky Saturdays, folks. Blessings. I mean, they had Spooky Sundays on Krakow. Rest in peace. I mean, obviously I've not researched that much into his paranormal show, but we might try to figure out how he did that and do something. But I love the topic. But yeah, so far it's just aesthetic. Spooky Saturday. Blessings, guys. Yeah, exactly.
Son, look what the world's coming to. My mama was right, the sun is colored blue. Demon child, where are you running to? Good evening, child, look who lives right under you. It's not my fault that you didn't believe we walked up once. It's not my fault that you didn't believe we walked the sun. It's not my fault that you keep on sleeping with your gun. No wonder you keep your gun under you. What's become of you? That's what nearly was gonna punish you.
Dark God, what up bad words, what up Azim the Beast, yeah, falling angels, balling devils, let's fucking go. Falling angels, it's appalling, streets is bleeding, prospering devils, you know what I'm alluding, you know I'm not losing, I always win, darkness, Adward, and Azim the Beast, feel the wrath, bitch, when I pull out my gat, I'm like the Flash, bitch, quickly spray and get away, crack the pavement, fire and brimstone, this is hell trick, ashes and dark drip, cocaine, and semi-automatics, third eye open, I wanna see these cowards trip, don't wanna see these cowards live, the beast in Revelations, this is my hour, I split the wig of a rabble rouser, a warning to those that talk foul, darkness, aka the blind owl, the punishment fits the crime, I am the dark god, and you can be liable, Don't fuck with the dark god, unlimited power. Shit can get dire, shit can burn like hellfire. This whole beat lit. Can't you hear me spray clips? Let's fucking go. Darkness, Edward, Tennessee, the beast. Let's fucking go. Falling angels in the streets, balling devils with the heat, flowing blood. This is the Red Sea. We make stacking chips look easy. Look
hey yo, they love it when you caught up with the law. People love when you fall, and when it's time for war, they ain't up for the cause. When it's beef, you can't run from the cause. Threaten mind retaliation. You might live today, but you'll suffer tomorrow. You speak to threaten, let me address it. You need a vest for asking where my dog's at. On some DMX shit. When I was young, it's like I knew the devil. Saw my family shoot the metal to wish for better days. Walking through the ghetto, it's best you get a doctor. No, get the chopper, never kill the monster. I'm rolling with no limit like I'm Silk the Shocker. I am him, Poseidon's twin. I'm wavy with the rhyming pen. You step up in the booth, you in the lion's den. Azim in darkness got the heater sparking. Add words, supply the ammo. Give them bullets if they need a cartridge. I speak of hardships, I need a target. Looking for more MCs to harvest in the streets of Hartford. Look at the world, it's clear to see these devils and angels beefing off. And I was the greatest before I even started. A fallen angel from the sky. When I pray, I wonder why God would leave all of his children here to die. But I survive.
Falling angels in the streets, balling devils with the heat, flowing blood. This is the Red Sea. We make stacking chips look easy, look filthy.
All right. And that leads us to final segment of this. Give me a second here. Pull this up for you guys. Blast from the past. In terms of how all of society is under mind control by Lilley. And if you want a explanation of Lilley, some of his key concepts and ideas of why he made this assessment, I mean, I'll go ahead and check it out. I mean,
and welcome back. And it's going to be a fun hour to talk to Dr. Pat Flan.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was on Wednesday. Yeah, we did that on Wednesday. You know, at the later part of the show, you know, we explained, or we watched a little documentary of John C. Lilley and his experiments and all that type of stuff. But yeah, this is, to my knowledge, one of his more important, ideas, and I think it links to all of those things that we were talking about: transhumanism, putting chips in people's brains, obviously genetic engineering, and of course cyborg stuff that we're talking about, right? So obviously all of this stuff has a lot to do with, all of that, but it also has to do with the biochemistry and also radiation and, all of that type of stuff. But yeah, anyways.
Again, who has been on the program for quite a few years now, unfortunately.
Yep.
No, I just wanted to hop in and comment. Did you see that that robot in China that bust that dude head and went haywire?
Oh no, I didn't see that one. Yeah, but that's definitely.
Yeah, it just, I don't know, they was doing something to it, like, one of those humanoid Elon Musk looking robots, and it just went, it went haywire and just got to swinging everywhere. Hit one dude in the head, split him open. I'm like, bro, that's like literal Terminator type shit right there.
Skynet, bro.
Yeah, but see, the biggest question is who is gonna be blamed when that happens. And right now, right, for example, when an AI makes a work of art, you know what I mean? Who owns it? I mean, it's a real question. I mean, right? So it gets into the question of responsibility. There's a team of people who engineered the AI and it programs something else, you know, and this is where the rule of experts gets into the extremely, you know, problem of, you know, of who's in charge. But in this level, they're kind of talking more about how such a technology, if they put the pieces together, it could actually be used to wield totalitarian power as well. I mean, so
Yeah, I don't want no dogs, robotic dogs with AKs on their back patrolling the streets.
Me neither.
Because you know what's gonna happen? The first time somebody innocent get chopped up by one of them, they gonna say, "Oh, it was a malfunction."
yeah. Yeah, also I'm pretty sure those are gonna be some Muslim killing dogs. but
Oh yeah.
but yeah,
it sounds like you haven't heard of the biggest malfunction. Did you hear about the robots in, I can't remember if it was Japan or China, that went completely nuts and killed, I think it was something like 20-something people? And the last one was actually trying to upload itself to the internet to find out how to repair itself before it got taken out. But it already killed over 20 people.
Yeah. Yo, I don't really, you know, it's been a really long time since I heard this, but yeah, I remember this. This always blew my mind. This always took me for a ride, and so much so that I downloaded it back in the day. But yeah, let's check this out here. A little bit of this.
But he's back tonight. His website is phi sciences.com. You can get there by clicking on his name. Pat, of course, among many, many things, invented the neurophone. He is a man for all seasons. He's an extraordinary life experiencer and has much to say about many things. Hello, Pat. Good to talk to you again.
Hey, Jeff. It's really good to talk to you again.
Thank you, my friend. It's been too long. I don't know how time slips away, but it does. Wasn't there a song about that? Something like that.
Yes. There are a couple that time.
Funny how time slips away. Something.
Yeah.
So, what we're looking at here since we last talked is really an extrapolation, an extension, a continuing unveiling of the most sophisticated mass scientific mind control and social engineering that the world has probably ever seen and may ever see ever, because I don't think it's going to last too much longer before it comes down on itself. But the media, you remember when it was said that the Marshall McLuhan said the message is the media or the medium. Yeah. All right, well, it was TV. And just as some people were beginning to grasp the overwhelming power and influence and psychological, emotional, mental, spiritual subjugation of that media, TV, along comes the internet, which I think geometrically takes the issue of mass control and influencing that much farther. And then we can, of course, stir into the pot that cauldron of hell, cell phone radiation, electromagnetic fields, which literally drown us. We're living in a fishbowl. 150 years ago, there was no EMF to speak of, except for a few lightning strikes and maybe something from space that dropped in now and then. But we are living in an environment that the human body simply cannot adapt to quickly enough. And the controllers are, 20, 30 years ahead, 40 years ahead in some disciplines, maybe 10 years ahead in others. But the idea of controlling the human mind now is so advanced and so exacting, I'm sure it would have shaken Edward L. Bernays in his grave if he were to be woken and told about it. I mean, it's just amazing what's going on. You see that as well as anybody.
Oh, yes. I've been observing it for years, and of course, I've studied it extensively, and they took one of my inventions and put it under secrecy for years because some of the technologies I've developed can be used for mind control. They can also be used for the greatest good that the human being has ever seen. That's always a two-edged sword, when you develop.
the human.
Yeah, that's actually right. Actually, in the totality of technological innovation, it seems like, nobody actually benefits, but in the immediate sense, it does give extreme power to people who can exploit and use that. And case in point, a lot of the research at the highest level, can be seized, or bought even by private corporations or even seized by the government. So
yeah, they make people disappear.
Yeah, and they'll steal your research. They'll use whatever they need to. The corporations and the government. I mean, if you have plans for a certain device, and you let people know about it, you could be in grave danger if it's something that will change the profit game. So to speak. So, he's possibly not the only person who's experienced something like this. And also, goes to a greater point that when scientists do research, they're often very ambivalent as to how their research will be used. And when it's used for evil, they feel very that they weren't responsible for it, or they feel personally morally outraged. But did they not think about that when they were conducting the research? You often think, right? How much are these people victims? It really is interesting, right?
Human being will never see in this case, unless the planet is completely turned over and retooled to put good on the throne of evil. And I don't see that happening anytime soon, although I'd love for it to happen. I don't mean to sound negative, but it is what it is right now, and we are in the hands of people who do not particularly care about the value of human life, happiness, integrity, or anything else.
Well, that's true. And, it's Iblis fair seeming. All the TV shows and movies program people. They think that the darkness wins, and that it's good to have no integrity. The people with no integrity, they're always, they're rich, they drive the best cars, and they end up, winning and beating the other people out. So greed is good. And then
greed wins. Greed is good, and that message goes in on several levels. And remember, it is also being enfolded and embedded into the subconscious through these technologies we've briefly mentioned. We'll get into that more as we continue.
Exactly. Yeah, the technology is reinforced, so we're getting it subconsciously and we're getting it consciously on multi-levels. The TV sets, scan rates, and, are designed to put people into, alpha states or below and hypnotic trance. And then they've got the modulations coming from the Wi-Fi towers, and the modulations coming in through subliminal programming on the TV sets, and then also through the power lines. There's plenty.
Now let me say one thing, and then I would like you to please tell us that anecdote again. That is a classic, and it's crucial, and it was many years ago. Now, the idea that the human mind is an electronic organism, an electronic machine, is certainly not what most people envision. They think we're chemical first, what we eat is crucial and all that. It is crucial, but we're electrical first and chemical second. And they, being the scientists who are behind this effort to control people, have decoded much, if not all, of the valuable parts of the human emotion spectrum. The emotional spectrum is known in terms of hertz, megahertz, and other kinds of electromagnetic radiation and frequencies, and can be programmed. We know that people who go near secure military installations will all of a sudden become very nervous and frightened and want to leave. They want to get the hell out of there. And that's because the frequency for fear is being broadcast on a perimeter basis all around that facility. This is really older technology. It's not new. Now, what Pat just said is critical. We all know about cell phone towers. We know about the Gwen towers. We know about satellite applications of electromagnetic fields. We know about the HARP program to pump up into the ionosphere tremendous amounts of electronic energy and then use that to beam back down specific and selected frequencies which can affect small groups or large groups of peoples and populations. But there's another main platform, a main venue, that these kinds of frequencies are actually placed into the human mind at very close range, and it's called the power grid. And Pat was the first one that I ever knew to figure it out. So tell us that story about how those nice, friendly 60 hertz wires in your walls and your 60 hertz powered electronic devices in your home can have a dual purpose at the very least.
Well, you know, John Lilley was a good friend of mine. We worked together for the Navy on dolphin projects, and John Lilley developed technologies for bypassing the mechanisms of the human brain that resist programming. And he developed, well, I'll tell it this way. My friend Adam Trombley was also a friend of John Lilley's, and he was in Hawaii looking at the power grid, and there are signals coming in the power grid that have some ultrasonic waveforms and certain wave shape, and so Adam was looking at this grid on the power line, and I was.
He went over. He went over to Lilley's lab, didn't he? And there was a screen showing a waveform. Wasn't that the way it went?
Lilley walked into to Adam Trombley's house, and Adam Trombley had the waveform up on the screen.
I see.
And John said to Adam, he said, "Oh, you know about my waveform?" And Adam said, "What are you talking about?" And then Adam said, "No, this is coming in on a power grid." And then John Lilley said, "Oh, so that's what they're doing with my waveform, the Lilley wave." And if you Google the Lilley wave, you'll find just one reference to it. But basically, it's a waveform that enables you to bypass the resistance of the human mind and program the brain. And you can transmit fear, you can transmit any emotion, any kind of information you want on the Lilley wave. And basically, Adam had discovered that they're using it through the power grid, and subsequently I've been all over the country, all over the world, and measured these things, and apparently there are black boxes in the power companies that produce the Lilley wave, and they're associated with, Homeland Security or whatever. And basically, these devices put ultrasonic waveform pulses riding on top of the regular 60 hertz wave. And they are mind control waves, and they're coming into everybody's house.
So the Lilley wave basically disarms the brain's ability to discern and decide. It just puts it in a neutral state where things just flow right in, much like the flicker of the old TV set will do. First time you watch TV, it takes about 2 minutes to get into that altered state. It's not beta, it's down in the alpha, almost theta range. You become really a zombie, and then after the first time, it's a matter of seconds. The second time you watch television, you're taken right into that state where things can pour right into your subconscious mind. So the Lilley wave...
No, yeah, serious. It's actually Delta that they're working with now, and they call it voice to skull, V2K. I don't know why they say K when it's voice to skull, but V2K technology. And it's targeting the Delta brainwaves, which are the brainwaves that are happening when you're in that, I can't remember if it's deep sleep or in the partial sleep. And that's the level of brainwaves they want you at that they've found it's the best to target you at.
Maybe the K is for kaput.
I was trying to work out if it's cranium, maybe spelt from a different country, but
yeah, kaput would work.
Voice to kill.
Mm-hmm.
There's a K in skull.
Maybe it's got 2000 something. Maybe it's in that range, or I don't know. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, it could be that. Voice 2000. Yeah. V2K.
Yeah. Maybe it's like kilobits.
Version 2.0. Version 2000. I don't know. I just know they call it V2K, but it's voice to skull technology, where they
Yeah,
can
but if
actually
you
pump messages into your brain. They can make you hear voices and shit.
Yeah, but if you actually hear Lilley talk about, you know, like how he would put people in an isolation tank and then beam them with waves, essentially, right, to give them certain emotions. And he said that, you know, he used to stress that this technology could be used to create a peaceful society where everybody feels good, like all the time, and like, you know, like everybody's walking around and, you know, like on ketamine and
Yeah,
isolation
I get what
tanks
you mean.
and getting hit with these fucking waves.
That euphoric stupor and not actually paying attention to everything. Yeah. But then again,
yeah, but the thing is that he never saw how, like, yeah, but you know, he just never saw how this fucking you know, technology here could you know, could totally potentially just be jacked, you know, to totally you know. So I hear him like in these new age you know, seminars, and he's like, yeah, we could beam people with these waves in the isolation tanks. And here he's explaining how, you know, obviously they could reverse engineer this and, you know, really fuck people up on a massive scale.
Yeah. Well,
Putting
that's
people
like
into
Tesla,
a euphoric
the,
stupor would act as a weapon as well, though.
Well, it's just like turning everyone to like a zombie so they're easier to control. Go here. Go there. Do this. You're not going to stand up against anyone. But see, Tesla was the same. He invented shit that, and he did actually realize, he thought that there was a possibility that they could use it in a way he didn't want. And the story goes that J.P. Morgan destroyed the tower at Wardenclyffe because he didn't want Tesla sending out free energy. That thing didn't get destroyed till after he had already fired Tesla, when Tesla told him that it produces free energy. But J.P. Morgan wanted to keep it because there's the possibility that it could also be used as, like, he didn't use the word laser, I can't remember what word he used, but yeah, as their, basically as the weapon. And he said, if every country has got this, there will be no more war.
Like a death ray or something.
Yeah, I think that's what I think they did actually call it a death ray, yeah. But he wanted like every country to have one. So
right,
it would
like that's the same,
be
like,
used. And when they
yeah, I mean, it's the
them,
same with
because it could transmit free energy.
Right,
He realized
but they could give everybody.
He realized they didn't want this for positive application. They didn't want free energy. They didn't want everyone to have one. Tesla was the one who went and burnt it down himself, so they couldn't have it.
Yeah, but they could give everybody nuclear weapons right now, you know. So, you know, that guy's obviously a fucking moron, because he's like, you're not thinking like why it couldn't have been made possible in his own time with what little resources they had, you know. So it's wild.
No, that's what I mean. Every country should have one because it would prevent anyone attacking another country.
Oh yeah, I get the concept. Yeah, but yeah, let's move on to this. Yeah.
First, to disarm the mind, and then your theory is, and Lilley's, and I'm sure Adam's as well, is that the Lilley wave was then piggybacked with any kind of known decoded electronic signature that would cause a reaction in the human brain and consciousness. Fascinating.
Well, that is correct, and we know the signatures for every emotional state. The signature of fear, the signature of bliss, the signature of anger. All of these signatures are very easy to duplicate, recreate, and you can, disarm with the Lilley wave. It goes right in, and then you put whatever you want in there, plus whatever subliminal programming you want. You can create unrest, you can create civil unrest, you can create riots, you can do anything you want.
And the amazing part about it is it can also disarm the brain to the extent that the other platforms, cell towers, the Gwen towers, HARP, can also pump up and pump out any number of electronic frequencies that will then have a free ride and entree right into the human mind en masse. This is not just an isolated issue. It's an amazing thing to consider. We are under such control and influence that the average American, the sheep, will never figure it out. Wow. Hang on a second, Pat. We'll be right back in just a couple with Dr. Pat Flanagan, our friend of a long time, who's been really looking at this like few people do. Back in just a minute.
I'm going to go ahead and just mute it for that. Yeah, I'm not doing that type of like, it's like, I don't know, it's like for a banking infomercial or something. I don't know. It's like weird music.
Wave of choice, the waveform of choice. The goal was to find an electric current waveform with which animals, that can be us.
Oh, wait, what was that, DK?
Is it on the same? When you come across ads like this, it looks like shit's flickering too much, or there's noises that sound discordant and shit. It's like,
yeah,
hey, this is trying to fucking just, get into my brain. So,
yeah. Yeah, like they're talking about frequencies, and then you put this fucking.
Yeah. I mean, see, when you
Pop,
realize, when you realize you try to like recognize and not be like expose yourself, or when you're streaming other people to that. It is something to be aware of. It is out there. And sorry,
could
what
be
were you
stimulated
saying?
through implanted electrodes for several hours per day for several months, without causing irreversible changes in the threshold by the passage of current through the tissue. All right. Many waveforms, including 60 cycles per second sine wave current, could apparently be used safely for these limited schedules of stimulation. They could not be used for the intensive long-term schedule of chronic stimulation. Electric current passed through the brain can cause at least two distinct types of injury, thermal and electrolytic. The technical problem in chronic brain stimulation, and they're using electrodes in this particular study I'm reading about, is to stay above the excitatory threshold and below the injury threshold in the neuronal system under consideration. This result can be achieved most easily by the proper choice of waveforms and their time courses, and less easily by the choice of the range of repetition frequencies and trained durations. So they worked on this and came up with this final statement. The previous waveforms used in neurophysiology and in neurosurgery injured the neurons when unidirectional current passed through the brain. Dr. Lilley developed a new electrical waveform to balance the current, first in one direction and then, after a brief interval, in the other. Thus, ions moving in the neurons would first be pushed one way and then quickly the other, stimulating the neurons and leaving the ions in their former positions within the neurons. This new waveform was called a balanced bidirectional pulse pair, or the Lilley wave. Now, what we're talking about here is the Lilley wave has been introduced and basically piggybacked on 60 hertz AC, which is in every home, every office, every building. And the idea is that it transmits it. We do know from an electronic reading of any 60 hertz power box with a simple EMF meter, you can pick up electromagnetic fields 5, 6, 7 feet away. So people who are living in a box, in a hamster cage, which is a bedroom, an office, a living room, are surrounded with this stuff. And if they send the Lilley wave in, piggybacked on top of it with other, well, we won't call them control, but we can call them influential frequencies, we have the perfect way to directly affect masses of people in their homes, offices, and other structures where they hang out. Pat, go ahead.
Well, that is correct, and it's used in multi-levels. It's used in microwaves also. Microwave stimulation of the brain. The problem with stimulating the brain continuously with microwave or control frequencies is that you can cause damage. You don't want to damage people's brain unless that's your intent.
But they're doing a good enough job on their own.
Yeah, but basically the idea is to stimulate, transmit the information in, return the nerves to their former state, and then the brain doesn't resist it, because if the same signal keeps coming in over time, the body can develop a defense against it. The lilley wave is a waveform that prevents you from building any kind of defense.
All right, very good. Now, what we have then in sum are a half a dozen primary venues to deliver electromagnetic frequencies to elicit some kind of a response in people. It's not to say that everyone's going to be driven out in the streets into a riot status tomorrow morning. But again, they have decoded successfully, electronically, most every basic emotion and thought process pattern in the human mind. Is that correct?
Oh, that is absolutely correct. And they can do it over the telephone. They can do it, when you're talking on the telephone, they can modify your speech waveform, put a lilley wave on it, transmit that right back in, and put any emotion they want. Like if you're talking to someone, they can take your voice waveforms and they can make put you into fear, put you into anger. You can call someone that you normally would have no anger with, and then after talking for a few minutes, suddenly you're screaming at each other, angry. And that's because your voice waveform has been modified with the lilley waveform with an emotion added to it. And it can be...
Nah, bro, I do that on purpose.
Yeah, they've actually done some experiments, I'm pretty sure, around here. We have the Air Force Base, and I used to live in the war zone over here in Albuquerque. And in, I guess it was probably about 2011, they were, whenever I first moved to the war zone, it's now called the international zone, which is like the poor part of town, right next to the Air Force Base. I was like, I had been living up in the mountains for isolated for about 5 years, and I totally disregarded my need to put up my psychic shields when moving next door to crazy drunk people and into a really bad neighborhood. And it was quite discombobulating. And I think right at that time, it just so happened that they were doing some experimentations too, because I went into the psych ward for a weekend. I could not sleep. I wasn't doing any drugs or anything. I wasn't stressed out. I was by myself pretty much because Scott was asleep, because we just got done moving our entire house, but I couldn't go to sleep and I couldn't relax. And then the same weekend, somebody shot their ex-girlfriend at their job, and there was a couple of other people that, I mean, the psych ward was fully full that weekend too. So it was pretty crazy. And yeah, it just seemed like there was some weird people walking around the neighborhood that I never saw again. And they were definitely prepared for taking some people places. Luckily, I went there myself. And nobody got hurt, so except for me, my tailbone, I knocked it off. My extra one.
What?
I had an extra coccyx, and I was trying to get the cat out of the tree, and I pulled on the branch, and the tree was in a hole in the asphalt, so it was really dry, and I broke the branch and fell on my ass and knocked my second coccyx off. It was pretty painful.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Luckily, because that would have been a bad spinal injury otherwise.
I haven't
Yeah.
snapped bits off, but I've had several like skateboarding and other dumb things that I've done where it's like straight on the coccyx. That's just
Yeah, and
instant pain through your body.
for like 3 years, I would every once in a while I would sit wrong and it would just hurt really bad. But then I think eventually my body just reabsorbed it because I don't even feel it there anymore.
So you didn't go to the hospital?
Oh, I did. I went to the mental hospital because it was actually my ex's mom was a nurse and she suggested taking me there since I wasn't quite okay mentally at that point. I was like obviously having some mental issues as well. And she thought it would be much quicker and they would see me quicker if he took me to the psych ward, which was true and I didn't have to sit in the emergency room for hours and hours.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah. But I had to stay in for the weekend because it was like a Friday afternoon when that happened. So I stayed Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and they let me out Monday. It was actually pretty fun. I didn't mind being there
That
at
is
all,
pretty
except they
quick.
didn't let me smoke, which sucked. I had lozenges though. Yeah, I fully like recalled my entire what they called a psychotic break. I don't think it was really a psychotic break because I don't think you're supposed to remember psychotic breaks. But the doctor
Yeah, I
was like
mean,
really super fascinated.
Yeah, I mean, it's not outside the range of possibilities that they would do experimentations on like a whole town. You have to wonder, like, where you hear like wonderful
Yep.
whites of West
Right.
Virginia or whatever, like where they're like all deranged, like it's like a group of deranged people where they were all given opiates
Yeah,
because
they
they
did
were
that.
like children of the coal miners or whatever, so
Yeah,
it
they
like
did that to
explains.
a town in France too.
Yeah. So they like
Yeah.
medicate people because they had the whole town work in like some type of chemical plant or something. So they're all fucked up and they all have fucked up kids. So they give them a bunch of weird medications. So there's a bunch of towns like that across the US.
Oh
And
yeah,
you walk
they
in and
don't give a
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, you walk in and it's like Resident Evil or some shit. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? But yeah, it
There's
happens.
there's a town, I can't remember exactly where it is, that two different people made videos about their experiences in this town, like just driving through it. One guy like stayed there for the night, and every single person he talked to, and he was asking him, do you know where I can get like a good feed? Do you know where I can like go for a drink? Every single person he asked said, I'm not sure, this is my first day here. Every single person. That's one video. He said every single person asked that. The other video is a guy who was just driving past and he had all his belongings in his car, like shifting from one town to a state or whatever to another, and he was driving through. And there's this chick hitchhiking. It's like, if I had room, I would have actually stopped and picked her up, but I had all my stuff in my car. So he carried on driving. He's like, 10 minutes later, the same chick was on the road, hitchhiking. Hey, there's definitely spots out there you got to be careful of.
There could be some supernatural things, like there's like quite a bit of like skinwalkers stuff out here, like in the desert, where things like that will
Ruh-roh.
happen. Like there's like something will be weird, like an owl will be flying in front of your car in the daytime, or like a coyote will cross in front of you like twice in a mile stretch. Like, but it's like the same time.
Deja vu is them changing things. Isn't that what the Matrix said?
Yeah, but it's pretty easy to tell when that kind of thing is happening. Sometimes it's supernatural, though. It's not like government technology or something.
Oh, I don't know. Everyone just gives it a different label. I mean, this is happening, and people just pick which thing they're saying is the reason why it's happening.
Well, a lot of times
it's demons, it's aliens, it's the government.
Yeah. Does it really matter what it is if it's something?
Yeah, I mean,
that-
it's one of them. I don't know which. Shit.
A factor of multiple things.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to make clear is like with a lot of supernatural, like some of this stuff could just be organized with very rudimentary stuff. Like for example, right, like this video is showing how they could do mind control with extremely rudimentary stuff that you don't even need internet connections. Right? So this is more of the type of thing that I'm trying to show is that they knew about it. Like back then, Jeffrey Rentz was talking about the same thing that they're talking about with like the laptops and the cell phones and the AIs and all of that stuff. So
yeah, well, and you do adapt to. I mean, and if you're aware of it, it is much easier to like overcome when that happens.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to get to is that you could do extremely stuff that seems supernatural with technology, but most people aren't aware of the technology. So, they're inclined to blame all sorts of causes that they can't explain. So this is another issue that's going on a lot. I mean, people are hoodwinked in that way. But like I said, I got like 25 more minutes here.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry, 100% TML. That's it.
Yeah.
Everyone just tries to like find some excuse for things because they don't generally look any further.
Right,
So,
right.
No,
Like
it
it's
must
like
be demons. It must be that. So they just don't.
like it's like the Rothschild guy said. He said, "All I need is like banks and newspapers, and I could just rule over all of you people." Right.
Yep.
So it's like that's all they need. They need very simple
laws.
As long as I control a country's money, I care not who rules that country.
Exactly. So it's just like that. It's like the methods and the means can be very simple. Like for example, like Machiavelli was explaining psyops back then in like Renaissance Italy, and so was Sun Tzu. Like they knew exactly what a psyop was. All right. So none of this is actually new or whatever it is. So so that's important. But I want to play a little. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that's new. Sorry. Go first.
Oh, I said, the Machiavelli. That was something that I came across recently. That was like how things seem to people is more important than what actual reality is.
Yeah. Yeah, because people want to pretend like they need to put a chip in your brain so that they can control you, and they actually refuse to take a look around.
No, it wouldn't work on me anyways. It just wouldn't, because if it's got any metal in it whatsoever, my body will just reject it.
Yeah,
But
but
so you could do it remotely.
Yeah, but DK, you wanted to say a point, and then I'm going to play this here.
I can't remember what the point I was going to say is, but yeah, go check out my Rumble show from today. No, go check out my Rumble show today because a lot of this is stuff that I talked about. It's just DK Spiracy on Rumble. Yeah. And it's like the most recent show. Holy crap.
Yeah, bless him. Yeah. Whoops.
Done in multiple venues, not just the power line, and you can get people so fearful or so angry that they'll get up and do something about it. And so if you want people to riot so you can prove a point or whatever, you can do that.
Well, they can do this. They don't have to have hardwired phones either. This can be done through cellular microwave radiation that goes everywhere.
Absolutely. That's microwave transmitters. This guy Fry, when I first came out with the neurophone and we discovered that you could transmit information into the brain bypassing the hearing channels completely, they developed a microwave modulation, and that's why my particular encoding technologies could be used with microwaves, and you can plant subliminal thoughts in people's heads, or you can amplify it to the point where they think they hear the voice of God, and you can say, this is the voice of God, and I want you to go do this, or I'll give you pain, and the one person giving you pain is right over there. Do something about it, and so forth and so on. So.
People who complain of hearing voices, in some cases actually are hearing voices. By the way, the patents for voice-to-skull technology are almost 30 years old now, the originals. They were playing around with this in the late 70s, as I remember. So it's,
well,
again...
I developed the neurophone in 1958, and it wasn't until 40 years later that we discovered how it works, a professor at the University of Virginia.
Really?
And they picked up on the neurophone right away. My patent was put under secrecy for years, and they tried to steal it. And I became close friends with Admiral Red Rayburn, who was DCI of the Central Intelligence Agency at the time. He was the inventor of the Polaris submarine. And Admiral Rayburn and I became good friends, and we did favors for each other. He went on to the NSA, National Security Agency, and offered me a job, and I refused the job, but we agreed to do favors. And so basically, I asked him to do a favor and get my patent out of secrecy, and he got my patent out of secrecy and asked me for a favor in return. But what he didn't tell me is that just because they got my patent out of secrecy didn't mean that they wouldn't harass me and try every way they could to keep me from doing anything with it. And my whole life, for the most part, was a nightmare.
Right.
He kind of, went right past that.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting situation there. But yeah, what's I'm also interesting that the guy who stole the wave technology is called Rayburn.
I know.
Dun, dun.
People's names are always messy. You can sort of tell, what demographic it is, because there's one demographic that constantly changes their names to try and infiltrate.
It's probably just a pseudonym, or what you call it.
Exactly. There's one demographic that changes their names constantly to infiltrate.
That way, you can't really trace what he's saying. So, do an investigation.
Exactly.
From some of the things that were done to me from the time I was a child all the way through, and I didn't even remember most of them until a year ago. I'm 68 years old now, and so a lot of this stuff was buried subconsciously until about a year ago.
Well, all right. Hold on a sec, Pat. We'll pause and come back and think about all that and continue.
Oh, man. Talk about dangerous frequencies. There they go with that music.
Yeah, exactly. See what I'm saying? So a lot of the people who talk about it actually do it during their own shows.
Yeah, that one didn't actually sound
a good training of tone. It sounded
Yeah, it's discordant.
Holy
It's
smokes.
discordant. Be very careful.
That actually sounds like
In terms of controlling the public, how would you get, what percentage, how thorough, how pernicious is it right now? We have people buying into the political clubs that they belong to, the left-right, the phony left-right paradigm. They're a member of a church or a secret organization or whatever. As soon as people join up with something, that's an elitist, dominant ego thing to do, and they think that they're better than others, and the other people don't measure up, or I've got the truth and you don't. It's a way to divide and rule again. But how seriously competent and efficient is mass electronic mind control?
The entire public, for the most part, is under mind control from various drugs put in the water to drugs that they're taking to programming in school
Well, SSRIs certainly have the potential, I'm not saying they do, to put the mind into an even more malleable state that it can be entered, penetrated, and manipulated.
Absolutely. No, there are so many drugs, and that's for the mass public, and then they have drugs and things that they can use on individuals that they've singled out that they wish to control more deeply. Various school programs looking for gifted children, looking for certain individuals that they might want to go deeper with. But the mass public itself, all of us, sit around and watch TV, and most of the programming comes through the TV set, and it's just very extensive. And then you've got, and this goes on, but you've got the fluoride in the water, and you've got the chemicals in Diet Cokes and, diet foods and so forth. It's very extensive. This goes very deep, and when there was a program run by Andrea Puharich called the Star Child program, and
okay, that's a very important name. It was one of the first proponents of brain implants. I think they work with Delgado too, right? With Jose Delgado, right? Puharich, right? But a huge supporter of the New Age stuff as well. All right, this is actually a name worth like looking up their connections, right? Because they were into all sorts of paranormal stuff, right? Paranormal activities, right? Including Uri Geller, spoon bending stuff. So it like influenced the Matrix, right? So this is right on topic here, right? Puharich and the Matrix, right? Spoon bending stuff, right? Right. And it says he's a parapsychological researcher right there on Wikipedia. Yeah, you might want to ask them, what's that? Right? They're supposed to pretend that stuff doesn't exist, right? Right, but here it says two of the most famous Puharich 50-plus patents were devices that assist hearing, means for aiding, methods for apparatus for improving neural performance in human subjects by electrotherapy. And then look at the last one. It says his research including studying the influence of extremely low frequency ELF electromagnetic wave transmissions on the mind. Right. But yeah, I read that before on my show like a little while ago when I was looking at Warren McCullough and Joshua Halderman and Jose Delgado and a bunch of other guys that advocated for brain implants and stuff like that.
You mean like Neuralink?
Yeah, and that's interesting because that guy actually, he first became a critic of it, and then he actually started developing.
They singled me out when I was in the third grade. Said that I was a problem child in that back then they didn't have ADHD, that I was hyper, and that they could help me. And they singled me out and put me in what's called the Star Child Project. And the Star Child Project is one in which they take children who are extremely intelligent, and they want to make sure that these children work for them and not for anyone else, and certainly don't work against them. And so they they worked on me extensively as a child and when I was a teenager and throughout my life, and some of the extent of which I didn't even know until, like I say, I'm 68 years old, and it was about a year ago that I finally was able to break through the compartmentalization of the mind and find out what some of the things that were done to me. And this is being done all over. Children, you know, are being put on ADHD drugs and so forth. And, you know, it's very extensive. All the, you know, various drugs that people are given for different problems are also part of that.
You've been observed, watched, utilized your entire life.
That is correct. Yes, that's because when I was 11 years old, I developed a device called a atomic bomb guided missile detector, and I won Houston All City Science Fair with it, which included all grades up through college. And
that's hilarious. But yeah, there's been lots of kids who invented models similar to, you know, nuclear bombas and reactors and stuff like that. And yeah, the government had to swoop in and seize them. We heard about that in the Ray Kurzweil piece, Promise and Peril, right? Where this like kid inventor invented a very close model to an actual bomb, and they had to come in and seize it, right? So anyways, you know, and actually the kid said he looked it up online. You know, so and he just went to a website right, and found the information. And then Kurzweil says that you could still find the information there today. So it's readily available information apparently. Right? They can't erase knowledge like that. Right? It's a huge problem. Right?
You can't. It's kind of hard to get weapons grade uranium, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, and definitely.
But you could probably use another isotopic, or what's the word?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Element for that.
Yeah, nor would I advocate that anybody even research anything like that, because you may have people looking into you then. You know, so this is the kind of
definitely get gang stalked for sure.
Yeah, yeah. If anything that Flanagan is saying is true, and we don't know if it is, right? He says that he invented something dangerous when he was a kid, and basically he's been set on a course where he's been being followed around a lot. You know, being used a lot. I mean, had some weird ideas that they used for something, and that's the problem. You know, so yeah, does anybody else have anything to add here? You know, we're closing up here. So DK, Zephyr, you know, Reddington, you guys got anything for these people? Blessings. You know, we'll watch the rest of this video next time. You know,
the only thing I have left to say is much love, no fear.
Yeah, blessings.
Please
DK,
don't think that the things that I've said are targeted the way people think. So I haven't really tried to target a person. I've targeted things I've said. I have never attacked or abused anyone. I've attacked the things I've said. Please keep that in mind, everyone.
You say fuck you sometimes, but that's not really
Yeah,
personal.
I did. Honestly, on my channel, I say it a lot more often than I do here.
Yeah.
This is me being
Everybody
nice
has
because I know
their
I'm on
limits.
YouTube.
You were doing really good for a while. You were doing really good. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, then I got pissed off. So
yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Don't try and do that.
So with the kid
Much
that
love,
built
no fear, everyone. Have fun.
Love you. Bye.
Easy.
So with
Yeah,
that
peace,
kid that
DK.
built the reactor, I think you can get, like, if you get enough smoke detectors, you can get like the Americanium
Oh yeah, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I think that's what
Yeah.
he did. I think
Yeah,
he
you have
just
to have a
Oh.
substitute.
yeah, so many of those, and I think
Oh,
he
I didn't know he actually. Wow.
yeah, there was a kid that actually somewhere in the Midwest, like
Yeah, see, this is the thing is that I've heard
tortured.
many, like many kids did this, didn't they, Zephyr? It's not just one kid, right? It's been many of
Well,
them, right?
I only know of one, but I'm sure, yeah, there was probably a couple of really smart kids
Yeah.
that just didn't realize exactly how dangerous that could be, and it got out of hand, and it was in their backyard, and everybody in their neighborhood got radiated. So, like, dangerous
Ooh.
levels.
Yeah, I feel like this is something for I mean, Infinite Plane Society to research these stories because I feel like every 5 years they'd pop up with a story where some kid did this. I mean,
Yeah, and you never. I mean, it's more dangerous than somebody having a meth lab next door, you know, for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah. Because if one kid did it, what's the odds that only one of them did? Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
you
either
definitely
like
would
that's a
know.
mutant kid or someone else, right?
He's
Yeah, you
gonna
would
turn
definitely know
himself mutant real
soon
quick.
enough if somebody that one of your neighbor kids did that. You would know pretty. I mean, it would become really obvious that something happened. Uh, yeah, but yeah, a little bit of I mean, I think so, like, if you look at, like, the animals that around Chernobyl, like, they're, like, adapting really well to the radiation levels there, like, actually, like, way better than was expected. I think humans are pretty adaptable too. So that's at least I hope we are,
I
you
hope
know.
so. I hope the sea life or the ocean life is as well.
Yeah, it's more
Since
delicate. Yeah.
Fukushima.
The things are really bad are like swamplands because they're like really delicate ecosystems usually with lots of really interdependent creatures that usually like the waterfowl and stuff like that that migrate, which is pretty important for other ecosystems too. So the wetlands are like really important not to mess up, and we've pretty like messed up quite a lot of those already.
Yeah, peace, Sam. Thank you so much for joining. I mean, also,
Still want
homie
to know
here,
what that car is.
Ramaham, blessings.
Yeah, Pickle Rick. That would be funny. Pickle Kid.
Um, yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. Yeah, what about you, Reddington?
I just want to know what Issa, is it Issa or Issa?
Issa.
All right, okay, because there's two S's, so I wasn't sure. I just want to know what he was talking about, and then Yahoo being our boy or whatever the hell that was about. It's
Yeah,
like,
I think that
hold up, what you talking about, son?
Wait, whose boy?
That he's white, that he's like our boy or
yeah,
like
he said he was just saying
white
that Jewish
person's
people
boy.
are white people, and that means
Yeah,
like that's our people or whatever.
yeah, he
I
said that, but he was like about to go somewhere with that, and then it kind of just went
Yeah,
downhill
I
from
think
there.
I think that was just mainly I don't know. Was that when he was fighting with DK?
it was a
Yeah,
jokey dig, sort of.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah,
got the
so
impression.
yeah, so they got into some sort of racial battle there. So I don't know
Yeah,
what that was about. Yeah,
race wars.
yeah, race wars. So it was what it was.
I'm like, I'm
But
glad
yeah, I'm
not
definitely
this side. And I was like, and he said that about a white guy, according to you. So I
yeah.
don't think that's an insult to you.
Yeah, I mean people get into that type of thing. You know what I mean, I'm definitely not against it. I'm for people being racially positive about their own racial um whatever. However they want to express their race, that's fine. I mean,
Yeah, I
I'm fine
think
with it.
people should own their offense, though. If they're going to be offended, it's their own damn fault. I mean, you don't have to be insulted. Who cares
I
what
just
that
wonder
person?
what information he's basing that off of.
Well,
Well,
because
I
he's
think
Pretty
it's
much.
Well, that's a regular theory. You know that the Jews are white because they claim they're white every chance because then they turn around
Yeah,
and say,
when it suits their purposes,
yeah,
they'll
when
do
it
that.
suits them, they'll
Yeah,
always say like, yeah, we're
but
Europeans, and then
then they'll drop it like a hot potato real quick when it
well, when
doesn't.
they want to socially engineer minorities, they'll say, well,
Yeah.
we've been minorities in Europe the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I
you
don't
know,
know what he's talking about.
yeah, and it's not just Jews. Every race of people does this. They become oppressed when it's convenient. They become, the victors. They they become kangs. Whenever that's convenient.
Yeah,
You know,
blaming
Right.
victimhood is
Right.
like, ugh.
yeah, everybody does that. Everybody does that shit. They go, yeah, we were slaves, and oh yeah, we were dignified slaves, and we were ruthless kings. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, actually, most people that are alive nowadays, it was their great grandparents that were slaves. But
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, oppression is something that happens to people regardless, and probably more so to minority people, like colored people, by white people, I'm sure. But now there's a lot of
Not
prevalence.
really, because
It
you
happening
know,
to
like
people too.
like the Turkish, like they took white people, like they just took them. They
Yeah.
took them. They took them crackers.
Yeah. Well, and it's like I'm pretty sure that some of my
Took them
relatives were
crackers.
probably
Did they
moved to
have any
America
soup?
to escape being enslaved by some people or ejected or whatever, killed.
They took
So,
them. They took them Negroes. They took them crackers.
yep.
They took everybody.
Yeah, and you guys can call me a cracker if you want. I do
They
not care.
got brown people. They had brown people enslave the African people. And they also had Irish people enslaved with the black people.
Yep.
So who's
Yeah.
the fucking slave?
Well,
So yeah.
and the
I
Americans
was
got the black people
I was
like
debating whether to bring that up or not.
they've got black people
Because
like totally
I'm of
discriminating
Irish descent.
against other black people now too.
Uh-oh. That's gonna lead to many jokes
But I'm just
on
saying.
Reddington down the future.
Yeah,
Now that
well,
he's exposed his
Neuro's
Irish
already gave
descent.
me shit.
Neuro's been
Yeah, he doesn't
he's
like
been making
Irish
fun of you.
people apparently.
I've got a list of
He's been making fun of you for being Irish.
I've got some Irish in
Like a
me.
couple of times. He hasn't done it lately.
My great grandma Ivy Keene. Great great grandma.
Well,
My
Zephyr,
mom.
you're part Jewish, right?
Yeah, a little bit Sephardic, and I've got some Irish as well. I've got some Basque, a little bit of Moorish, like dark skinned folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moors,
Native
yeah.
American, some German, a little bit of
Yeah, I
some
mean,
probably
That's the whole
Indian.
world in you.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
got a lot of different stuff, and that's just from genealogy research. I don't know,
Yeah, I mean,
like,
I really like Issa, like the perspective he brings, because it's totally different, right? Because he was at they're on the south side of Chicago. I think he talked to like different people when he was on panel, but yeah, definitely he switched from Sunni to Shia, and so he knows a lot about the differences between the different Islamic sects, as it were.
yeah, he
So
seems pretty open-minded to a certain
yeah,
degree.
so he gets into different topics. So I really appreciate him being here. Obviously, we greatly appreciate Unseen Warfare
For
for
sure.
his continuous participation. Anybody else that was here on panel, obviously Cage, much respect to Cage. It's always a pleasure to talk to him. Also Ezra, I greatly appreciate them being here on the stream. All the other people, it's been a great time. Of course, okay, so so if you guys don't have anything else to say, I'll go ahead and close this.
That's
There
it.
was, but I forgot already.
Oh man, yeah, it's all good. But yeah,
Yeah, there's always next
Maybe
time.
I'll tell you later. I don't know.
yeah, definitely if you remember. But yeah,
All right.
blessings, guys. Yeah.
Thank you for having me up. Until next time. Bye.
Oh yeah, of course.
Easy.
Yeah, actually, we will be back. Tomorrow, really. So we'll be back tomorrow, guys. Me and I think Unseen said he was joining. So we're gonna continue the series we're doing on Zionism. right? And I think he has a little bit of things to present. I'll be sitting down and just reviewing a bunch of material tomorrow. So I won't be generally saying much. You know, a lot of the Zionism series has just been explanations of shit. You know, we did kind of get into some of the commentary when we looked at the debate. But yeah, on the other channel, I'm trying to do more shows where I have just readings, you know, and just explanations of materials and different type of stuff, and sort of slow it down so that we could sort of dumb down the material on this channel. There's no need to, you know, hype up the commentary and to give a big rigmarole, you know, especially when people aren't familiar with some of the key concepts and themes, right? So I always try to refer back to some of the key concepts and themes that we've been developing here on the show, and also just the general you know, ideas. But yeah, I mean, we got a lot of the little gay boys to go live with my face. I got people to go live with my face, right? You know, people that, you know, in spite of, you know, giving serious commentary on lots of different events, lots of different questions, right? You know, we've been able to achieve lots of feedback, right? So, yeah, but mainly, you know, we're bringing to you this commentary on, you know, how certain universal concepts developed, right? Especially in lieu of liberalism, right? And what are, you know, what's going to replace liberalism in the future, right? So we've been coming with different key concepts on that, right? We're going to be maybe developing a new series on Beyond Good and Evil by Friedrich Nietzsche, right? And I've been trying to look at more, you know, philosophy texts, or, you know, because people are wondering what's the deal with philosophy. Is it really important? You know, obviously we try to bring some reflections on philosophy and science, right, and their achievements, right? Now, we believe that the achievements of philosophy and science have been wildly overstated, right? And they've taken predominance over, you know, things that should be, you know, much more standard human concerns. All right. And finally, we're going to talk about this idea of the priest and the artist being merged, right? Which we think that the cultivation of metals should belong to a special class in society, right? The priests, right? And the priests, you know, stood at the, you know, okay, not only should we have a righteous warrior, right? We should have rights. Okay, why do you have RIGHTS? Rights, right? Okay, universal rights, right? It's because they took away your rights, RITES, right? Your traditions, right? You can't ghost somebody in a village, right? What we need is to bring back a human scale lifestyle, right? A human scale lifestyle. And that's why we're rejecting progress, right? And we're rejecting the monoculture that they're trying to enforce on a universal scale, right? And so we're bringing to you lots of tools, right, that you could use in order to question these ideas for yourself, right? And so, you know, this is just a scrolling, you know, sort of marquee, right, of dangerous ideas, dangerous slogans, right? Ones that can implode, right? Those ideas and thoughts that are being used to program, right? But yeah, you know, you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, right? So I hope you can see beyond the programming, my friends. And, you know, yeah. You know, all truth comes from within. I mean, how do you know if what somebody else is saying is true, right? That you accept unless you can know it for yourself, right? Okay, listen to everything, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself. You know what I mean? And yeah, question everything. I mean, start a well-intentioned fight, right? Don't ask why if you know it's wrong. I mean, see the lies fly out in defense, right? And be aware of you know, the programming. I mean, right? How can you see beyond the programming? Is to realize how you've been programmed, right? Right? Freedom is not a vested interest, right? Not a static goal, but a dynamic prize. Right? But yeah, you know, I'll be back tomorrow. This is just a sort of reflection on key themes here. You know? But yeah, you know, we will be back very soon. Okay. Sunday, Monday, we'll be doing a show. Tuesday, we'll be doing a show. Wednesday, we'll be doing a show. So all the people that went live to try to stop this, you know, try to stop the mouth of madness. I mean, sad news for you guys. I mean, we'll be live, you know, and if we get banned, we'll be live on the other channel, right? So we do have, we do have these three. Okay, we have the alt channel in case of ban. Okay, so we could be banned. Right? Lots of people don't like what we're saying, all right? We're on the brink of being banned, right? So go ahead and subscribe to the alternative channel if you like the content here, right? Okay, we'll try to upload as much as we can on the alternative channel there, right? Okay, we also got Made by Machine Bomb series exposing the YouTube streets. We're going to continue that soon. We only got 3 episodes in there, right? We got over 7 episodes during the ban, where me and Unseen Warfare did an entire series for that ass. All right. So, you know, that was packed full of information, right? So, yeah. So anyways, we appreciate you guys being here. Right. And yeah, we'll be continuing very soon. I mean, yeah, there were some other, you know, little thoughts I had, but I'll just save it for later. You know, actually, I don't remember what I was going to say. Blessings, guys. I mean, we'll figure it out together. But I greatly appreciate you guys. I mean, yeah, let me play some music for you guys. I mean, that I procured here. Yeah. Yeah, Spooky Saturdays on the Machine Lies. Now, I'm trying to think of something for Wednesday, like a theme. So far, we just have Spooky Saturday, so I don't know what, yeah, you know, I don't know what it's gonna do. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah. Official pistol gang. Vinny Paz, Louis Dogs. O'Drama, Bin Laden. D-Mize. Yo, Premier, what's up, motherfucker? DJ Clips, what up, baby? La Coca. Bill Slain. Danny Boy. Yo, Everlast, what up, cuzzo? Listen. A rebel to yell, take you through the levels of hell. Take your commissary pussy like it's settled in jail. I'm a heavyweight, Vinny, don't need to get on the scale. A man of God, but usually the devil prevail. I don't work, all your motherfuckers work for me. I love death, you motherfuckers get murked for free. I don't follow trends, I just do what work for me. I don't live on earth, the motherfucking earth in me. Louis Dogs don't relate to y'all, cause I'm a godly creature. I chop a motherfucking brick like a karate teacher. I wouldn't call what you doing sick, you just got a fever. I have my mother's heart and I have my father's features. Yeah, you know I got the hammer in the jeans and more white shit than in the Canada latrine. I go bananas for the cream. I don't have a moral fiber, Vinny, take your nana for her cream, yeah. Yo, D, where you at, baby? You want it all, nigga. Official pistol gang. Official pistol gang, nigga. We mobbing on you motherfuckers. Hottest motherfucking mixtape, hands down. Yo, D, what's up, nigga? Take these these motherfuckers to war, nigga. Yeah, hey yo, niggas rapping but they comical. It's logical, they overrated hands, so I cut them like a dominoes. Box a piece of fucking perpetrating, hospital with nurses racing, running niggas over in a hearse with Satan. Squash a nigga in his baby chorus. There's no collaboration with commercial rapping if you pay me for it. So fuck the BS, I'm the hardest out. Walking Philly with a Philly, selling niggas CDs, yelling garbage out. Pardon me, that's just my sense of humor. Look, I'm intense, I'm making sense. You niggas senses trying to spread your rumors. Basically, I'm trying to make it happen. Scheming, I can make it rapping. Stay away from niggas who relate to acting. It's not impersonal, I take your money, spend it on your bitch. Call you a bitch and tell you pussy, try to take it from me. It's funny how a motherfucking bitch change when a bitch get changed. It's nothing if she sniff cane and turn crazy. Sell her own soul, her own baby. All over this gravy, it's all over. It's shady how the world turns. And it's all over this money. It's funny, next thing you know, you all over your money with your face out. Brains being your dame leaving with the next man. Plan A to the plane, scheming on your life savings. Like praying it might save him from his life wasting. All over his wife patience. I don't like hatred, but if you could do it to me, I'ma do it to you. Give a fuck if you beautiful, what your booty could do. Your pussy tight titties, big bitch, look did he do. I got a bundle on your head to kill you and your crew. That's a must, they don't like you, mind you. Bullets fly through your head, they won't find you. Blind you with red beams, bury you cockroaches. Chicks you get into, so baby do not approach us. I'm a sick being, stick me in a rap cipher. I'm a lighters, hairspray and burn biters. Yo, D. Yo, you just caught a body on these motherfuckers, cuzzo. Yo, word to Allah, this the body snatchers. This the return of the body snatchers. Official pistol gang, baby. J-Rock. All my motherfuckers. Yo, just Allah, out of space. Reef the lost cause. Birth to jerk. OG filthy rich. We punching motherfuckers in the face for breathing, baby. Body snatching, catching bodies.
Man got rhyme for days. Word up. Faggot ass MC. Spitting out garbage rhymes. Faggot ass MC. Word up. Slap the shit out of you, motherfucker. Tonight is the night that you will lose the fight. I think you better think twice before you touch that mic. You could lose your right when you fuck with the right. Trying to fight, you get blasted with the pipe. Tonight is the night that you will lose the fight. I think you better think twice before you touch that mic. You could lose your life when you fuck with the right. Trying to fight, you get blasted with the pipe. Members of the round table with sons of men generate light. The third night's when the concentration camp running like a gas lamp. I came equipped with the globe as my wardrobe fully armored. 7 soldiers on the lookout for deathly armor. Speaking in speak in Bible terminology. Fuck the industry is on the top. That's where I'm soon to be. The holy scam. Connect with the royal pharaoh bliss so we ignite the jam. Fuck you and your Uncle Sam. Never gave a damn for the faking and phony slandering. My understanding's right, the don't be like a cannon. You ask the question why? Tell me, can you testify? Justify against the high nigga, or maybe you would die. I'm on state, magnified, so alive. If on the smile, I keep on searching for the alibi. We going Cody, the one and the only. Sharper than Shinobi, NYOB, kid you nosy. Hitting all my hoes up for ODs, you know me. Gotta roll trees, roly poly, behold me. Scoring mad points off you goalies. Who try to cock block, stop and slowly. Ain't no way to control me when I'm coming for that trophy. For building my dynasty like the characters of Kobe's. The unholy government divorce stolen solely. And yo, like the trees, past the rock and Sonata Force, Frank Sinatra's. Singing about street operas. Dad gonna be, wanna be Al Pacinos. And Danny DeVito's. Dressed in tuxedos. Gambling in life the Gambinos. Who blood suck the poor like mosquitoes. Cease the fire, the one-man riot. Hired, 60 seconds taps in. Rapping, driving thugs who plug when they knew they should've dug. Feeling to be a king, boy, yo, in mine, I'm a royal bust. Sending brains down the dame. You couldn't withstand, make a planes. Should've told me, please, your ass insane. I beat heads in with blessing. Consider it a blessing, your next step, only
It's the same when these MCs fuck yo, what they call you, kid? Yo, it's a shame when these MCs fuck with me. Yeah, what's your name, son? They call me LP. I must be entirely too fucking nice. Eladon Digital, pass it up to the right. From now on, I'm impeaching orderless. Substitution, Mardi Gras. Hide the coolest back, providing them at the sharp bar. Fuck the shark, bringing it to you live after dark. After sight and friends, rhyming I sex you with the brain. Kings and many men, intuition, scissors in. Got a whole full girl spit, you ready about rhyme and spam. This includes now broadcasting from here to the next millennium. Off you niggas, execution style love. Rhyme directive is the most me. Play a part of other psychosis. Not prone to PlayStation, every man hopeless. Gene pool too much, get right without discretion. Fashion MC drop, now they part of my phone collection. The metro earth burners, while earth 6 murder at the service. How the UFOs coming in. Bill collectors get clicked on. Subtle murderous, murder burns, form a corporation. We briefly bankrupt, but you suck litigation. The mixed bastard, wherever I lay my style out of booby traffic. Super duty tough work. Singing some style and taste rappers. The kids who find out when it's best for excitement. Blast on some Mars attacks when I'm busting for the light. All fantastic, when I beg, grin, martial law shouldn't face me. I see through pussy like the invisible woman. Teenagers turn trick, pimp by pedophile labels, they start them a far from. Soon to be the same. MC, my son girl. Nancy, trying to eat, just living. I wanna be MC, what's up, girl? Snap, fancy, trying to eat, just living. I must be entirely too fucking fresh just to kill a fun crusher. Pass off to the right. But most meticulous, descriptive clips from the hip to the sit on sign out ridiculous. And under my thumb went down hackers when EMS workers plug gloves and slug catchers. Here's the living dusty but digital with a far more rugged approach to Fat Asia. Boston sundown, wild advanced placement in effect. For me it's either rhyme or euthanasia. Stands riddle but B-boy, so rugged and practical. Subtle anarchy, climate is unadaptable. Broken, logic, protocol is destruction. Attack them at the fulcrum society can't function. I've been underground since 13 literally. Bomb the whole system up, unifying like scenery. Bless the church system, I'm walking through barrels, 580s on. No audible coherency, plate speak ejection. Get caught, not back at the dermal, ease up friction. High dose of energy fuse my 418 split me in 3 sections. Each capable of launching attack in any direction. Looking back up and connected, death defying. All up on your email addresses. I defy any and all intents of logic. Gray matter material formulate engineering solids. Truck the vast scientific frontier dropping science. Every bloodline is tainted, signify malignant action with bad intentions and boogeyman and death is the source of life. Yeah, you're crushing family tree of innocentry. No traditions to pass down, spiritual awareness. I wanna be paid. MC, motherfucker. Snap, banshee, trying to eat, just living. It's over, I wanna be paid. MC, motherfucker. Snap, banshee, trying to eat, just living. Just that. If I have to live on this earth without sight, I'll be getting on the squad bastards.
Yeah, it's like the ghost in the closet, or it appeared in the certain.
Look, bro, unless there's a real actualization, a real awakening, 70, 80% of the population is going to be completely, basically enslaving themselves because they can't critically like assess what is going on around them and who they are at their deepest. You know, people just don't want to ask questions.
It was just
Not real ones.
Just conglomerate.
They want to gather information so that they can feel like they have some kind of safety and control. The fact is, don't.
All of these different things, whether it was the exploration of the Roman Empire, Nero, all of it is encompassed. And then also the moderns, like Gaudet, or
you have to make it for yourself.
Poet, and Sexton the poet, or going back to the Romantic period.
You have to take
control, of course, you mentioned, but also
full responsibility, accountability, and mastery of your reality.
The flowers of evil, and all of these different types of individuals that just played a role and drew me and kept me on the thing, and it's still to this day keep me on that same line. So that's how I came to the path. The path kind of finds you. I mean, you can look for it. You can look for it under a rock or a tree or run around and under the moonlight. Hope it comes, but it will come when it wants to find the person. The person will be the one struck by lightning. And it will stay with you for your life. It becomes a lifestyle mechanism. You know, black magic tests the metal of the black magician. It's not a safe road. It usually wipes out about 60 to 70% of the patrons who really are into it. Now, a lot of black magic or people today are watered down, even neurosis, and really find it to be a fad. So, black magic, they're into it for 10 minutes, and then next, and I've said this before, they're the dragon or something. For me, it's never been a fad. It's always been very much in tune.
Blessings.
Yo, what's up, G?
What's good, bro?
Yo, blessings, homie. Yeah, how you been?
Just handling a lot, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
I hear you.
I feel like I'm coming full circle finally. I was feeling off for a little while after everything happened.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I think a lot of shit's been out of place, right?
It's just it's fucking,
a lot of volatility around.
Well, it's just a lot of change shift, swiftly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
Rap, that's basically, and then just like just the shit that happened with me medically, like on top of it. It was just, and I didn't even realize what the fuck happened. I thought I just like fell. Like I don't remember any of it. Like real quick, I just fell and got up, and they're like, "No, you fell like 6 times. You were down for 30 minutes." I was like, "What the fuck?" I didn't remember any of it. Like, what? Go. Okay. It messed with my head for a little bit, bro. It was weird. But I'm feeling more lucid now and chill.
Well, I'm good to hear that. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
glad to hear
man.
that. You know, is what I meant to say. Right?
Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, I'm good to hear. Yeah, it's good to hear from you. Right? For sure. Right?
Yeah, yeah. I was going through a lot. And then I've just been my girlfriend's at university right now, and we've been kind of like talking when we can. And then I've just had shit going on with my family and just like, just shit, like research, and I've been getting more into my practice again. And it's just like trying to figure out where I'm gonna live. Like,
Yeah, same shit with me.
like
Pretty
just
much.
like moving, like it's not like in jeopardy or anything. I basically told my landlord to go fuck himself because like dude, I don't want to get into all that, but yeah, after years, anyways, um, people are just fucking dumb sometimes, man. Jesus. But yeah, man, I'm good. I just had a lot fucking happen, like simultaneously. I needed like to just go into hermit mode, you know.
Yeah, that that honestly might be me soon. You know, but I don't know. I think I'll give it
Oh
a
shit!
year before I get to that. Maybe.
Fuck! I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man, you talking to Twilight, son of Lilith, and the machine lies. The Mashiach lies. Yeah, I told him the Mashiach lies.
Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, blessings. All right, right on. My bad, bro.
It's all good.
What were you saying?
Oh no, I'm just saying pretty much same thing with me. You know, just chilling, fucking trying to sharpen my deal as it were. But I don't know if you know, we got banned at the channel. So that's why we have been streaming a lot. Right? So if you were wondering about that, so
You got banned?
we got banned. B.
No, I haven't really been online that much.
The big B.
What the fuck happened? 'Cause I was like,
I think it just like went like the theory is that we went after too many key players. You know what I mean? So that's the theory right now. You know what I mean, floating around. But
so you're basically a information terrorist,
blacklisted,
locked and loaded.
armed and dangerous. Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Sniper
Yep.
on the roof. Yeah, no, I feel you.
Yeah.
They're like enemy number one. This one right over here. Yeah. So they banned on what the fuck? So wait, you got the other channel though, right?
Yeah, I got the other channel. Like nobody watches that shit, but it's still cool though because a lot of people did end up coming through. Like 12 to 15 people ended up coming through and keeping it real. I mean, on the
I
other
don't know
channel.
why more didn't, considering that's kind of weird.
It's just because it hasn't been that much time yet for me to float that shit on the other channel and be like, hey, this is the other channel. I mean, where I only did that shit like 5 times. So I really
That
should have
sounds like
done
they're
it.
fucking with you, bro. I hate to say that, but it sounds like they're fucking with you.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly. But
That pisses me off, dude. I hate shit like that. Like, don't try me, bro. If you're gonna try me, like, try me in the open. Don't fucking hide in the shadows. Like, fuck you, bro. Like, that's what makes me feel. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's fine though. It's to be expected.
It just pisses me off, dude. That's one of the things that, like, honestly, if I'm like completely honest with myself, like, yeah, obviously, like, I want good for everybody, sure, yeah, but some people don't want good for themselves, and I can't help those people. And so, like, there's a part of me that, like, that is like the number one, but one of the number one things is like, I don't know. I just think that people need to like examine their priorities sometimes, in my opinion.
Well, this is to some people like, if I take hundreds of dollars away from you because of my bad coverage of your shit, then they're gonna be because they use that for shit every week. You know, if this is their life to a certain extent, right? And I'm
It's a
just
fucking completely fraudulent system. It's crazy.
like I'm actually fucking with their livelihood, whereas
Yes.
I'm just actually just, you know, trying to survive. I mean,
Right? Yeah.
So that's the thing is like there's no impetus for me to cover this information, be attacked by these people, and then continue to go on. You know what I mean? Because what I did was I was like, we're at the alternative channel. We'll do a series on Zionism because nobody's watching anyways. So I mean, so it's just like when you go to the more alternative sector, even right, or the shit that nobody knows about, then you can actually speak more freely. So that's how I play it. I'm like, oh shit, well now I get to say whatever I want. Before I was being
Fuck
careful.
that, bro. No.
So it's
fuck
like, oh, okay. So now you want to just do this, so I'll just say whatever I want now.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's the funny thing. That's how that works.
I'm serious about it, man. I'm not playing around. It's not a game to me. It's not a fucking like who knows more. Like, well, where'd you get the knowledge from? And where they get the knowledge from? It doesn't belong to you. It's a gift. Wisdom is a mistress, not in the traditional sense, but it's a relationship. People talk about relationship, like wisdom. When you're revealed things, you know that's like a spiritual. From a pagan perspective, like nobody owns knowledge. Nobody, you know, and then when that knowledge becomes wisdom, which is the personal experience, that's Sophia. And then you get into like the Odes of Solomon, and I get into all that, but you know, so like really understanding the truth. Well, that's the illimitable, that's the unknowable, that's the unperceivable, that's the, you know, the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipotent, you know. And then you start to get like getting into that. And you look at all these traditions, and we talk about the Atman and the Brahman, and you know, and you have, you know, the Advaita Vedanta, and you have you know, different flavors of Vajrayana Buddhism, and you know, the tantric schools, which they thought were new, but they found like statues of like goddesses. Or no, sorry, not statues. That's somewhere else. No, wait, they did so many. There might have been.
Yeah, it's like knowledge is like a possession in a way, but then wisdom is the sacred part of knowledge, you know. So it's like wisdom can be like, you know, see, wisdom cannot
So
be
your
possessed.
wisdom is what's yours.
Yeah, like
That's
knowledge
what's
can be
actually
possessed,
yours.
but wisdom can't be possessed. It's like a technology that you could use. You know what I mean, right? But you can't really like, you know what I mean? Like it's not gonna become part of you. Like you could imbibe knowledge, you can't imbibe wisdom. You know what I mean? And experience. Like you had to like be put through it. Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like some weird shit. Right?
Well, that's why it says, you know, to you know, conquering, you know, 500 men is impressive. Conquering yourself, that's it. That's all. That's it. Bruce Lee said that. You know, I can't remember how he said it, but you know that's it.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah,
the only enemy.
One man who masters himself is worth 1,000 men who have no control over themselves.
Right.
Sure. Like
Thank
1,000,000%.
Yes. Yes, that's another way to. Yes, exactly.
Like a army of you know, donkeys with a lion as its head will always be the army of lions with the donkey as its head.
when people always ask me, I know you'll understand. Why would you want to like this? Like people tell me this. So like, why would you want to understand yourself? It's you. And I was like, the fact that you don't understand why you would look into something like that, and the fact that you don't think that's important, to me, is enough that I don't even need to ask any questions or hear anything you have to say about this. Because it's like, when you understand yourself, you understand others and yourself. They're like, it's a ridiculous, it's a pointless topic. And I'm like, okay, this is how.
Yeah, I guess that's why people think we're very personal, but we don't actually talk to that many people. Like, I don't talk to that many people at all. Right? So it's like sociable, but it's like I go inside, right, and try to, see how,
It's
first of all, yeah.
They
Yeah, go ahead.
confuse the fact that we put information out for everybody, but there's few that we actually really communicate with at any kind of personal level. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, that's real too. Like, people think that information is on a lower level just because I put it out to the public, but it's like this is just as good as anything else. I mean, it's just you don't. This isn't like I go into my closet and I read some secret manual that you don't know about. Like, no, I just give the same shit that I learned to. I'm just learning together with everybody.
One of the things they learn at the 33rd degree is exactly what they twist around with the law of attraction and all this nonsense. It's because they turn it into something material, and it's turning into gaining success within the matrix, which really is just trapping yourself further. So it's brilliant. That's the secret. You're being trapped further. So yeah, now you realize you have, the ability to, cause change in your reality. Now, am I saying that? And this is my thing with Will. We got to have this conversation. Because I'm not even trying to prove it. I just think it would be a hell of an interesting conversation because I've thought about it so damn much. The reason I say that is, to me, there is nothing but will. It's not a matter if it's free or not. There's nothing to be free. That's a misnomer. Will doesn't have to be free because it can never be enslaved. It just is. There's nothing but will.
Yep. Yeah, I'll get to the heart of it. I believe that compatibilism is not free will. You believe compatibilism is free will. So that's basically the heart of.
Wait. Okay. Wait, compatibilism, yes. No, yes. Compatibilism, yes. Incompatibilism, no. Mental.
Yeah, I believe in compatibilism too, but it's just how we believe in it. Right? That's the difference. So we have a very minor disagreement on free will, I think, because we're both fine with compatibilism, right? But it's just that you think it's freedom. I don't think it's freedom, right? But whereas you said that compatibilism and free will are not different things.
What are you saying?
Like you said earlier, in this show, where you said that you don't think compatibilism and free will are different. That you think that they could basically exist in the same plane of existence.
Why not?
Well, I just think that compatibilism means that free will doesn't exist. Right? Because essentially, compatibilism means that you have free will, but there's also determinism. Right?
Yes, but there's two different kinds of determinism. There's physicalist determinism and there's mental determinism.
Right.
So I reject physicalist determinism.
Right. So there's two types of determinism, and then free will cancels itself out because because will, it means, basically to decide.
Yes.
Right. But free means that no decision has been reached. You could choose anything. You mean?
But that's not no. That's like the lower.
You're not free when you decide. You mean? Like you're forced to decide. Right? You're forced to choose.
Who's forcing?
I think even if you do nothing, it's a response. So I think that is what's the force?
But who is forcing you though? If will
No
is
one,
free.
no one
Okay.
particularly, but even if you don't do anything, it's still
But if
a
no one is
response.
forcing you, then how are you not free? And like I said, there's nothing to be free when nothing can be enslaved to begin with. There is nothing but will.
Well, you're being forced by everything else.
But
Like you get
forced
pushed
by
in.
what though? What externally is causing me to have a will different than my own?
Like right now, we're here talking.
Right. I
Nothing
could go set myself on fire right now if I wanted
Right,
to.
right,
I
right.
could
But
not.
it will be
That would
right,
be
but it'll
great.
be after. But that'll be where the road swings off. That's from now, right? So we're pushed into the present moment. We can't change the present moment and what we are now, right? All we have is our present means to achieve what we want right now. Now, where we go from here, that can influence all outcomes. So there's indeterminacy in the future. I agree with that. I mean, right? But in terms of the present,
well, there is nothing but the present.
That's right.
We've been lied to about time. I'm not going to get into that, but Einstein's a fraud. You know,
I
think you
change
probably
doesn't
know
exist,
that.
right? Change can't exist if everything is one. That's one of my main contentions. I mean,
change is the only thing that exists.
Right,
It's
but
like
how does it
being
exist?
and just gets into Heraclitus.
Right, which
And
I
being
get.
and becoming being actually one thing. It's a dynamic relationship.
Yeah, I think being outweighs becoming.
No, they're one and the same. It's a dynamic relationship. They're not separate. That was Heraclitus' understanding of it.
Yeah.
And so everything is always in flux, but it appears as it that's what it's really saying. So becoming is a dynamic state. It's like Esher Iya, you know, or Iya Esher Iya. I am that I am. I will be what I will be. That's why there's no name. Ein. You know, it's like it's a dynamic state. It has no limitations. If God is if God is perfect, I thought this when I was a teenager. If God is perfect and illimitable and omniscient and omnipresent and omnipotent, and, you know, beyond any human comprehension, okay, and without limits, and you would have to determine, and through Isaiah as well, you know, I form darkness and I, you know, like all that, you know, where is there evil and the Lord has not done it? Like, you know, so it's like, but what the hell does that really mean? You know, and it's like, okay, well, you can have the capacity, you know, to do something and not do it. I have the capacity to go grab a gun and shoot, you know, some actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna say shit like that because I'm like in a magical. Yeah, no, that's a bad idea. Anyways, what's up with the sound now? Epstein did not kill himself.
Those were his last words, folks.
Epstein did not kill himself. Blessings.
Yeah, no, you just fell out, and I said that was, you know, those were his last words.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I agree that everything has will, even the atom has will. You know, but that means that you know, it's hyper determinism because everything's choosing at once. I mean,
what's I think we actually are pretty much in alignment, just in different. I think the words and the terms actually just
Exactly right. That's what's
I'm
funny.
starting to realize this. This is why I wanted to have this conversation, because I wanted to know where our main differences were. No, because like you're bro, it's why I told when I say the shit I say, I don't fucking say it for no reason. There are a few people who really can understand like where I'm coming from with shit. I don't talk to too many fucking people. Because and the reason I say that is not because like I've researched all this shit and I know all these stuff, and so I've read memorized their works and da 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 da. No, I just tell people sources because if you don't, they think you're fucking making shit up. It ain't about that. Like that's just the difference again between knowledge and wisdom. It's from my own personal experiences, and then also my practices, and then other authors. That I have to be like, I'm telling people all this shit. Like, where did this come from? It's like, well, okay, well, here's the source for that. It's not because it's like, oh, well, look at them. How much, whatever fucking knowledge they have. Cool. He's a cool dude, but the one who's always talking about how much he fucking knows about all these societies, and he wants everyone to shut up, and they're all fucking cunts, and he knows more than everyone. He's gonna save the world, and yeah, he's a cool dude, but he just like he gets drunk and goes off. Yeah, like
You talking about DK Conspiracy?
it's the wisdom. It's the wisdom thing. Yeah, I really like the guy actually, and it pisses me off because we've had some really good conversations. But yeah, but it's just like that's what's important, and then to continually like evolve that, not to stay stagnant. So it's constantly, and it's just it frustrates me. No, so yeah, no, it's a lot of wavy lines. Like it's really not so cut and dry. I mean, that's the real truth. Like it's a little more chaotic than people want it. That's the real truth. You really want it through, in my eyes at least. Things are more chaotic and uncertain than people want to admit. Like that's the truth. That's the real truth in my eyes. It's not that we're like predetermined or there's a because I actually have thought about this stuff in a lot of different ways, and not just through those two different views, because there's many. Again, it's just because it's official, but yeah, I mean, things are more uncertain than people want to admit, and I think that over time they have. This is why I believe there's something kind of perennial. It's not that there's like a perennial religion. There's a perennial understanding of what the hell this all is. Who the spirit, the force, the whatever, God, the deity, I believe has been with us from the beginning. That's what it says in all the fucking books. Okay. And it's revealed to people different knowledge, and it's had direct experience, like it says in all the books, with that force, and that people have tried to convey that knowledge, and it probably was fine in the beginning, and because it was blown away by the fucking experience, because I can imagine, because I've had my own like paranormal, like what felt like divine and also dark, like both sides experiences, and I was like, yo, fuck, you gotta hear this shit. Like it was wild. And I'd like sit down and chill and be like, yo, like what the fuck? Or like someone was with me and it was like, I was just like, it was the most important thing ever. And so I was like, yo, this is how they were feeling? Right? I'm talking to you right now. So it's like, this is kind of how I like, it's impossible for me not to see. Like there's this guy, he's a shaman. And I would say at the end of the day, the deeper you go into the left-hand path, yeah, I was gonna go. The more you get into the left-hand path and black magic, the more you get into shamanism. I mean, really, you get into magic, period. you get into shamanism, and you start to realize that all the traditions that became in the occult and then the New Age, good Lord, are much older, and they just got like sanitized and like, and it's like, okay. And they were what? Animists, because animism, shamanism came out of animism, and they were like healers and fucking doctors, and not doctors. They would go to the underworld and come back, and they would like speak to the spirits and shit, and like see people like that were sick, and be able to go into altered states and fucking find out what was wrong with them and heal them and shit. Take
Yeah,
them to
I've been thinking of something like that. I've been thinking that all the technology needs to be transformed into cultural aspects, right? So they could be rites and traditions, right? And then we need a spiritual class that can manage the technology. I mean, right? So that it's purified through, so that like the shamans were the only ones who were able to touch the metals, right? Because the metals have volatile energies. If people wear metals, they could get infected with bad energies. That's why when you wear metals, they have to be sanctified, they have to be ritualized and put through a process, right? And unless they're put through that process by purified means and by purified hands, then they're gonna imbue demonic energies and spirits. So the fact that we don't have a class of shamans that are a combination of both priests and artists,
They
right,
murdered
can
them all.
actually manage the technology, right? So this is my new thing, is that I'm gonna start talking about
The Native Americans.
Yeah.
And when I say the Native Americans, that includes like the Mayans and the they're kind of the beginnings, and the Olmecs and all them, and the ones before them. What is it?
Yeah, this is from techno shamanism.
Norte Chico.
There's a new thing where they're trying to imbue the electronics with demonic spirits, right? Where it's techno shamanism, right? Where we need to counteract that shit with like counteract the cyber cuckery, right? With virtual.
Well, Lewis can create and cure cups. So blessings, Ave Lewis.
Exactly.
I'm dead serious though. There's magic for that.
Yeah, we need anti-cuck magic. Right?
Yeah,
for sure. We need strong.
Magic can be used against others for harm. Absolutely. Magic can be used against self for harm. Magic can be used against self and others for harm. Magic can be used on self for benefit.
Yeah, it's almost like see, here's what I like to say. I like to say technology is not neutral, but and neither are methods, but knowledge is, right? Because you could use knowledge, right? But I think certain types of technology are way beyond use, because it's like a magic spell, like it'll use you to a certain extent, right? Like it's a whole different game, right? Like when you're dealing with certain energies, you can only direct them and not even impose yourself on those energies, right? And that's kind of the at the bottom level of how shit actually works. I mean, right? When you're fucking with nature, there's a certain volatility that you can't predict and control. So it's like you can only seek to guide those energies, or whatever.
But there's a magic that comes. This is going to sound so new agey. There's a magic that comes from within. It doesn't require anything outside. That usually comes after you understood it through other means, because it's at its root level, you don't really need anything, because what you're changing is what's inside you. Really, if you're doing high magic, not low magic, there's a different kind of magic. There's low magic, which is influencing your circumstances in life, whether that's through, you know, trying to help somebody, or trying to harm somebody, or, you know, trying to make your life easier, or whatever. And what's really happening behind all the voodoo and the scare tactics that is, you are creating a space of opportunity that didn't exist before. So there are people that actually believe they are changing reality. This is insane. What they're changing is their awareness of their reality. The problem is the people that are doing this are then putting their symbols everywhere and bringing you into their ritual. That's the reality. That's what's actually going on. I'm dead serious.
Oh yeah.
So when you see them, it was like, why are they doing that shit? Because they're bringing you into their ritual.
Oh
That's
yeah.
why you see
Yeah,
like
like
the Olympics and all this type of shit.
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, when you're watching it, because watching the ritual is being a part of it.
That's right. You are consenting.
Yep, exactly. So see, people don't understand. So see, that's why
Right.
I don't even watch this shit. I don't break this shit
This is
down.
why
I don't do any of that shit.
technology is this is why I totally fucking agree with you on that shit. And I don't know why people can't see that. It's so damn obvious. A third grader would understand it. Like, and I don't know too many people who got that. When I saw that, I was laughing my ass off. I was like, he gets it.
Yeah, it's like metal holds energy. That's why they only let the shamans wear gold. I mean, right? Where they can certain metal can hold negative spirits and energies, right? And that's what they use. I mean, right? Like, Ellul said the governments of the world, are being bandied about by a band of steel, by bands of steel, right? That actual power is steel, metal. I mean, so if you get to that level, the metal is charged and imbued with energies. I mean, right? And yeah, negative forces. I mean, right? And they got occult symbols on all. On all of the fucking industrial plants. It'll literally have like a pyramid. Like the logo will literally be in a
Logo.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, it's all ritualistic, man. I don't know if you ever saw Full Metal. You've seen Full Metal Alchemist.
oh yeah.
That
I mean,
shit
I've seen the drawings, but I haven't actually seen the
oh, that shit is legit. All the alchemical symbolism they use is 100% legit. So you got to watch that shit carefully because there's like occult stuff all through it. It's interesting. I wasn't expecting that because it was like all mainstream. Everyone was talking about it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I'm looking through it and I'm like, whoa, whoever wrote this knows some shit. Like, and they did it masterfully. Man, unless you're an occultist or like really like understand symbolism, you're gonna think this is total fantasy. And
yeah, I don't know if you've
it
seen Naruto, but they got the same shit where they drawing symbols on the ground and conjuring shit with the symbols.
the idea, all I'm gonna say is there's this idea. No, I can't. Damn it. Because if you've never seen it, I don't want to spoil shit.
Yeah, Reddington says that I haven't watched Full Metal Alchemist. Says the guy who never watched Dragon Ball Z. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man.
These anime
Come on, man.
creators know a lot of what's going on. It's kind of
exactly.
It's kind of
Exactly.
trippy.
Calm me for not seeing DBZ. That's right.
There's a lot of them. Some more obscure, some well known, and they talk about shit they really shouldn't know. It's very interesting. There's a lot of Gnostic and occult themes.
I think I'll literally go by sometimes the most popular ones, right? And okay, the one now they have One Piece is a huge one, right? In One Piece, they literally have Vlad Dracul as a character. Vlad Dracul is like one of the main pirates in One Piece. Isn't that weird? Okay, it's a guy named Vlad Dracul. So literally the guy who started the Order of the Dragon, you know, the occult, like blah blah blah, you know, Rosicrucians, like all that shit. So it's some wild stuff that they're knowing that much, and then they're talking about an international colonial force, right? Where the Navy is the bad guys and pirates are the good guys.
Right.
So they're going back to the time of John Dee, you know, with the pirates and Sir Francis Drake and the whole
don't start.
Pirates
With John
and
Dee and Francis Drake, we'll be here 12 hours.
Yeah, where I think he like did like magical spells and like helped his
Bro,
fleets and
this
all
shit
that. You know about this shit?
Oh, bro, I know fucking way too much about this shit. All right, dude, like the Tudor dynasty, holy shit, bro. John Dee, the Tudor dynasty, the fucking hold on, dude. Yeah, okay. There's this dude like he used to be, I mean he's still dope, but like he used to be like fucking you know, a lot of this truth movement they call nowadays is non-existent. I'm sure you know this because, well, it's obvious you know this. But it used to be like a little different. And this is one of the very few people that I think were like on some other shit. Like they were on a different level. When it came to understanding what the fuck is actually going on this planet. Yeah. But yeah, I know I have. But yeah, John Dee was 007. He was James Bond, basically. You know, because Ian Fleming was Freemason, of course. And so
yeah, but they literally said that John Dee did spells to help Francis Drake steal the gold from the Spanish Armada. When literally it's a parallel to describe how Aleister Crowley helped Winston Churchill in World War II. So really weird shit. I mean, where they're talking about
it's ritualistic.
It's been rumored, yeah, that they use rituals.
No, there's no rumor. It's a ritual. I'm telling you, there's okay. John Dee was sent by Queen Elizabeth. Dude was like a double agent. Fucking, that was the beginning of MI5. That was, you know, it's just, it goes into so much. It's just wild. He was the one who created Enochian magic. You know, Enoch. Okay, and he said that he spoke to angels. And he was contacting angels because he was trying to find a way to open a dimensional doorway. Now, you know, I don't know why they want to do that, but that's what his works say.
You know, there's two reasons you open the door: to get out or to let something in.
Right. And I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that statement. So hold on a second, because I gotta find it. But yeah, it's a wild time period. Like with Francis Bacon and John Dee, and just like all these, you know, tutors like to teach. You know, it's like we will teach you. And then the Rosicrucians, you know, that ties in like The King James Bible had a rosy cross on the front. People don't notice this. It's kind of crazy to me. They like worship King James. He was a Rosicrucian. Like, it's not even really debatable. And it's kind of nuts how much like manipulation was going on at this time.
They're certainly not going to be seeing the same heavens, the same stars, the same positions of the luminaries. Everything will be seen to be in chaos. Absolute confusion will reign. Cliff and Wilson, in Chariots Still Crash, so terrible was the storm that even the gods are feared at the deluge. They took flight and went into the heaven of Anu. Cowered, they, like dogs, and crouched down at the outer defenses. Well, of course, you can imagine that the gods who unleashed this war weren't prepared for this. They didn't realize that the ferocity of their own weaponry would precipitate a pole shift, would precipitate an axial wobble, would precipitate the moisture of the air being completely incinerated, which would then affect the magnetic shield of the Earth and the Hiroshima, which then
that gets into plasma. That's a whole other.
The debris that was already out there from Tiamat. So again, more ice, more rain falling to the Earth.
And the cataclysms.
The word Atlas in Greek actually means the one who could not withstand the skies. And in Sanskrit, Atlantis or Atlas means deprived of its pillar, the bottomless, sunk to the bottom. Poseidon, this is the famous god, of course, of the ocean, but specifically he was the monarch of Atlantis. Pole comes from the word Sirius, and Dawn, the lord of. And he was known as the creator of men, but also as the god of earthquakes. So here in one mysterious word, Poseidon, you have the whole story being told. Poseidon is the god of the waters. Poseidon is the god of Atlantis. But Poseidon is the earth shaker, the one who brings the earthquakes upon mankind. And his name means the Lord of Sirius, meaning from another place, from the stars, from the other world.
You know Washington D.C., right?
Yeah, the district criminals. Yes.
Right.
I'm out there now.
You know the outline, like how it's set up with the Washington Monument and the Oval Office.
Oh yeah.
And then the Pentagon. If you put those three together, that's the sigil of Sirius.
Yeah, they got pentagrams, they got a compass and all that shit.
It's all, well, the pentagram was Venus.
Okay, Vitus, Venus, care about
Because
the
Venus,
criminals.
it's the transit of Venus in the sky. That's where the pentagram comes from.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
It's
see
a
if I can
cycle.
pull it up because I actually have a little documentary that has an image of it.
Yeah, that's actually where it comes from. It's the god. It's Venus, the goddess that they turned into a planet. Yeah.
So it's just a reference to Venus, or is it a reference to Lucifer? Which variant?
Well, I mean, since Venus is far older, unless you look at it from an occult perspective. Well, no, Venus is the old. Like I said, the oldest symbols of irreverence are Venus and the serpent, going back to shamanism. So, man, but it was always associated. The serpent was always associated with the goddess, and so it's just interesting that later on they turn it into a male, and it's just interesting. But like every culture on the planet, on all 7 continents, like, well, maybe not. Well, actually, Antarctica is a very interesting topic. But yeah. So like all the secret societies are obsessed with Sirius. I'm not joking. That's the black sun.
Yeah, I threw that in the back. You see that?
Oh, you put it. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, they love to
The
show
temple
off.
presides over a street pyramid in Washington, D.C.
They
There is
love
a clear
to.
Masonic connection to the office of the president, our tradition. I was amazed to discover there is an urban village straight across the Potomac from the White House called Rosslyn. Many
Oh,
researchers believe one of the Templar factions fled to Scotland after the infamous raid that destroyed their order. Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland was the place featured in the Da Vinci Code, where Sophie learned she was a direct descendant of Jesus, and where she was reunited with her bloodline. Friday the 13th, October 1307, was the date most of the Templars got arrested, had their considerable assets seized, were interrogated, and tortured to death by agents of the French king, acting in cooperation with the Pope. Knowing the connections between the Templars, Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, and the Scottish Freemasons made me take a closer look at Rosslyn, Virginia. Rosslyn has two important features, a dense urban village and the Marine Corps War Memorial. So I drew a line from the center of the Marine Corps Memorial in Rosslyn, Virginia, to the center of Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. You've got to love Google Earth. The Great Circle Path passes precise monuments. However, dcsymbols.com is the only place that shows how the streets and traffic circles match this early depiction of the Porte Lucis Tree of Life from 1516.
Don't forget the
The
28
Portal
billion.
of Light version is shaped like an actual tree. Maybe that's where the Tree of Life got its name. Scott Circle's gently curving streets mimic the shape of the Pythagorean Y. In The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, author David Oveson
Damn
says,
good book.
the Pythagorean Y is a vestigial drawing of a path through life in which one is perpetually presented with a choice of symbolic directions. Should one do good or bad? Scott Circle is in the position in the Tree of Life known as Doth, the hidden Sephiro. According to the Kabbalah, the reason Doth is depicted as hidden is because humans who remain selfish cannot see it. Only those who orient themselves in the service of others are able to see the light of Doth, in which all 10 Sephiro are united as one. I think Scott Circle exemplifies the secret architecture of DC. It's plain to see once you have the knowledge, but remains hidden to the general public. Most people who know the Tree of Life are more familiar with the Athanasius Kircher version of 1652, which is arranged in 3 columns. The Kircher version is seen here in John Evelyn's plan to rebuild London after the Great Fire of 1666. Both he and on this same day passes straight down Pennsylvania Avenue and sets over the apex of the pyramid atop the National Post Office. If you overlay a pair of pentagrams over the Capitol building, a couple of interesting things occur. These edges follow Pennsylvania and Maryland avenues, and RFK Stadium from 1961 is framed perfectly in the crook of the opposing pentagram. I noticed 4 radiating streets above and below the Capitol building. Then it clicked with the pentagrams, and I see what is actually depicted here is the Templar cross. Can there
Damn.
Yeah. Anyways, that's just a little sample of
Don't
it.
look at it as a cross. Don't be deceived.
But yeah, you guys
Like,
get the picture.
like legit, that's not really a cross. That's a pyramid seen from above. They are not following the teachings of Jesus clearly. Like that's a pyramid seen from above.
Yeah, it could be both.
Huh? The symbolism is kind of crazy if you really follow it. That's one of the etymology and symbolism will really give you insight on what the hell is really going on in this world.
Not necessarily, because sometimes it's used
No,
to
yes.
have rough stuff.
No, because you can trace it. It really can be.
Yeah, if you can trace it, yes, it can. Otherwise, it could just be used to deceive you, like a lot of gematria stuff is.
Huh? Jesus what?
Yeah, a lot of gematria stuff that's used to deceive you conceals the actual facts. So.
Well, gematria. Well, no, you gotta do it yourself. You can't. No, you can't rely on anybody else. No. You gotta do it yourself. That's not your knowledge if you didn't know. Well, I mean, sorry. Well, I guess, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. It's a process. So, knowledge belongs to everybody. Wisdom is yours. Knowledge is everybody's. That's
Yeah.
how I've seen it. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can agree with that. Because
That's why
wisdom
when
is how you know which knowledge is useful
right.
or not.
So you can know everything, but if you don't know what to do with it, I mean, it doesn't really matter what you know because you don't know anything about what you know. You just know it. Okay, well, cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
you just
I
know
could
data
go
to
and
come up
like
with proof.
memorize. I could go memorize like how many stamps there are in a post office. It doesn't mean it's gonna do me any good. you know. It's yeah, no, you can't rely too much on because nothing is certain. I mean, that's my takeaway. I just think that people want to feel safe and they want to have some control over their reality, and so they have some elaborate story that they're told or that they tell themselves that everything is under control because it makes them feel safe. And I do think at some level there is a peace, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily control because it's more complicated than that. And so it's like we are in a dicey. Well, I wasn't necessarily dicey, but it. I don't even know how to put it.
What does it do so we could try to decode? Wait.
It's just those of us who see past the bullshit, which is becoming less and less. 1,000%. That should be on a t-shirt. That's fucking great. Yeah, great. You have knowledge. Cool. Now what?
Yeah, we're gonna build something or we're gonna break something. What are we gonna do? Yeah.
No. True wisdom can be demonstrated in some way.
No, knowledge is not an assumption.
And knowledge isn't an assumption. No, that's an opinion. Wisdom is the outcome of knowledge, and wisdom is a relationship. It's not something that you take. It's not. I'm not going to get into philosophy, but yeah, I guess this is, no one told me this. Like, this is my own like way of looking at all this, because that's, I just take in, information from everywhere and just trying to like make sense of it, and then like, reflect and meditate and look at like what I think truly, and what I feel truly, and try to navigate, and try to find, because I don't limit myself to any one thing. I'm very much, like a trickster, I guess. Shiva, immutable sign, I'm always changing. Shiva is that which is not that which is not. And I mean, I think that pretty much gets the point across. It's like I know the no thing, because there's nothing before it. There's nothing to see it. There's nothing but it. And so it's that's the divine energy. So it's like, do you believe in God? I know God. There's no thing to believe. What religion is that? It doesn't have one. What church you go to? It doesn't have one. Why? Because it doesn't need one. It doesn't require it. It existed before it. I said, what? And it's like, I don't know what to tell you. But
Well, no, they said something else. They said,
that's just
there's
where
a
I'm come from. That's where I'm at. I think
yeah.
we're all divine. I think that that's been hidden from us. I think that we are children at play, like Jason Giorgiani talks about. I think this is the dream of the goddess. I think that the Gnostics were murdered because they had this understanding of a matrilocal society. This can be traced, okay? And so did the Persians and the Italians at one time. I mean, there's a connection between the Persians and the Italians. But anyways, and not really the Persians, but the Iranians. And I'm really side note. It's just, it ties into so many other things. But yeah, it's just kind of crazy. Like, the world that existed before was hijacked, because that's essentially what happened with these Hyksos pharaohs. If you want my opinion on who's at the top of all this shit and what's really behind all these conspiracy theories and all that, but it goes back to them and their what they were doing in 18th dynasty particularly, but going back to the 12th, when you follow their movements through history, and yeah, it's really interesting. That's all I have to say. But yeah, I think we're all divine, and I think we have the potential for all things, just like that which is not. But see, like, you can have the potential to, I could have the potential to set my house on fire. Do I want to set my house on fire? No. And so that's the thing. So, like, God has the potential for evil, but God will not exercise evil because God is beyond evil.
God would not exercise the evil unless he feels like it.
But no, God is incapable of exercising evil because God is beyond evil. You get what I'm saying?
Then how do we even know about evil?
It's a transcendent right. So it appears to us one way, but in the reality of it, from God's perspective, it's quite different. That's what I'm saying. This is where I think a lot of people, like, well, I mean, I guess really, it's just where I guess stop asking questions. I guess is the best way to put it. People don't want to go. People don't want to go that deep. They don't want to actually like contemplate what that could mean if it was in fact true.
Real contemplate, that would mean evil subjective.
Correct. But it would not negate the fact that if there was an act that was committed that was evil, that it would be an evil act. It would just say that it was a subjective evil act. The evil act still is an evil act. Yeah. So try to twist that. Well, there are people that try to twist that. And that's fucking, that's like, they're double agents or some shit. I don't fucking know. But they always have people that creep in and twist shit around. No, I mean, if people don't know what a woman is, pretty soon they'll be asking what evil is. Did anybody actually see that documentary? What is a woman?
I did not.
Good Lord.
I don't know what that's about.
It's a fucking comedy. It is so serious, but it is a comedy.
So it's like what on Netflix or something or what?
I don't think so. It was about the gender identity. I don't even know what to call it. Broadcast to the world.
I put the Wikipedia article in the back.
That everyone needed to know, and this guy was, basically
Matt Walsh.
So like, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
This guy's a clown.
That's the homie.
Yeah, this is the guy that worked for Ben Shapiro. So
Clown homie.
yeah,
Clown
this is Clownville. Yeah, this is a bunch of Zionist clowns, literally. Yeah, I mean, these guys are one issue people. They just go around making fun of gay people or something like that. It's kind of getting old. Right? Like, to be honest, like, if you can't change society, just shut the fuck up. Right?
You can though. That's what they don't want people to know.
Oh yeah, of course we can, but not in the way these people are going around making fun of gay people, getting paid by Zionists. Like what?
Trying to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the counter, the controlled opposition, right? They're the ones who are trying to corrupt
what are they going to say
morality and perception.
When their daddy Trump and their daddy Elon Musk already tweeted and already claimed in support of gay rights so many years ago. So now what are they doing? Like, they brought in this entire scheme. I mean, like, this is a progressive scheme that these people were all a part of, and they're just reacting to what's going on. They're the new liberals, literally.
Well, you don't understand. They are changing society. They're making the bank account bigger. That's the point. That's the change society they want.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider that change, but it's just the money. It's just the same wealth being shifted around. Right? It's not. They're not creating wealth. They're not generating wealth. They're just giving. They're just handing each other money. It's just the same value
for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're collecting wealth that's been there.
They're generational.
Right.
So
right. They're generational clowns.
Well, there's been wealthy families with lots of wealth, so they're making sure they get it back and have control over it.
Definitely.
By running this circuit.
I mean, the money is not power. Right? It's just not. It's
the appearance of power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to explain that to my wife. She's on that level too, where she's like, "What could be power other than money?" And I try to break it down to her. I'm like, "No, it's so many other there's so many aspects to the world. You know?
Yeah, money's the token.
Money is a sigil, bro. Money is literally in God we trust. What God? Look up the type of currency money is. It's called faith-based currency. So you have faith in it. It's a sigil because it's not real. It's a fucking it only has meaning because people assign it meaning. So if they say we don't want to assign this meaning anymore, done. So what if everybody just said, we're not going to work today, we're not going to the bank today, you know, like I don't know, a fucking quarter of the population did that, you know?
Yeah.
I think pretty soon, you know, around 60, 70, 70, I'm being really fucking generous. Of the population is just gonna be completely fucking zombified. Yeah. And it disturbs me.
Yeah, fiat is a measurement of just credibility, pretty much. That's what it keeps track of.
Well, they're just like doing so much to confuse and disorient people right now, and it's just like I don't know what the fuck anymore. I just know it's ridiculous. Everything that's going on right now, it's so obvious what they're doing, and it's just it just makes me go like this. It's just like okay, so the plan's still in motion. Like they've been wanting to do all this shit for a long time, and it's just like okay.
It's actually pretty simple. So pretty much,
it
you
is.
don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about social skills or anything because society runs on might makes right. So it's just opinion.
You see what happened with the Pope?
He died. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a new Pope.
Well, there's things that happened with him that were interesting too. First off, he died on the day of the founding of Rome. And the day after Easter. So interesting that those 2 days are connected too. But anyways.
Yeah, we might name the show to today, or is it today or tomorrow? I might either do it today or tomorrow because the thing today is I want to restream Unseen Warfare because he's talking about how the Antichrist is Jewish. So that's pretty funny.
No.
So that's gonna be
he's a satanic Muslim. You didn't know? Bro, you don't know? Dude, the Messiah has come. What are you talking about?
Well, they totally cut out the Zionism. They were like,
no, bro, this shit is trippy.
They were like, shiver me timbers. Should we align with Zionists? I mean, right? They were just questioning. They're like, they're like, are we aligned with Zionists? Like, should we call a schism because they're Zionists? And they're like, nah, there's no need to.
Bro, this dude is the Antichrist, bro. I found the Antichrist. Well, he found me, actually.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, speaking of the Antichrist, he literally said that the guy's the Antichrist, and then he said he's going to be friends with him from now on.
What? Dude, this guy talks about how, well, he knows about a lot. But, like, he legitimately might be the Antichrist.
That's enough of a scandal, in my opinion, Hank. The fact that Andrew Wilson literally said that apostate prophet is supporting the Antichrist, and then he goes later and says, "Oh yeah, well we could just be friends. That's fine." So like,
this guy is a trip.
It's like, wait, so which one? So you're just gonna friend the guy who's supporting the Antichrist?
Nah, I think it says there are many Antichrists. Don't you know? People are too quick to name one. There's going to be many. That's the reality. And from what I remember of scripture, when I was a Christian, there are many Antichrists. There's not one.
I think there's also
one main one.
Yeah, I
There's
think there's
one
a
main
Baghdadi one with like one eye, you know, and you know that's the
The Dajjal.
Baghdadi.
The Dajjal. Oh, what am I doing? I could send you this. Right. I'm not used to that. If it'll let me.
Yeah, if you want me to share some screen, I could share the screen.
Yeah.
This
This is kind of wild. This dude is a trip. I don't know if he's like insane, the Antichrist, or like a genius. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, yeah, Godhard Guardian. There's no way that guy's Arab. You know, you come to Dearborn and look at the Arabs. That guy does not look Arab at all. That looks like an Irish guy or something. Like that. That guy's not Arab. You know, I would dispute that guy's Arab at all. Right? The guy claiming that he's the Mahdi or whatever.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter if he's Arab or not. I don't really care.
Well, I think the Mahdi's supposed to be Arab, so that's one of the requirements.
Right. Right, but that's something different though.
Like for the Sunnis and the Shias, because
that's
apparently
not the Dajjal though, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it's not with the Dajjal. Yeah, the Mahdi is supposed to be a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, so that would technically mean he's got some sort of Arab genes.
Right. Yeah, that's not the same thing, from what I remember.
The Prophet Muhammad spread with so many people, everyone's probably related to him by now.
Oh wait, so you know about the guy I'm talking about?
There's probably non-Arabs that are related to the Prophet Muhammad. That might be true, Hank. That's
this
true.
guy is wild, and I'm just like, yo, is this like controlled like opposition or what the fuck? Like, I want people to see this shit because it's wild.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there would be some way to still tie them to the Arabs, right? Like going back, you know, like they would still go to like for example, a land where the Arabs conquered, like not just some fucking white guy from Europe. Like that guy looks like a white guy from Europe, right? If I had to guess. Right?
But the Arabs conquered Europe at some time. Moors, heard of the Moors?
Well, I mean, everybody's kind of fucking mixed up, if we're all to be honest, you know.
Yeah, fair enough, Hank.
But you know, yeah, he looks like a Norse. Like a Norse Arab.
Yeah, but the likelihood that this guy's you know, some sort of North African is highly unlikely. Let's just say that.
Right.
Yeah, what is this video? So you want me to play this?
Yeah, I just think it's wild.
This does look wild. This is an 11-minute video. Okay,
yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
Let's check it out.
He has some really crazy beliefs. He's like a Gnostic, Muslim, Christian.
It's weird that it says fundraiser on the bottom.
Like a cultist that like is gonna like save us from. It's wild, dude. It's wild. It's one of those like, oh my god, he's the Antichrist. You know?
Yeah, I loaded it there. It's in the back there.
Okay. Yeah, it's just very, very interesting belief system.
Okay, so now right there, right? See behind him, right? He's got a flag of Hussein. So he's trying to appeal to Shias here, right? So he's not declaring himself. So he's trying to lead some sort of Shia faction here. You know, so this is totally different, right? So he's not even trying to appeal to Sunnis with that background, right? Because they don't actually, like, if you go to a Sunni mosque, they don't have pictures of people, right? It's like if you go to like Catholic churches, right? Like sometimes you'll go to a Protestant church and they won't have any pictures, you know?
Right.
Because they'll consider it idolatry, you know?
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Have a seat. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الواحد القهار وصلى الله على محمد وآل محمد الأئمة والمهديين وسلم تسليما. In the Torah, Musa alayhi salam, Moses said, "This is how you will know that the Lord has sent me to do all these things and that it was not my idea. If these men die a natural death and suffer the fate of all mankind, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord brings about something totally new, and the earth opens its mouth and swallows them with everything that belongs to them, and they go down alive into the realm of the dead, then you will know that these men have treated the Lord with contempt." As soon as he finished saying this, the ground under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their households and all those associated with Korah, together with their possessions. They went down alive into the realm of the dead with everything that they owned. The earth closed over them, and they perished and were.
What the hell? So is he talking about Gog and Magog?
I think so.
Right. So I think he might be talking about people being buried under the earth and Gog and Magog. So I think he's talking about. So he's putting forward some sort of eschatological scheme here.
Oh, he's on all kinds of shit, bro.
What I can surmise. I mean, there definitely might be an earpiece under his beanie there. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
Even,
He knows some shit though, but how he's, purveying that knowledge is very, very suspicious.
yeah, it's also got fundraiser under this video. Straight up shelled out.
Yeah, blessings.
What the fuck? Fundraiser.
Exactly. Yeah, I was waiting for some.
How
I was
did
waiting for
this
you to
fucking
see that.
How did this fucking clown get fundraiser status on YouTube?
Exactly, bro. What the fuck is that?
And he's got a Luciferian star as the logo. This is some crazy shit, dude.
Right.
He's got a Luciferian star as the logo, and he's literally got fundraiser status. The Mahdi's got a YouTube channel, folks. Hey, hold on. Let me actually subscribe.
Brought to you by the Black Nobility.
Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna subscribe to that shit. That shit might curse my whole entire channel. The fuck was I thinking? But I was just thinking, like, maybe I want to get some new reports from it. But I was like, nah, man, I'll just check in on this every now and then.
Gone from the community. At their cries, all the Israelites around them fled, shouting, "The earth is going to swallow us too." Yesterday, the Ansar of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the Ansar of the Qa'im of the family of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
We're looking at how we can improve dryland agriculture.
Damn, there's like some WEF commercials attached to it too.
Yeah, for real. It really is. Come to Tavistock.
Uh-oh. They got them barking like dogs in there. What the hell's going on?
The best Ansar on the face of the earth went out to the four corners of the earth to protest against the false pope and the false papacy and to give glad tidings of the appearance of the real pope.
And then
the Ansar carried the
this
divine
happened when the
message
Pope died,
and
by the
delivered
way.
it.
It goes for,
Oh,
shit.
okay.
It goes deeper. Yeah, this goes a lot deeper.
It's like some.
Yeah,
it's
this is
like
some crazy shit, bro.
But they're like, maybe we'll just create a pope for like Shia Muslims, or some shit. I don't know.
There's a lot of things. This is why I was saying about
This
the
might have
Pope and
been, this
it's
might
all
have been the
connected.
Ismailis, because the Ismailis are still out there. They might have,
Yep.
They might have just created this entire thing. They might have funded this dude straight up. I wonder if this is actually
Not
related
impossible.
to the Ismailis and the Aga Khan. And this
Not
might have been funded by the Aga Khan, honestly, where he sets up a fake Mahdi.
Not
they've done
impossible.
that before, where they have the hidden imam.
Sure.
I mean, they got the concept there, so it could be.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
have people
The
that true
churches
things.
Yeah. I feel like
No,
I
they're-
knew that girl that was sitting there right there. Hold on, I gotta go back.
The Ansar carried the divine message
Yeah, that kind of looks like a lady I know right there. But yeah,
and delivered it.
it's weird that they got just ladies sitting in the crowd, and they got a lot of females in the crowd, and they got a mixed crowd. So that's very strange. Like, what kind of Islamic gathering is this? Right?
To churches and Christians in
Well, he has a cult.
Ecuador, Venezuela, Mexico.
Right. Like usually, like the men would be in front, the women would be in the back, and they'd be, like covered up. You know? So I don't know. You know, so yeah, this is kind of a weird form for an Islamic gathering, honestly.
Yeah, he that's his roots, and that's his ultimate expression.
And then they
but-
got a Roman statue there. What the fuck is that?
yeah,
That's really weird.
yeah, he's a little mix of everything.
Yeah, this dude, I feel like they're gonna start playing some reggae music or some shit. This is some weird shit, dude.
Yeah.
Thailand, the Philippines, Senegal, Germany, the United Kingdom, Australia, the United States, Serbia, Canada, and much more. And most significantly, to the Vatican itself.
Oh.
The believers stood in the crowd before the false pope on Easter, the very day meant to commemorate the rise of Jesus ﷺ from the dead. And they gave glad tidings of the rise of the riser. They raised the banners of allegiances to Allah, the banners of there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God, and Ali and the Imams are the proofs of Allah, and the Mahdi and the Mahdis are the proofs of Allah. And less than 24 hours.
See, look at that. So there's a Mahdi and there's Mahdis. So he's not only just one. So they're gonna just get started with the whole corporation of these motherfuckers. I mean, right? Where they'll all be collecting money. I mean, and it could just be a corporation, a business that'll just keep going, exploiting people that are basically Ismailis or Shias, to give money. Just the same where the evangelicals have these guys that claiming they're
right.
Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a similar project here where
He touched them personally. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. They like sat and had lunch.
Yeah.
Hours later, a great miracle and sign occurred. A sign no.
It also got those Christian type of icons in the back. I don't know if anybody sees underneath the.
Yeah, he talks a lot about Jesus.
Yeah, it's either Hussein or Ali in the back there. He's got like a picture or drawing of him. But yeah, I mean, it's like a cartoon. Like, what is that? And it's like it's like the comic book character. It's like, what the hell is this? Like, if we come back with like Marvel superheroes, or like, what is this, man?
Less great than the earth swallowing Korah.
You know what I mean? Like,
right?
He looks like he's charged up like Goku or some shit. Like, fuck.
The earth swallowed the false pope. He was killed by the mere breath of the believers chanting Labbaik ya Aba Sadiq.
Oh my God. Yo, the dogs. The pups are dogging it.
Yep.
The pups are dogging it.
And the throne of falsehood was shaken. This miracle is no less significant than the one which occurred at the hands of.
Yeah, that's a total shellac, like fucking stage crowd there. I mean, the way they sequentially lifted their fists in the air. I mean, and there's only about like 50 to 100 of them. It just makes no sense. I mean, like, what is going on?
Of the believers with Joshua, the son of Nun, alayhi salam.
Like, surely they could have got tickets and had a larger audience, like if their fundraiser status on YouTube. Like, so I'm just trying to think, like, why is there only like 100 people in there?
When their mere presence around the walls of Jericho and the sounds of their horns caused the mighty walls to collapse. It is no less important than the miracle of Elijah, alayhi salam, who called down fire from the sky to show the people where the truth lies and where falsehood is buried. And say, truth has come and falsehood has perished. Surely falsehood is ever bound to perish. God is with us, my believing brothers and sisters. He has made his choice clear, and he has honored us with this great sign. He conquered the usurpers and the appointees of the devil. For the title of Pope is not an ordinary one. The title of Pope is claimed by those who say they are the vicegerent and successor of Jesus Christ, alayhi salam. The Pope who sat in the Vatican claimed to be the spokesperson for Jesus, the representative of Jesus,
1000% true.
of Jesus, the successor of Jesus,
1000%
and the divinely
true.
appointed voice of Jesus. But all of this is a lie. Jesus alayhi salam appointed his successor in his lifetime, and none has the right to appoint but him. He appointed Simon Peter when he said, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it."
Yeah, well, I guess he didn't do enough research for his little speech, because the fake ass Vatican Church literally says that Peter is their first pope.
Yep.
So he might want to do his little research, because they're just going to say, well, yeah, and we're the successors of Peter. So what's the problem? He should be,
he's speaking symbolically. But yes, no. Yeah,
you know, like,
yeah.
Yeah, so like, I don't know. But like, it's like, it just seems like if you research that, you wouldn't have put that there. And like,
Oh no!
I don't know. But
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It seemed like this guy's actually giving a speech. Like, he like, see the Mahdi that according to Shias, like he like knows like the weight of like atoms and shit. Like he could see like the planets and shit moving around. So that's a totally different. Like he could comprehend simultaneously. Like he has access to all the knowledge, right? So yeah,
Right.
so this guy's definitely not giving a speech like he has access to all the knowledge.
No.
No. You know, and this is in the Shia tradition. So
I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. So Jesus alayhi salam named the first of his successors, and he named the last as well, the Comforter. He said, "Therefore I'm sending you prophets and sages and teachers. Some of them you will kill and crucify.
Right
Others
here.
you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town." He also said, because of this, God in his wisdom said, "I will send them prophets and apostles, some of whom they will kill and others they will persecute." Clearly, Jesus alayhi salam spoke of prophets who would come after him, and he named the chief among them. "Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is expedient," Jesus said, "for you that I go away, for if I go, it is expedient."
look at that with that chick right there, right? That totally looks like a white chick. Look at next to her. It kind of looks like a trans or something like that.
Okay.
All right. And then on the other side of that, it's an Indian lady. Right. So this is quite a mix of a crowd. I mean, right. And then if you'll notice, like that lady in the middle there, she's got a beanie with the symbol, with the Luciferian star symbol of the organization on it. Right. That's basically like a Jew star, but it's curved lines instead of straight lines. So it's an extremely strange symbol. It looks like just a Jewish star, right? Like,
well, of course, it's reality engineering. They're fucking agents, you know. That's the best way to put it. You know, you get into like John D and all that, like all that. You know, yeah, yeah. It's and everyone
Yeah,
knows
he's
a little bit.
selling
Go ahead.
beanies with the logo on it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, just wait, dude. He says a lot
Like
of
he's
crazy
the
shit.
fucking, like he's the Detroit Red Wings or some shit. Like, this is so weird, dude.
Oh, he says some wild shit, and that's why I wanted you to hear it, because it's like,
Yeah,
whoa.
this is
It's
kind
like
of
he
weird.
starts like soft, and then he just goes crazy. It's just like, what? It's kind of like when I send you the videos of Beerkness, and I'm like, yo, bro, like this all makes a lot of sense, and then he just like goes off, and he's like, we must build weapons,
Yeah,
and we must build stronger weapons than their weapons, and we must protect our kings.
Yeah,
and we
by the
must
way, Godheart Guardian, that is actually the logo of the organization. So if you actually close in on the avatar, it's actually that same star symbol.
I think what he's actually saying is he has faith in humanity enough that that's a possibility.
So you guys see that? It's like it's literally a Jew star, but instead of straight lines, it's curved lines. And yeah, I guess that's what they're going with there.
Jesus said, "For you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you." And there has never been a man in history who claimed to be that Comforter, except the best of all prophets, the master of mankind, Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam. He became the inheritor of the messengers, the successor to Jesus, and the father of mankind, the true Pope. And as every prophet did before him,
Wait,
David
what?
naming Solomon,
The father?
Moses naming Joshua, Jesus naming Simon Peter, so too did Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi name his successors. On his deathbed, he dictated to Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam that after him would come 12 imams who would be to him as the disciples were to Jesus.
So see, just so people put this in context, the painting behind him is most likely a picture of the successor of the prophet Ali. Right? So they have like a Marvel comic book style painting of Ali behind the guy who's speaking now. So
chaos magic.
Yeah. So that's pretty weird.
Except that they would follow in succession. And after them would come 12 Mahdis, the successors of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam. The Mahdi, Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Askari alayhi salam, the remnant of God on earth, Baqiyatullah, is the son of Narjis alayhi salam, a descendant of Simon Peter and of Imam al-Hassan al-Askari alayhi salam, a descendant of Muhammad Rasulullah. And so in him is the Jewish blood of the apostles of Christ, the blood of the Christians of Europe, and the blood of the best of creation, Muhammad and Ali alayhim salam. And in the will of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it is written the first three successors of Imam al-Mahdi are Abdullah, Ahmad, and al-Mahdi. I am Abdullah, the successor of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the successor of the Comforter Ahmad, the successor of Simon Peter, the successor of Muhammad, the successor of Jesus Christ. I am the true and legitimate Pope. I am the proof upon the Christians. I am the son of the Muslims through my father, and the son of the Christians and the Jews through my mother. I am the son of the East through my father, and the son of the West through my mother. I am like Zulkarnain, who with one horn in the East and one in the West. And I am the inheritor.
There. He's referencing Gog and Magog a second time, I think.
I told you, bro. He's wild.
Of all that lies between. I am more knowledgeable than any false pope, and I am appointed by name in the will of the prophets. My name is also on the tongue of Isaiah, who prophesied of the righteous servant, and he said, he will see his offspring and prolong his days, and the will of the Lord will prosper in his hand. According to you, Jesus ﷺ had no offspring, and his days were cut short. But I am that servant. I am Abdullah, the righteous servant of God. I am also the righteous servant mentioned by Jesus ﷺ when he said, who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household, to give them meat in due season. Blessed is that servant, whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing. Verily I say unto you, that he shall make him ruler over all of his goods. And I was made ruler over all his goods. Now, O Christians in the East and the West, hear me and obey. Now, O Christians in the East and the West, made that he shall make him ruler over all of his goods. And I was made ruler over all his goods. Now, O Christians in the East and the
Did you hear that sound right after he said that? Pretty weird.
Yeah,
it's like somebody like sneezed or like some fucking weird shit.
West, hear me and obey. I am a messenger sent to you from Jesus Christ, alayhi salam. Paul is false and led you astray. The church is corrupt and no longer upholds the law of God, nor does it defend the oppressed.
Well, I agree with that part.
The papacy has been stolen and the rightful heir has been pushed aside. There is no one else but me that you are obliged to obey. May God be a witness that I have proclaimed.
You are out of your fucking mind. You are out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
I like the first part, but no. It's
Yeah, he kind of, yeah, it's kind of very milquetoast because you think he would have given a lot more information about who the successors were.
Oh, he does. He has a ton of videos. That was just one that he was like addressing to Christians. And so that's why I wanted to play it. Because it's like, no, he has a whole shit ton of videos. And he's like Gnostic to an extent. It's interesting. But he it's just, I thought it was absolutely insane that he would say that. This gets into the literalism, you know, that I was talking about earlier. I think that's the real bane. It's not like Orthodox, unorthodox, Gnostic. It's when things are taken too literal, people start actually doing animal sacrifices thinking it's going to please God. That's the real fucking problem. Not if they're, you know, Christians or in the occult or whatever. Like, are they committing human sacrifice? Do they think that's okay? You know, it's like, and things like that. How do you interact with the world and yourself? What is your vision of the world and yourself? What is it, you know, from an occult perspective? Like, that's, you know, we always point the mirrors back at ourselves. We acknowledge that there's other forces, but okay, so how do we, you know, interact with, and navigate, and reflect and project and utilize what energy is coming our way? How do we transmute that?
Yeah, I predict a scandal in like maybe a month and a half. You know, he's gonna hit a big time scandal.
Well, I mean, there's already a lot of stuff going on. I mean, there's OF models sleeping with like, you know, hundreds and thousands of men. It's fucking disturbing as hell. But yeah, you know, blessings to them, you know. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I did the math on that. And if they did it per day, you know, because they said they slept with 1,000 in one day.
Yeah, 12 hours.
And that would be 12 minutes of fuck.
Yeah.
Logistically.
Yeah.
You know, per dude.
Yeah, they
so
just think
a lot of those dudes, yeah, like a lot of those dudes didn't get their nut off. Like if you
nobody actually fucked, which makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Right. Like they all fucked for 12 minutes apiece.
Like there's absolutely no point to any of it. And it's just Why even do it? Like it's just like what I'm saying is it's not about that. They're doing it. That's literally a psyop. That's what a psyop does. Is it distracts you from shit that's actually going on. You get what I'm saying? Like that's the purpose of a psyop. They reveal one thing while hiding another. You know, like the orbs and shit. People are freaking out about. You know, it's like you have like financial scandals or sex scandals or whatever. It's like, oh, well, let's release some orbs or some flat Earth or you know whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, people at the top of all this shit, they understand that how you identify with yourself, not by telling other people, but actually internally, and the world determines your reality. That's the real secret. And so, like, when you understand that, then you realize that the solution is for people to be able to individually cleanse and, you know, take accountability, responsibility, and, you know, just capability, I guess. Over that and own that. If people face their shadows, it wouldn't be. No. People are afraid of the dark. Say. We're in the apocalypse. It's not the same thing as the end of the world. But we're in the apocalypse. Don't even question it. But the Kali Yuga. I mean, this idea of the season of Satan, Satan's little season, is a very interesting concept when applied to the occult, which is really interesting. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. That's a huge topic.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it because of you and Rock E, and also
it's worth looking
Rand.
into.
You know, all three of you guys are on that tip right now.
It's real shit. It's like there's bullshit, but there's other things that are just kind of like, what the fuck? Like it's obvious that shit's been played with, and like it's kind of like the Tataria thing. There's a lot of bullshit, but then there's other things that are just like, wait, what? You know, it's just really strange, and it's kind of impossible to ignore. And it's like, okay, so what the hell was going on? And so when they talk about like that, they know there's some galactic, you know, galactic, man. I think one of them did. You know, some global empire or whatever. You know, I don't know about all that, but there definitely was something that probably did exist for a good while, from what I've seen. I don't know. They say it was also advanced. I mean, it was advanced for sure, but I mean, I think they overplayed a little bit. But then again, I mean, if we had knowledge like that hundreds of years ago. And then this would bring John Dee into it too. And he's with Queen Elizabeth in the Tudor dynasty. And they're doing fucking, Tudor part of the fucking reset. Because the reset actually happened. That's one of the things that is true. And they've happened more than once. So this is part of the theory that's, I believe, is true. And then you get into like plasma and like all these burnt, like all these fires that were happening. All these buildings were getting burned down and shit. It was, no one really knew why. Or like just crazy viruses and kind of killing everybody. And it's like, well, and they just didn't know. And then you go look like 100 years ago, and well, now it's an interesting thing to find. So we already know that history is bullshit. I think that Gunther, can't remember his first name right now, makes a pretty good case that history was completely fabricated. And out of all, I don't trust Flamenco. I always thought everybody pushed him way too much. It made me suspicious. Because he was part of the establishment in Russia, big time. Big time. He was a genius, but he was a part of the establishment. And so I didn't really trust. But I thought that Gunther, his evidence that the 700 years was basically pulled from the ether, was pretty strong when there shows absolutely no development. I mean, well, how? It's kind of like, okay, how does that work? There were people like, there's so much wild shit that was happening, like in the 1800s.
Yeah, I think Gunnar Heinsohn is who you're talking about.
So real, yeah. That there was so much strange shit happening. Like 1819, like you see like all the asylums and shit. They had these in the theaters, and it's fucking weird, man. The ISIS theaters, they were the first theaters. We're called ISIS, of course. Even back then.
Yeah, give me a second, homie. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. What is that?
Huh?
What is that?
What's it sound like?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't make it out.
Carino.
Okay, Reno. Yeah, I made I made a dope one recently. Here, let me show you a remix that I made recently.
Is it not clear? Oh
It's,
shit, I can send it. I forgot I can send it.
yeah, it's not clear at all. Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
hearing it at
okay.
all. Yeah.
Okay. Right on. Yeah, I didn't even think about it because it's been a while since I've been able to do that. Actually, I don't have a video. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really too keen on the historical revisionism, but I do take some of it seriously.
Well, a lot of it is bullshit, but there are a
Yeah.
lot of anomalies within
Yeah,
history
exactly.
that are undeniable.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
there's
definitely.
a lot of weird. So I can
Yeah.
understand
I
why
believe
people.
there's historical. Yeah, there's definitely historical hoaxes. So
Yeah.
I'll go as far as to say that there's huge historical hoaxes and gaps in the timeline. So, but
Yes.
their model may not necessarily be true.
Well, that's kind of the point. I was talking to a friend about this. That's kind of the issue with conspiracy theories in general, or anything like that, or the knowledge side of things. Constantly grasping for something outside of yourself, because it's like there's a difference between understanding how something works and having knowledge of it, and having maybe some experience of some outlet, some fractal of what it is that you're actually trying to embody or trying to release into the world. And there's only so far that you can go with that. And so people want to have a final solution. And so they create ways where they can create a final solution. But the fact of the matter is there isn't one. And things are not as cut and dry, black and white, safe and predictable as people would like sometimes. And they don't like that feeling. Now, there's still divinity. There's still, it's just that it's like, to me, it almost feels like it's a part of our reason for even having the experience of a divinity in the first place. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't know what God is. I just know what it isn't. And I mean, I guess you could say I've had my own relationship with God. I don't know how else to put it. Like I've had like, well, I really don't even know how to. There are things that have occurred that are just way outside anything rational. And it's just in the face. And then also the internal aspects and the experience. Nothing. We create restrictions for ourselves. It's like a game. We forget things.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot. I
I
noticed
really believe that.
Yeah, people plan to forget shit, and it's just
But
like,
some people do it consciously and some people do it unconsciously. Well, that's repression, forgetting you forgot. And people do that usually with like darker impulses or thoughts or whatever, and that's why the world is fucked, because people don't examine those darker aspects of themselves and like transmute that, because that's what it's the reflection of what the fuck is in the world. That's how it is, because it's not being examined. It's not being made, it's not being worked with at all. So it's unconscious, which means you're not in control of it, it's in control of you. So that's why when people scream about the New World Order or whatever the fuck else, it's like, yeah, no, I got you. But the thing is that every single person on the earth has the ability to stop complying at any time. Will it be easy? No. Is it possible? Yes. I could show it's possible. That there are two different, what you have citizenship, which is a ship, of course, is that you are a employee of a privately owned corporation in the District of Columbia, the Dove, Halum, which is a sacrifice. Anyways, like for real, the Dove is a sacrifice. To Columbia Broadcasting and Columbia University and Columbia, and the country was Columbia. Anyways, Columbus, who was a Sabbatean. Anyways, so make America great again.
So what's in it for me if I stop complying?
What? I want to make sure everyone heard what I said very clearly. Christopher Columbus was a Sabbatean, Frankist.
I agree. So what's in it for me if I stop complying?
Huh?
What is in it for me if I stop complying with the system?
You are no longer no one is controlling you any longer.
Okay, so there's a negative, there's no a positive thing, a negative thing. I lose being in control over, but that's really not a big deal.
Okay, so what is your argument?
No, it's not a big deal. I could delete myself. They won't be under control over me, but I don't get anything. So I'm not winning anything. So I'm not buying the offer because it's not worth it.
There's no offer. But I think this guy actually is the true success. Oh man.
You can't even say it. It's still funny. You can't even say it.
I can. It's mad.
Yeah, it seemed like the guy was about to crack out laughing while he was saying it himself.
So this is great.
He also looked stoned, I mean, for sure. He looked like he was on some type of muscle relaxant.
Yes. So I'm not sure exactly who he is, but he's funny. I'll give him that.
There's definitely going to be a lot of people dressing like that in the future. He definitely made a fashion statement.
So I don't even know where to start. So do you know what's going on with Trump lately?
I mean, last I heard, he installed a literal Shabbat Lubavitch rabbi to be the anti-Semitism czar. I was like, wow, this is great.
It's worse.
Looks like it's moving full speed ahead here.
It's worse.
Like the next week, like my channel goes down. I'm like, oh,
fucking crazy, bro.
Like this is weird.
It is, bro.
It actually worked immediately. Like,
hold on. We got our boy Chris, man. Come on. He's on the fucking horn. Chris is freaking out. But you know what? He was fucking right. So, I'll give him that.
yeah, I wonder if I messaged that fool on Twitter if he would come on the Machine Lives, or if he would come on maybe Twilight, or maybe what I mean. Maybe we both could try.
So he's I found out he's I guess has enough faith that people can do all this. The strongest minds and the strongest, and we can build the greatest forces in the strength. Oh, I just it's so much. That's great. We'll build bigger.
Triple M, Murderous Messiah Masterclass.
Yes. It's great.
I call it
It's great. We must build better weapons, and we must protect them. And we must. I can't.
Yeah,
he really believes people could do it. That's why.
This is Christopher John Dirkness. It is April 10th, 2025. The world is going crazy. And most people don't have a clue as to why any of this is happening. So I'm going to explain it as concisely as possible. Religious people attribute all this to a divine plan crafted by a desert storm god named Yahweh, the God of Israel, the God of the Jews. But that story was written to make the Jewish people masters of the universe. And it was fabricated by a self-proclaimed nomadic tribe that wandered into the land of Egypt and looked with envious eyes upon the glory of the Egyptian empire of Pharaoh Ramses II, and wanted to take over that empire from the Nile to the Euphrates. And they crafted the mythology that these Egyptians were so beautiful and mighty and great and powerful because they worshipped the chief gods of all gods in the pantheon of the heavens. So these crafty nomads thought that if they were able to trick the Egyptians into no longer believing in their own gods and dismissing their own gods, and instead worshiping bad gods who would deliberately lead them into disaster, and that if the Jews themselves took over these Egyptian gods, commandeered them for their tribe, that they would obtain all that beauty and might, everything that was good and true and beautiful about the Egyptians, while leading the Egyptians into suicidal self-sabotage and their own demise. So they cut a deal with the chief god of the Egyptians under Ramses II, the god Seth, later known as Seth Typhon.
Hail Satan.
And the Egyptians abandoned this god Seth, the god of primordial chaos, darkness, evil, the deserts, the red lands.
That's him.
And they started to worship this god. And this god then said that he had chosen them to be his special people, and that he would make them mighty and great as he had made the Egyptians mighty and great. So they crafted a whole mythology around this theft of the Egyptian gods and the history of the Egyptians. And it all began with this story of paradise in the Garden of Eden, with an androgynous being known as Adam, who was created by the gods, the Elohim, in the image of the gods, the Elohim, to be androgynous and immortal. And Adam was initially a being of light. And by that, they mean the essence of God, the energy of God. And it was only after Adam sinned against the Elohim by disobeying them that he was clothed in flesh, in the corpse of flesh, and driven into exile out of the Garden of Eden, out of paradise, into the material world, and placed in the vessel. His beautiful soul of light, of the essence of God, was placed in a clay pot in a vessel in the material world. And this was a curse on Adam for his disobedience to the Elohim. And then the Yahwehists, the Sethists, turned that into this wrathful desert god, Yahweh, who demands absolute obedience and who enslaves all those who worship them. So this god, Seth, made a deal, a contract with this nomadic Jewish tribe that supposedly they were in bondage to Pharaoh, the demigod, the king of the earth, that if Seth, Yahweh, freed them from their bondage in Egypt, they would become Yahweh's slaves, but would no longer be the slaves of Pharaoh.
So Satan is subjective.
And this God
Is the moral of the
demanded
lesson?
absolute obedience from the Jewish people, just as the gods demanded absolute obedience from Adam and Eve. And he warned them that if they disobeyed, if they sinned, as Eve led Adam to do, and as Eve did, that they would suffer the same fate. They would return to their status as nomads, wanderers, under the protection of their goddess Asherah, Shekinah, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. And that would be the punishment against them if they broke the covenant, if they broke the contract with Seth. And if they honored that contract, then they would be restored to paradise in the land of milk and honey, the land of Pharaoh's empire from the Nile to the Euphrates. So it's the Jewish people take on the mythology of the Adam and Eve mythology that they created, that the gods demand absolute obedience from them, and if they fail to obey the gods, they will be exiled into the material world. And they view themselves as Adam, as man, as the only human beings, and all the rest of us are referred to as Edom, which is a corruption of the spelling of Adam to add,
Or Enoshut,
which is also the number 6, to Aleph Dalet Mem, Adam, to create Edom, meaning red, meaning the Gentiles, meaning Esau, the brother of Jacob. So this letter Vav is in the form of a snake. So the snake supposedly copulated and had intercourse with Eve in the Garden of Eden to produce the child Cain, who is the progenitor of the Gentiles. Adam and Eve would later sleep together to produce the children Abel and Seth, and the Jews are supposedly descended from Seth when Cain committed the first human sacrifice of Abel. Abel's soul was then cleansed of the residue of the serpent's semen, and the third son of Eve and the second son of Adam and Eve, Seth, had a more purified soul than Abel, and that soul was the divine soul, that light that Adam initially was in the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Paradise. So these Jews supposedly destroyed Egypt and took over the land of Canaan, which Ramses II had conquered, and this God demanded and issued commandments to these people that they had to kill all the 7 nations of this land, including the Canaanites. And if they failed to obey this Desert Storm, God's commandment that all the rest of humanity be killed off, that it would do to them what it had pledged to help them do to the Gentiles. So just as Adam and Eve were obliged to not consume the forbidden fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil until it became ripened after the 6 days, 6,000 years of creation, they also were instructed that they had to oblige this commandment to kill off the rest of humanity, and then they would get the Garden of Eden, the land of milk and honey, the promised land, would be theirs. And another thing that they had to do was to build a house for their Lord, Lord as in their master, their slave master. In Leviticus chapter 25, verse 55, it states that Yahweh says that the Jews are his slaves because he freed them from the Egyptians. And the Jews started to get kind of bold, and they wanted to have a king like Pharaoh, just as they wanted Pharaoh's empire. They wanted a demigod king to rule over this empire, which was to extend over the whole earth. And they wanted this king to lead them in the extermination of the Gentiles so that they could fulfill these commandments. And that pissed off Yahweh, because Yahweh said that he is the king of the world, and that's expressed in Psalms and Zechariah and other places. So they were challenging the divine authority of Yahweh over his kingdom, the earth. And he warned them, okay, I'll let you set up a king over yourselves, but this king is going to be a tyrant, just as Yahweh is a tyrant, and he will have the attributes of Yahweh. He will set about to kill off the Gentiles. And if the Jews are not worthy of this king, just as if they are not worthy of the devil, Seth Typhon, then this king will lead the Jews into disaster and will impose upon them the punishment and curses that it had imposed on the Gentiles and pledged the Jews to help accomplish. So if they failed to obey, if they weren't good little slaves, if they did not suck up to Yahweh and pretend to love Yahweh and worship Yahweh, then he would do to them what he had told them to do to the Gentiles. And the Old Testament is filled with stories about how the Jews only pretended to love Yahweh, and Yahweh was aware of this. And they knew that Yahweh was a cacodemon, an evil monster god, who spit out curses and was wrathful and jealous and evil in every sense. He was a cruel slave master, and their king is to be a cruel slave master with his very attributes. And he warned them that they would suffer the tyranny of their king, and the kings would bring calamities and catastrophes upon them. And the Old Testament is filled with stories of how that happened. For example, Ahab. And then we had the messianic kings, Jesus Christ, who brought calamity to the Jewish people, their rebellions against the Romans in the name of establishing their messianic king, the new Pharaoh, caused all kinds of death and destruction to the Jews. And just like Adam and Eve got their asses booted out of the Garden of Eden, the Jews supposedly got kicked out of Judea and were scattered into exile, into the material world, into the land of chaos of the Gentiles, to suffer in this prison, this hell of the material world. And they lost their holiness, their spark of light, and it became enshrouded in the vessel of the Gentile world. But that vessel also safeguarded them, just as a shell or a husk safeguards the seed or the mollusk that lives within. And they are like the pearl inside of an oyster shell, the divine light, the holy spark. And so their mission was to survive these 6 days of creation until such time as their king comes along. And their king is going to take Yahweh's place, because their king thinks just like Yahweh, just as Yahweh wants to be the only God and kill off all the other gods. King Messiah is going to kill off Yahweh and Satan and Shekinah and Lilith and Samael. And he's going to be master of the universe. And just as their God created Adam and Eve, who supposedly had the 600,000 divine souls of the Jews, the androgynous immortal souls of the Jews, this King Messiah is going to spawn the new race of Jews who will be androgynous and who will be immortal. And Noah is another figure like Adam who spawned humanity from his own line, from the single man, from the king. Now, these Jewish kings were always bastards, and they were just like Yahweh. They imposed all kinds of stupid laws and commandments. Moses was a real son of a bitch, and his brother Aaron exploited the Jewish people and demanded all kinds of tribute and stole their wealth and led them into disaster, made them pass through the desert without water or food, and told them they had to beg Yahweh for water and food. And they rebelled against all that, just as Eve had rebelled against God, the king of the universe. And God warned them, you better straighten up and accept your role as his children and as his slaves. And that role is to worship him as a cacodemon, to pay him homage even though they hated him. Or else he would join forces with the Gentiles against the Jews and annihilate the Jews. And this was common in the ancient world. There were many cacodemonic gods. Armanius is one of them. Vejovis is another one of them. And the Romans and Greeks used to offer black sheep as sacrifices to these gods so they could use these gods against their enemies and keep these gods from harming them. And the Gnostics always recognized that Abraxas and the gods of the Gnostics were cacodemons, and they put them on gems and worshiped them and said, please don't harm us, leave us alone, pass over us, and exterminate our enemies. So that's the game that the Jews are playing with Yahweh. They are obeying his commandments so that he does them no harm and instead helps them to harm the Gentiles. And the Gentiles become the scapegoat for all the sins of the Jews. So every time they break these commandments and do piss off Yahweh, Samael, the devil, blames the Gentiles for all the things they do. So this fulfills their plan to exterminate the Gentiles. And then they say to Yahweh, see, look, we're fulfilling your commandments. We are exterminating Amalek, exterminating Edom, exterminating the 7 nations of the land of Canaan. So that's why we see, why we have seen the Jews pursuing taking over Palestine and Judea in the ancient world. And then after they were sent in exile, always praying every year, next year in Jerusalem, so that they could take over the Garden of Eden, the land of milk and honey, paradise. And when they do that, they have to exterminate all the rest of humanity, and they have to build a temple to Yahweh so that God has his house on the earth, just as he has his house on the planet Saturn and in Tiferet, the sun. So he needs as above, so below, another thing that they stole from the Egyptians. God has to have his house above and his house on the earth, and that is supposed to be in the center of the land of milk and honey, the heart of the land of milk and honey in the city of Jerusalem. So that's why we see the Jews wanting to rebuild the temple.
That's exactly what happened.
They crafted all of this mythology to give what they want to do, supposed divine authority. And they said that this God Yahweh is a creator God, and this God Yahweh created the universe and therefore has deed and title over every part of the earth. And he apportioned the earth to each of the 70 nations, and then created Edom and created Israel, Jacob. And so that Israel, Jacob should then inherit this land of Ramses II, Pharaoh from the Nile to the Euphrates, and their God supposedly had the sole right to do that because their God supposedly created it and then vomited out all the supposedly horrible indigenous peoples so that the Jews could take it over. And that's why they believe they have the right to exterminate all the indigenous peoples from the Nile to the Euphrates. But that is simply also the land of Egypt was considered the material world, the land of chaos, and Pharaoh was considered the god and the king of the land of chaos, and the whole earth, Malkut, the kingdom, is the kingdom of chaos. So they have to exterminate all the Gentiles, and they call that Tikkun Olam, rectifying the world. The Jewish mission is the mission of King Messiah to exterminate the Gentiles, which is the mission of King God to exterminate the Gentiles. So we had these various forces in Judaism. We had the divine authority of the ultimate king of the universe, Yahweh. And then we
quite a
had
few
the
commonalities with
divine
him.
authority,
We have some
supposedly of the
differences
king
as
of
well,
the
but
Jews, the messianic figure of King
he knows what he's
David.
talking about.
And before David was Saul, and they were warned that these.
Yeah, he's been involved in all this for a long time, and a lot of the stuff he was talking about, no one was listening. I mean, it's happening. Like, so, I mean, I would say that's a pretty good indicator. You know, I disagree with him on some things, but yeah, I kind of understand why he is the way he is now, because he kind of got screwed over a lot, and it's just like, damn, it's kind of fucked up. But as for all this, it's pretty nuts. 'Cause it's all there. And, you know, now some see that symbolically, mystically, you know. But the people he's talking about, no. They, Chabad and all them, like, yeah. Sabotage, like, oh boy. There's some really dark stuff I want to share, but I think it'd be better to talk about offline. You can actually do streams offline. I don't know if people know that, but you can. To where they're not actually online at all.
Kings would be tyrants who would lead them into catastrophes because they were imitators of God and of God's throne and of God's authority. And Eve rebelled against the Elohim because they were real bastards, and they wanted Eve to not be immortal and to not become a god herself and to not have the gnosis, the knowledge of how to restore her divine soul, her light, the essence of God back to God in an ecstatic reunion with God. And Yahweh tried to keep her from realizing that Yahweh had created this evil material world and that she could escape it with the proper knowledge and become androgynous and immortal again as Adam and Eve as a single being, ascending back to God in the epistrophe, the return, the teshuvah to God. So Eve was a rebel, just as the Jewish people are a rebel. And their teshuvah, their return, is the return to the Garden of Eden, the land of milk and honey, paradise, which happens to belong to the Palestinians. So they believe they have to obey Yahweh's commandments to kill off the Palestinians, completely exterminate them, to end this exile in the material world. And Gentiles are a part of that evil, supposedly evil material world. So in order to rectify the present world, Olam Hazeh, in order to achieve the great reset to the world to come, Olam Haba, Gentiles have to be exterminated, and God's creation of the material world, the surface of the earth, has to be destroyed. They have to destroy all the plant life and the animal life of the earth, and most especially the Gentile life of the earth, which supposedly derives from Satan. But all of this is a form of projection. When you reach a certain level in Kabbalah, you are told that all of that is horseshit. All of that is lies. And it's actually the inverse that was revealed by the Gnostics, that the Jews are the descendants of Cain.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a moment. That's quite a statement. That's quite a statement, and not something that most people talk about. This is why I yeah, so why this information? He's telling you like it is. There's a lot of works from like the 12th to like 16th century on like Rosicrucianism and the Kabbalah and like the intersection, like all these other groups. It's really fucking interesting. And these different dynasties and asylums and it's just It's really interesting.
And the descendants of Seth and are the evil people, and they have to steal the divine light of the people of the sun, the Gentiles, and they have to steal their soul and take over that soul. And the only way they can do it is to kill off the Gentiles.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to answer the homie's question here. Who is Christ God?
Yeah. The undefinable one, the unutterable one, the whatever God is, like I said, Shiva is that which is not. The I am that I am, I will be what I will be. It's a dynamic process. It's an unfolding. It's a becoming. So I mean, Christ was in touch with I guess you could say the one true God in that sense. Clearly, I mean, to me, it's obvious. So yeah, blessings. I just don't think that religion is anywhere close to that reality. And that literalism has been the number one issue.
Just as they killed off Jesus Christ to have his soul stolen and given to Jesus Barabbas, King Messiah, son of David, so that the divine soul, the real light, enters into the body of the Jewish people and into the body of their king.
Okay, so we're back, and it's been a little while. I don't know. It took some time. Just been kind of busy, and Pascha and all these other things going on. So, what's up? Okay, so I'm gonna go and cover Christ the Eternal Tao. And I thought, the reason I want to do this is because I don't know, maybe 5-6 months ago, I had found Emptiness and Fullness, which was the master thesis Father Seraphim Rose, well, Eugene Rose, when he was in college. He wrote his master thesis, Emptiness and Fullness, based on the Tao Te Ching. When he was a student of Jiming Xing, I think he was in a school. It was, what's his name? Alan Watts had a school. And you could look more into that, but Alan Watts was supposedly kind of pseudo or whatever. But this Jiming Xing guy was like the leading specialist on ancient Chinese philosophy, and just a big reason why Father Seraphim ended up looking into orthodoxy, because he studied Chinese philosophy. And Jiming Xing's mentality was that, if we're going to study Chinese philosophy, we can't depend on modern scholars to give us like a breakdown of the ancients. So there's a tradition here, and if you want to go into that tradition and understand it as they did, you have to learn it that way. And it's the same way with orthodoxy. Like, you can't go to some scholar at some school, and that just never really wasn't there, or has his own opinions and a materialistic mindset, or too idealistic, too logical, too reasonable, something, and figure out patristic texts which are divinely revealed. And sometimes what I've noticed in studying this type of stuff is that it's the stuff that's not logical, like that doesn't make sense, that you can almost tell the fact that it doesn't make sense means it's revealed by God. So anyways, we're going to start here with Christ the Eternal Tao. This is from the book Not of This World, or Life and Works, which is the same book. It's just an edited version of it. So it says, while studying under Budberg, Eugene made a more thorough study of the language of the Tao Te Ching. For his master degree thesis, he wrote an essay entitled Emptiness and Fullness in the Lazu. One of the Berkeley professors who reviewed this paper, Cyril Birch, noted how closely Eugene had followed Budberg's approach to linguistic analysis. For the philosophical aspects of the essay, Eugene received help from the wisdom of Jiming Xing, as it is clear from a comparison of the thesis with notes he had taken during Jiming's lectures at the Academy. In the introduction of his thesis, Eugene indicated that his approach had been philological, philosophical, and alternative examination of words and ideas. Lazu, he stated, quote, is not concerned with abstract concepts, but rather with what one might call poetic ideas. Ideas highly charged with dynamic associations. Although Eugene's paper was necessarily limited in scope, it did help to bring these poetic ideas out of what Eugene regarded as the needless obscurity characteristic of many of the translations and interpretations of the Tao Te Ching. He wrote, quote, our examination of the language of the book, always in conjunction with the ideas bound up in it, will serve, it is hoped, as a partial antidote to the often careless, even cavalier approach to the Lazu, the mystic, and the fount of esoteric wisdom that has marked many of the popular works on him. Laozu's thought is often elusive and paradoxical, but it is rarely, if ever, a fantastic and contradictory as it has sometimes been made to seem. The interpretations of the Tao Te Ching that Eugene offered not only made the book's meaning more clear and understandable, but they also brought out deep and subtler aspects of it. That's from Life and Works, page 161 to 162. And And we'll put this in the comments section. So this is the Ferocinos Cafe, where you can find a copy of Christ the Eternal Tao. You can also find the master thesis just mentioned there. It had been missing for like 14 years, and I ended up finding it with the help of Father Joseph Swaden on the web archive. So it was like missing, and then we found it, and then I posted it. So you can get a copy of that here. Hold on. There. All right. So there's that. But okay. I'm just gonna read a little bit of stuff that I posted on this website. And then I'm gonna go to the actual book and some other areas where I've saved notes on this topic, and maybe we'll discuss it if more people show up. So who knows? Okay, so it says Lazu said, the sage, in order to be above the people, must speak as though he were lower than the people. In order to guide them, he must put himself behind them. This brings to mind Christ's words, whosoever will be great among you, let him be minister. And whosoever will be chief among you, let him be your servant. The Tao is like the emptiness of a vessel, and in our employment of it, we must be on guard against all fullness. Lazu. Eugene was attracted to Chinese culture, the Tao Te Ching of Lazu, this classic work of Chinese philosophy from the 6th century BC, impressed him so much that he decided to read it in its original language and tap its meaning. It is so profound that one can get lost in it, he said. As he explained in later years, according to Laozu's philosophy, the quote, the center of the universe is Tao, the path of life. This quote, path, quote, way, or quote, ordering principle of nature, like him who fashioned nature, is characterized by simplicity and humility. In this, as well as in its precepts, which closely approximate those of Christ, and in its reticence in speaking of that which is not yet known, the Tao Te Ching is a foreshadowing of what would later be revealed through Christ. Since the Tao Te Ching contains in itself no supernatural revelation, it cannot really be called mystical. Quote, some people think it's very mystical, Eugene later said. Quote, I think it's more of a natural level. It's more, however, it may, however, be said to represent the epitome of what a human being can know without direct revelation. That is through the apprehension of universal principles as manifested in nature, in the divinely created order. For Eugene, like Karolov, did not yet, quote, know that what he believed in Christian revelation, the Tao Te Ching was thus the best possibility open to him, and he endeavored to take full advantage of it. Laozu, he believed, would have followed Jesus Christ if he had known him, for he would have seen in him the Tao or way of heaven. Quote, I was thinking that if I ever got my doctor's degree in Chinese literature, Eugene recalled in later years, quote, I was going to write a paper comparing the Byzantine emperor with the Chinese emperor. There are many similarities in both Byzantine and Chinese society. The emperor is to be the guardian of orthodoxy. Lazu realized that the Tao was not just a source of illumination, but he initiated that. But he intuited that it was the ordering principle behind all creation. He also recognized the inward principles of created things. Quote, the idea of things must exist prior to the things themselves. This is what the realist philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle recognized as universals. Plato called them, quote, forms, and said they were, quote, out there somewhere, whereas Aristotle stated that these universals were inherent to created things. The Greeks recognized the same thing, called it logos. They viewed the logos as the basis for all order, proportion, and the symmetry of what they were obsessed. The following quote from Taoist scholar Jiming Xin illustrates the exact same principle. Quote, order is natural and necessarily requires a directing principle. For it is unimaginable that order is produced by the ordered individuals themselves. If there were no directing principle, how could there be proportion, symmetry, and the adaptation of one thing to another? There must therefore be an organizing power which orders, as for example in the seasons. The principle of the seasons from which the seasons proceed in an orderly and never failing fashion must exist before the seasons themselves. The ultimate principle, therefore, of prime importance, and it is this that Lazu calls the Tao. Lazu and the Tao of Christ. St. John's Gospel begins with, quote, "In the beginning was the Word." The original Greek, it shows the original Greek here, and it says the Greek word for word is, I don't know the Greek, it says it's translated as logos in English. In the Chinese Bible, this is the same phrase translated as Dai Chu Yu Tao. The fourth character is the Chinese character for Tao. There is no better translation for the word logos in the Gospel of John than Tao. Like logos for the Greeks, Tao for the Chinese has a very profound meaning, that of the ordering principle of the universe. In fact, these words have far more significance to Greek and Chinese readers than the English translation of the logos. Quote, "word" means to an English speaker. For the English reader of the Bible, Jesus as the Word really carries little depth of meaning. It is rather abstract and devoid of meaning. The point is that the words, quote, "logos" and "Tao" are synonymous. They mean the exact same thing. It was no stretch, therefore, for the translators of the Chinese Bible to translate John's logos to Tao. There's no disparity between the two concepts. Chinese translators may argue over the fine points, but they do not argue over this one. This is why, in reality, what Lazu was encountering through his thoughts and mystical experiences was none other than Christ, the eternal Tao. He experienced and explained him better than any other person aside from special revelation. And here's a quote from St. Augustine I put here. It says, "That which is known as the Christian religion existed among the ancients and never did not exist." And this is kind of what, I've had conversation with other people like that say they believe in other, pagan gods, or which I highly doubt, really. And atheists and different types of people, and they always, Christianity came out of Judaism. It's like, no, it didn't. There was never not a time that Christianity didn't exist. If we as Christians are to believe what our scriptures tell us, then God created everything. So how could there be something before him or before Christ or before the Holy Trinity? That just doesn't make sense. Well, but that's just like, again, a scholarly, reasonable, logical answer that they want to give because they don't believe it. But if you do believe it, then you understand that it always existed. So this is from the Tao Te Ching. It says, "There exists a being undifferentiated and complete, born before heaven and earth, tranquil, boundless, abiding alone, changing not, encircling everything without exhaustion, fathomless. It seems to be the source of all things. I do not know its name, but characterize it as the Tao. Arbitrarily forcing a name upon it, I call it great." That's the Tao Te Ching, chapter 25 and 4, and that was translated by Jiming Shane and Eugene Rose. So, and this is from the 1911 American Bible Society in China. It says, "In the beginning was the Tao, and the Tao was with God, and the Tao was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. The Tao became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory." It's the Gospel of John, chapter 1. Okay, so here's a quote from Eugene, or Saint Seraphim Rose. He says, "A pagan philosopher in China named Lazu," Saint Seraphim told the brothers and sisters, quote, "taught the weakest things conquer the stronger things. There's an example of this here at our monastery. The oak trees, which are very hard and unbending, are always falling down, and their limbs are always breaking off and falling, while the pine trees, which are more supple, fall down much less often before they are actually dead. Quote, that is, if you bend, it is a sign of strength. We can see the same thing in human life. The person who believes in something to an extent that he's going to stand up and, quote, cut your head off if you don't agree with him, he shows his weakness because he's so unsure of himself that he has to convert you to make sure that he himself believes. Father Seraphin said, in order for us to bend like the pine trees, our hearts must be transformed. Quote, the way, he said, quote, is to soften the heart, to make the heart more supple. That's from his Life and Works, chapter 87. Born under the name Eugene Rose, he was an educated linguist studying Chinese at Pomona College with the unique and fascinating Taoist philosopher Jiming Xing. His master thesis, Emptiness and Fullness in the Lazu, Rose argued against a nihilistic interpretation of the concept of the emptiness in the Tao Te Ching, or as he idiosyncratically calls it, the Lazu, after the supported author, in favor of interpretation governed by the concepts of, quote, opposite and, quote, return. This interpretation is surprisingly fruitful in hinting at a solution to the seeming impasse between the essentialist and the ontological metaphysics of the Socratic / Western world, and the emptiness experimentalism of the Buddhist Orient. An examination of Rose's thesis is a worthwhile exercise for the purpose of regrounding and recasting the problematic ontological tradition in Buddhist terms, as well as for freeing one's understanding of Buddhist thought from Western categories. Now, this is a little. I found this, I think, on maybe like a Russian search engine or something like Yandex, and I think I found this kind of buried away because I was looking for emptiness and fullness of paper and I couldn't find it. I mean, I probably looked for like 2 months on and off, just like trying to find this paper, and I eventually did. I don't even know how, but little help there. But anyways, I found this paper written about, the master thesis. So it says, the Taoist of emptiness and fullness corresponds to an analogous conceptual duality in Buddhism, emptiness and form, where emptiness and form and emptiness, an idea that resonates closely with modern physics, as superficially interpreted through a European lens, talks of emptiness. Emptiness can appear to be nihilistic, denial of being, but Rose argued that for Laozu's emptiness is a golden mean between unbalanced affirmation and apathetic negligence. Quote, emptiness and fullness are not nouns in Laozu's Chinese idiom, but rather verbs, which may be better translated as, quote, waning and waxing. However, the concept he elucidates corresponds remarkably to the Aristotelian concept of, quote, the golden means. Now, this is one of Aristotle's ideas I agree with the most. The golden means. It's a mean between extremes, and I think that's probably something that I use in my own life a lot, like trying to find that balance between not being, too lax or too strict or something like that. Like in orthodoxy, especially, like it's because if you get too lax, you could fall into, some form of deception. If you get too strict, you could become kind of pharisaical, So it's important. But there's other aspects of that I covered on the Royal Path episode. So oh wow, I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting. Wow. Oh, I don't know. I haven't been, streaming a lot lately, so I guess I kind of fell off. It is what it is. I really don't care. I mean, I don't. If it gets to one person, that's what more can you ask for? Okay, so it says unbalanced affirmation and okay, I already read that. All right. So we went through the, Aristotle's golden means, also appropriated by Christian theology. As Rose explained, the nihilistic concept of, quote, emptiness is referred to by Lazu by words best translated as exhaustion. Quote, exhaustion or finality means death, quote, reaching the end of the breath, total expiration. That's Rose's Emptiness and Fullness, 33. This is not the word Lazu uses many, many times to explain the good sort of emptiness. However, quote, in the usual understanding of the word, both in Chinese and English, emptiness has a contrary, quote, fullness. But this kind of emptiness and extreme and is what Lazu had as in mind when he speaks of it. All that we have said on the, quote, midpoint as the ultimate goal of his thought is said it not. But in fact, it is not what he had in mind. To be, quote, emptied is not the same as to be exhausted. All right. That's also from Emptiness and Fullness. I tried reading that paper. I mean, I get it. I understand some of it, but it's pretty heavy. You know, it's like, again, this is someone's master's thesis that had really studied ancient Chinese philosophy and really understood, the Tao Te Ching in its original language. And it's pretty surprising that he would go through that and sort of come out the other side and see Christ in the Logos, it's like one and the same. And I think that's a really important thing for people coming from Eastern tradition, especially if they're Taoists themselves, to look into Orthodoxy and see what, because the way we see it is it's like Laozi was revealed this thing, right? But I mean, maybe not by divine revelation, but somehow he figured it out, and it wasn't fully revealed until John, like what the Logos was. He could see that there's symmetry, proportion, the adaptation of one thing to another, the ordering of the seasons. He's seen these things, and he said, "This is the Tao. This is, in other words, this is God in life. There's something's happening here, and I can't necessarily put my finger on, but I know something's happening here, right?" And anybody who isn't sort of absurd sees that. I mean, it's just there. I don't know how else to say it. But anyways, it says, at least we mistake emptiness and fullness for metaphysical concepts. Rose reminds us that Laozi's language is orientated around verbs, not rarefied nouns. That the, quote, emptiness and fullness are translations of words literally meaning waning and waxing of the moon. The comfortable Western concepts of, quote, substance and, quote, person are simply absent from Laozi's vocabulary. By contrast to Aristotle's essentialism, for the East, a static or permanent plenitude of being or, quote, nature or, quote, essence is not what constitutes form, but rather emptiness becomes, or sunyata, the Hindu language of Maya, an illusion is avoided by the Taoists. But a somewhat more Heraclitean, I think that's how you say that. So Heraclitus, ontology of becoming and doing still eclipses any possibility on ontology. I'm like stuttering a little bit. This lack of substantive ontology has ramifications for Laozi's quietism. Since he did not reject appearances or phenomenon or things as illusions, Laozi did not embrace the violent rejection of being seen in certain strands of ascetic Hinduism. And since he did not regard, quote, things as real, lacking the vocabulary to place, quote, things as ontological categories at all, he did not embrace the worldly attachment to them. Instead, he preaches the quietism and apparently, though misleadingly so, complacent acceptance of the Tao, by exhorting us to be supple and fluent with the Tao. It is through suppleness that is found the power. The famous Wu Wei paradigm. Wu Wei should be viewed as cynical, nihilistic, or should not be viewed as cynical or nihilistic or pessimistic resignation. It is through suppleness that is found power. It is through the Tao that we flower into who we are, that we find our, quote, true potential, as humanistic psychology might see it. As Laozi said, quote, if one uses it, the Tao is inexhaustible. For the while, the Tao is emptiness. All form is emptiness. So there is no contradiction in saying that this is this emptiness is inexhaustible. The challenge for cross-culture philosophy remains reconcile the Western categories of personhood and substance, so essential to Christian theology, with the common Oriental traditions of emptiness and fullness. Lazu's placement of the, quote, golden means within the context of sunyata provides a possible clue to its solution. Eugene makes a case for the idea that the emptiness which Lazu values is not an extreme, an exhaustion, a lack, but rather a midpoint of convergence, a midpoint where the minimum has been attuned, and from there is a turning back towards fullness. This states Eugene by way of analogy, is that, quote, the momentary point of balance when expiration is completed and inspiration has not yet begun, when there is no breath at all. It is only in keeping with this interpretation of, quote, emptiness and the Tao Te Ching that such phrases of Lazu as, quote, the ridgepole, i.e., the midpoint of convergence in a roof, a faint expiration, becomes understandable. Where other translators interpret Lazu as saying it is the empty part of the wheel that its utility depends, Eugene made this passage much more clear with his translation, quote, 30 spokes joined in a single hub, and it is just in this, in its minimum point, that the use of the carriage lies. Here, writes Eugene, Mujwal, emptiness, is the single smallest point, the point of convergence of the spokes, which is the axis upon which the wheel turns and the carriage moves. I added this here. It says St. Ambrose, 1812 to 1891, was the pinnacle of the long line of clairvoyant elders of Optina Monastery in Russia, because he attained the depths of the self-emptying. Now, this is a concept within the Orthodox ascetic practices. It's like you're emptying yourself of all worldliness. You're sort of giving up the flesh, and so that's a form of self-emptying. And he was the depths of self-emptying. He was granted the gift of healing suffering souls. He could read human hearts. He could know the past and the future of people and speak to them directly with revealed words of God. Fyodor Dostoevsky was among those who came to him for counsel and later used him as the model for the well-known character of Elder Zuzima and the brothers Karamazov. Sorry. And there's a great lecture on this site. If it's a transcript I put there, and there's something on the web archive. I think it might be a live audio of Damascene, who wrote the book, giving a lecture on it. And I also put a transcript of the lecture at the bottom there, so you can see that. Oh, there's a book here. It's Jesus and Lazu, the Parallel Sayings with Commentaries. I'm not comparing. I didn't post that, I think, to like compare Christ and Lazu as in like they're equal people or something. I just wanted to show maybe how Lazu's thoughts were closely related to, a Christian understanding of the world, I would say. So. All right, I'm going to read this real quick. I found this on the, I think it was a Chinese Orthodox website, like the Orthodox China or something like that. And, of course, I think Howard Monk Damascene did write this for that specific website. So I'm going to read that quickly. It says, ancient Chinese foretold of Christ. In a modern America, many people are engaged in spiritual search. They explore everything: Sufism, Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, and find something. Nevertheless, there is something left in their souls that make them to continue to search for the truth that has never been found. Often these seekers are people brought up in Christian families and departed from the Christian faith because they saw hypocrisy, worldly spirit, enmity, and the basis that prevail in the church environment. In short, in the church they felt a spirit no different from the world, the limits of which these spiritual seekers decided to transcend. Therefore, they followed other paths, and to their surprise, they came back to Christ. When they left the church, they did not leave Christ, despite the fact that, in their youth, they witnessed a distorted, secular form of Christianity. The sowed seed of faith in Christ remained in their souls, and this seed cannot be eradicated. It often happens that the seekers find the mysterious book of the way and grace. That's the Tao Te Ching, written in China centuries before the birth of Christ, and are captivated by it. This book is simple but deep in content. It was translated into a language other than any other than the Bible. It was translated into a language other than any other than the Bible. It contains ancient wisdom, returns to those simple times when man was closer to the truth, to what the Holy Fathers call the, quote, natural state of man. Lazu felt the presence of the Logos in the creature world, i.e., what the Holy Fathers called operating cause, quote, reason, first principle, or ordering principle of the cosmos. Lazu does not call the Logos person, but uncertainty, gates that reveal mystery. I don't find a better name. He says, I call Tao, literally the word Tao means way. What Greek philosophers called the Logos, or the word, Lazu called the Tao, or ordering principle, or universal pattern, which should be followed by his entire creature world. This probably means created world, but this is a translation from Chinese into English, so you're going to have weird stuff like that. Father Seraphim Rose was sure that if Lazu had lived in the time of Christ's earthly life and met him, he would have followed him, because he had recognized in him the divine personality of Tao, the reflection which he saw in the created world. Reading Lazu, a modern Christian seeker feels the spiritual closeness to Christ, whose seed is sown into his soul. He sees a poetic reflection of Christ in the works of Lazu, a reflection barely perceptible but pure. For these spiritual seekers, this fuzzy but pure image of Christ is closer than that bright but far from the true image they meet in the modern Christian world. In the book, Christ the Eternal Tao is intended for those seekers so that Orthodox Christianity becomes available to them. This is an invitation, not an attack against nominal Christians. The purpose of the book is to return them to Christ, inspired to follow him and seek him, to accept him not only as his commandments of love and refuse everything, but to contain the fullness of his revelation, which means, first of all, to take his cross. The purpose of the book is to show Christian seekers the fullness of revelation, which they barely tasted through the ancient wisdom of Lazu. If they want to follow Lazu, they must follow what Lazu prophetic felt, Christ, the eternal Tao. Christ is their way, and since his seed has grown in their soul since childhood, they are to some extent responsible for it. They are invited to follow him. The Chinese people whose heart did not have this seed will be judged by God according to what was given to them. If they were pious Buddhists, Taoists, or Confucians, that's how God will judge them. However, this does not apply to the Americans to whom Christ was given. They were given the fullness of the divine revelation, and now the seed must bear fruit. This book should be the beginning of the journey. The book clearly shows that the ancient Christian tradition has its own mystical philosophy and mysticism. This path is filled with spiritual depth in its austerity and doing devoid of any materialism. The Christian tradition is something that they will not find in any religion. They should not give up Christ as their Savior because the Christian tradition contains everything. There are places on our planet where it has been preserved in an undistorted form. Here we publish the published part of the forthcoming book, Christ the Eternal Tao. In the introduction and selected chapter, the book in its full form includes details, comments, and texts and fragments from the biographies of the saints and teachings of the Holy Fathers. The introduction states that this work is not a religious syncretism. This is so important, by the way, like understanding the difference between, because there is a mean between the extremes. This work is not a religious syncretism. The Christian approach to pre-Christian religions and philosophical teachings has never been syncretic, but it has not been exclusive. Before the coming Christ, there was knowledge of God, and the Holy Spirit worked among the elect of God. This was the case from the fall of Adam to the incarnation of Christ. After the coming of Christ, everything changed. If you know the whole truth of Christ, you can no longer be a confessor of the religion that is her weak shadow. This is you cannot confess the religion that came after him and replace his eternal truth with a lie, as it was with Muhammad. Therefore, it is pointless to become a Christian Taoist or to profess Christian Zen or Christian yoga, because the fullness of the truth is revealed in Christ. And we are already celebrating the 2000th anniversary of the tradition of spiritual experience. Father Sarah from Rose believed that the pre-Christian philosophers were only precursors and confirmations of the gospel, but not spiritual deeds. If we follow these religions, we will commit spiritual fornication by betraying our eternal bosom, Christ. To see the last chapter of the book Christ, the Eternal Tao, we cannot distinguish truth from lies if other religions are considered a criterion, not a harbinger, what am I doing, of the truth. These networks include Thomas Merton, who in the last years of his life served Mass and accepted initiation in a tantric sect. Our criteria should be Christ. Therefore, applying such a criterion, for example, to the teachings of Buddhism about compassion, virtue, abstinence, and abstinence with passions, we see in it the pronunciation of Christ, but we cannot share the teachings of Buddhism about the soul, the quote personality, and the creation of the world. They're false teachings that appeared in response to the teachings of Hinduism. This book is not only for spiritual seekers from America. The purpose of the book was to show the Chinese people that it is not Gautama Buddha, but Jesus Christ, that the full fulfillment of the truths that the greatest Chinese philosopher Lazu discovered. We hope that the book will be translated into Chinese and distributed to China, and thus continued mission of Orthodox Christianity in China. For more than 2 centuries, since 1716, the Russian Orthodox mission has worked selflessly in China for the glory of Christ. The greatest spiritual fruit of this missionary activity was in 1900, the martyrdom for the sect of persecutors of Christianity, pseudo-Buddhists of 222 Chinese who accepted Orthodoxy. Men, women, children suffered for Christ during the Boxer Rebellion. These Chinese Christian martyrs were promised to save their lives if they sacrificed idols, but they refused to worship false gods. After the brutal torture, they were killed by the grace of God, deserved by this martyrdom. In the first half of the 20th century, the Russian Orthodox mission in China began 32 churches, 2 monasteries, 1 women's monastery, and 17 schools were opened. This spiritual flourishing came during the reign of Archbishop Innocent of Beijing, who preceded his predecessors, 2 great innocents, the apostle of the peoples of Asia, Saint Innocent of Irkutsk, and Saint Innocent of Alaska. The mission's influence on the Chinese people increased when China became a haven for Russian immigrants during the Bolshevik Revolution. At this time, such religious people lived in China as Archbishop Simon of Beijing, Metropolitan Molotius of Harbin, the wonder worker Bishop Jonah of Hankou, St. John Maximovich of Shanghai, the visionary Abbess of Rufin, and the elder Ignatius of Harbin. After the revolution in China in 1948 through 1949, Russian refugees, as well as Archbishop John Maximovich of Shanghai, with his Russian-Chinese flock, left the country. In the Shanghai Cathedral, in honor of the icon Mother God, the authorities set up a garment factory. In these circumstances, the flock of St. John of Shanghai, who remained in China, was forced to become an unofficial church that still exists today. So a catacomb church. Nowadays, Christ has not left China, and probably the wish of Father Seraphim, so the Christianity begins to act within the Chinese culture. During the years of Maoism, only 1 million Christian believers lived in China. In recent years, 80 to 100 million, 8% of the population, Nowadays, more than ever in history, a large number of Chinese are becoming Christians. Thus, Chinese Protestants reported in their report that 40,000 Chinese turn to Christ every day. The phenomenal number of converts to Christianity indicates that people having experienced the collapse of the communist system cry out to God, and God comes to them. Now, in China is the most favorable time for orthodoxy, for the activities of those who hear the call of God to become a reaper of souls and a preacher of the gospel of Christ in the Orthodox sense. So he's just going on to say, talk about the book, so. Yeah, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody tuning in. This is one of my favorite subjects, to be honest with you. And when I did take the deep dive into the book, and I read the book, and then I went and found the master thesis, and then I found like little snippets of other things related to it. I mean, it was really beautiful. And at that time, I think it sort of it inspired me to look more into patristic texts. I'll tell you that. And not only patristic texts, but philosophy and different things. And, you start seeing a lot of Christ in things, and that's not a syncretistic, type of thing to say. I got a really good quote that I think is important that, people might relate with, and to sort of understand like what is the Christian perspective on other religions, and how do we reconcile with those things, kind of, I guess, so and this is from Christ the Eternal Tao. It says, if we can see that the pre-Christian philosophers did seek the truth, and that they did catch glimpses of it, it only stands to reason that their teaching should bear some similarities, like a broken reflection of the moon and water, to the fullness of truth in Jesus Christ. Therefore, these similarities need not to appear as a threat to Christianity. Instead, they appear as one more proof of Christ as universal truth. I always like that, like a broken reflection of the moon and water. That's kind of like the way we could look at other religions. Like, there is truth there. We can't deny the truth is there. But is it the fullness of truth? And, I had a conversation with somebody before, too, about sort of the devil, because King David says the gods of the nations are demons. And there's a lot of people that might get scandalized by that statement and think like, wow, like, you guys just think your God is only true. Well, our God sort of told us that. He said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. He's the only way to the Father. So if we're to believe him, which I do, that's the way it is. But like King David said, it's like the gods of the nations are demons. Now, if they're demons, that means they were formerly angels. And in some sense, they would have had access to heaven, and they would have known the plan a little bit. So anytime you're dealing with a demon, sure, you might get some truth out of it. But that 1% or 5% or 10% of, out of the 100% of poison, it taints the whole thing. And, I'm not saying that all the pagans were influenced by demons. That maybe, because there is a quote from early on in the book, and I'm going to read that from Saint Seraphim of Sarov, and he kind of brings up these, I'll just read it. So it says, though not with the same power as in the people of God, the Hebrews, nevertheless, the presence of the Spirit of God also acted in the pagans who did not know the true God, because even among them God found himself chosen people. Such, for instance, were the virgin prophetesses called Cybelus, who vowed virginity to an unknown God, but still to God, the creator of the universe, the all-powerful ruler of the world, as he was conceived by pagans. Though the pagan philosophers also wandered in the darkness of the ignorance of God, yet they sought the truth, which is beloved by God. And on account of this God-pleasing seeking, they could partake of the Spirit of God. For it is said that the nations who do not know God practice by nature the demands of the law and do what is pleasing to God. That's Romans 3:14. So you see both in the holy Hebrew people, a people beloved by God, and in the pagans who do not know God, there was perceived a knowledge of God. That is a clear and rational comprehension of how Lord God of God, that is a clear rational comprehension of how the Lord God of God, the Holy Spirit acts in man. And by means of what inner and outer feelings, one can be sure that this really is the action of the Lord God, the Holy Spirit, and not a delusion of the enemy. This is how it was from Adam's fall until the coming of the flesh of Lord Jesus Christ into the world. That's from Saint Seraphim of Sarov. And, for Orthodox Christians, I mean, Saint Seraphim's a hefty name, like, I believe what he's saying there. But he's not giving in to the other side either. There's a mean between extremes. Yeah. Let's see. So this is the introduction. Lazu and the ancient Greeks. I thought I'd read this real quick because I think this is pretty brilliant. It says, this is a quote from Lazu, translated by Jiming Shan. It says, "My teachings are very easy to understand and to practice, yet there is no one in the world who is able to either to understand or to practice them. This is because my teachings have an organizing principle and arise from an integrated system. This is not understood, so I am unknown." And here's a quote from Heraclitus. It says, "Of the Logos, which is, as I described it, people always prove to be uncomprehending, both before and after they have heard it. For although all things happen according to this Logos, people behave as if they have no experience, even when they experience such words and deeds. As I explain, when I distinguish each thing according to its constitution and declare how it is, the rest of humanity fails to notice what they do as they wake up, just as they forget what they do when they sleep." So very similar quotes between Heraclitus and Lazu there. So one, the Tao/Logos. Christ the Eternal Tao was inspired by the life of the Chinese scholar Hieromonk Seraphim Rose, also known as Eugene Rose, and by his teacher, the philosopher Jiming Xin. In Jiming's transmission of the ancient Chinese tradition, one is struck by how closely it resembles the ancient Chinese tradition. And Jiming, in fact, taught that the early Chinese and Greek philosophers were basically alike in their view of the universe. Quote, "In the history of ancient China," Father Seraphim said, "there are moments where it is absolutely incredible how the same things happen in Chinese lives as it happened in the West, even though there was no outward connection between the two civilizations. The first of the Greek philosophers, Thales and so forth, lived about 6th century BC, just about the time as Confucius was in China and Buddha was in India. It is as though there really was a spirit of the times. Heraclitus, born in the middle of the 6th century BC, was one of these first Greek philosophers. For the riddling character of his writings, he was surnamed the quote, the obscure. Even in antiquity, he based his philosophy on, quote, the Logos, a word which in itself means, quote, word, but which bears the connotation of measures, proportions, and patterns. The Logos of Heraclitus, according to one textbook of Greek philosophers, is, quote, is the first principle of knowledge. Understanding of the world involves understanding the structure or pattern of the world, a pattern concealed from the eyes of ordinary men. The Logos is also the first principle of existence, that unity of the world process which sustains it as a process. This unity lies beneath the surface, for it is a unity of diverse and conflicting opposites. In whose strife the Logos maintains a continual balance. The Logos maintains the equilibrium of the universe at every moment. Although Heraclitus taught that, quote, all things change and nothing remains at rest, He knew the logos to be itself stable, the measured patterns of flow. As about the same time Heraclitus lived in Greece, there lived in China the philosopher Lazu, quote, old master. Lazu wrote of the same universal pattern or ordering principle that Heraclitus styled the logos. Quote, I do not know its name, he said, quote, but characterize it as the way. The Tao being a symbol, basis to Chinese thought, as the logos was to ancient Chinese Greek thought. For Laozi, the way was precisely what his adopted name signified. In its full metaphysical sense, the way, path, or pattern of heaven, the course that all things follow, the way is the uncreated cause of all things. It is the way that creates, and it is the way that nourishes, develops, cares for, shelters, comforts, protects. The creation balancing the strife of opposites by itself is not contending. Of the writings of Heraclitus, only a handful of fragments have come down to us, but from Laozi we have a full 81 chapters of the Tao Te Ching. Of all the ancient philosophers, Laozi came to the closest of assimilating the essence of reality and describing the Tao or Logos. His Tao Te Ching represents the epitome of what a human being can know through intuition, through the apprehension of the universal principles and pattern manifested in the created order. 6 centuries after Heraclitus and Laozi, there lived on the Greek island of Patmos an old white-haired hermit named John. While exiled in a cave on an island, he dictated to his disciple Prochorus, what he had received from direct revelation from heavenly realm, the divine vision, and thus spoke to the world these words that it is never thought to hear. In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were created by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. And the Logos became flesh, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory. This was the very Logos of which Heraclitus has said that the people, quote, always proved to be uncomprehending. This was the very Tao that Laozi had said, quote, no one in the world is able to understand. It is not without reason that sensitive Chinese translators of St. John's Gospel, knowing that Tao meant to the Chinese what Logos meant to the Greeks, having rendered the first line of the Gospel to read, quote, in the beginning was the Tao. When Apostle John wrote his Gospel, he had no doubt aware of the common Greek philosophical symbol of the Logos. But as you can clearly seen by a comparison of the Gospel, which riddles of Heraclitus or the writings of some other philosophers, when he spoke from Revelation, he was not merely borrowing from old terms. Rather, he was transforming it, bringing it into the light of the fullness of mystical knowledge. When he spoke of the Logos, it was now no longer in riddles as from one who had only glimpsed at its traces in nature. For now the Logos, the creator, the sustainer, the patterning, the ordering principle of nature, was made flesh and dwelt among us. For only time in history, and John and his disciple had seen him, he had beheld his glory, and heard the words which proceeded from his mouth, being offered the ultimate closeness to him, who had been able to dimly see before he had even lain on his breast, and in the glimpse of the mysteries had received him into himself at the Last Supper. Thus, while Laozi's Tao Te Ching represents the highest that a person can know through intuition, St. John's Gospel represents the highest that a person can know through revelation. That is through God making himself known and experienced in the most tangible way possible. Okay, so I appreciate everybody that stopped by. What's up, Sarah from Webster? I appreciate you guys. I'm going to end it on that. No, I think that was just like a really beautiful way to end it. We'll come back with some more. I have a lot more there. So, that's pretty amazing. That's a blessing, man. I appreciate everybody that stopped by. You guys have a blessed day. Yeah.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Heyman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens, hence it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read, as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful will be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration, to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency, going back at least to the Industrial Revolution, for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of a catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology as it progresses would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system.
No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble.
For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior: alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, you used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward: economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan, but if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan learning centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan learning centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance, considered by itself, will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once. But since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race
mystery inside of how I'm gonna get mine. I'm thinking about so many ways of how to conquer these rays.
You sang beautifully just now.
I sang for you, and he isn't here.
Shut it down, man. Shut up, niggas just fucking rob my gate, man. Word. Fucking, yo, I'm gonna murder somebody.
He's changing. My man is going insane.
The war's on. Yo, on rainy days I sit back and count ways on how to get rich, son. So improve, ask my bitch, stood up late nights, build with my lights. We can pull a heist, snatch ice and rock mics, but this rap shit got me wanna clap back the lats. How it goes, the young pesos made scratch, but in due time, soon to get mine like Bugsy. Heavy on the wrist, polo mock socks and rugbies. On flicks remind me of Gucci's. Back in Union Square when Little Max Mill blast me, yeah, that was Bill. Fast forward, 94, who got the bad bass? Filthiest fingers scream for more, bless me out of state. Howdy, Jake Starks is back. Niggas want work, 9 brought back off a G-Pack. Coke rocks, flood the co-ops, living gossip. Them big lip niggas singing, the cops need to watch it. Stop it, the project's over flooded with slow leaks. The fiends get, new faces get wrapped in sheets. I gotta get mine, like my own earth, bless the cheese line. Sipping on fine wines, the power of the blacks refine. Divine, waiting on these royalties takes too long. It's like waiting on babies. It makes me wanna slay these. Well, that's ungodly. So yo, God, pardon me. I need it real quick to go flow like penmanship. Me heads get pistol whip, I blow spots like horse shit. So now, talk shit it, nigga. What?
He's changing. My man is going insane.
What brings rain, hail, snow, and earthquakes? The beat breaks. Cause all my niggas to break, son. Styles are similar to criminals locked up with gats. Ghetto tabernacles is fucked up. I live once though, the mind stays infinite. Dabble in the clutch 9 planets in my midst while I carry to earn a decent salary. Soon get married, raise a family, but the plan will be real great. To sit up in the loft, camp stacks and max, and real cats go watch my back. But listen to the woo, son, and maintain the soul real. Starving individuals kill. I what was only right, leave the poison alone. Projects infested with rats, cats, crack homes. Half of us will try to make it, the other half will try to take it. So many fake, half real, freedom bill. Born to science, my alliance analyzes wild surprises. Keeping my eyes wide to this, being fortunate. Laying in mountains, counting with jewelry on. Can it be the next team house the horn? Chilton, just for real once, like the liar. I hate to have to tie the next guy up. Pay attention to 10 winks. Movements, now I'm staring you the truth. Buckle up, now he's a legend.
He's changing.
Peace to Philly, DNA, these things. Word up, dog. Word up. Sun, moon, stars, flock horse. Word up, dog.
No sunlight, more gunfight. Oh, lost him to the street love. Straight line, no cash flow, no more flow. He's someone I don't even know.
My fist is a gun, my fingers is individual pistol system overload. Flicks is toe to toe, eye to eye, soul to soul. Walk amongst the lords of war, swords of gore. Cause these invisible walls to fall. Mental slavery, schism in the prison corridor. Code leader, orator. Since I was a shorty, y'all busy with the 44. The black flag represent the skull and the guns. It's like selling a Mac 11 to Attila the Hun. The ultimate code leaders, adult folk villains, coke dealers in the champagne room with broke feelings, so fake amongst plastic piranhas. I'ma put you all to sleep in some acid pajamas. Central intelligence odyssey, mind control biography. MK Ultra, extraterrestrial side of me, way beyond astronomy. Double O like Sean Connery. We walk silently with big silencers, violently. Everything William Cooper was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York's way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. Everything William Cooper was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York's way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, man with one eye is the king.
My fist is a gun, every finger's an individual sword. You either living with Shaitan or you living with God. I make metal with the cold leader orator. Since I was a shorty, all busy with Bacardi Raw. I caught the 44 symphonies by Marley Marl. I would splatter all of y'all, shit y'all never saw before. Vinny and his dogs of war, bombs the size of soccer balls. Since y'all was inside the walls, torture with the waterboards. Grab him by his throat, take his fucking head and scalp him. I carry black metal like I'm Venom's second album. Support Dr. York, don't believe what's said about him. Strangle non-believers till the fucking redness out him. If we don't like what they say, then I guess we have to drown them. All they see is the demon lord and death around them. I'm made of mercury alloy like I was an amalgam. No matter how you look at it, cousin, death is the outcome.
Everything was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York's way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. Everything Cooper was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York's way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. One eye, one eye. I is the king. I is the king. One eye is the king.